Our story follows the journey of Sung Suho, the son of the legendary Shadow Monarch, Sung Jinwoo. While his father battles supreme outer gods in the far reaches of the universe to protect humanity, Suho was left behind on Earth. Little did anyone know, these outer gods were secretly reintroducing mana to the world, manifesting deadly dungeons as a twisted way to toy with mankind. From the moment of his birth, Suho inherited the Shadow Monarch's divine lineage, even flying at just 1 year old. His growth was so staggering that Sung Jinwoo eventually had to seal his powers away. But now that he has grown, his dormant strength has finally reawakened under the mysterious guidance of the loyal shadow ant, Beru. Realizing his parents' disappearance is tied to these supreme outer gods, Suho begins an epic crusade. Follow along to see how he takes on these celestial beings. The curtains rise on ancient and enigmatic forces possessing unfathomable cosmic power, known as the Absolute Beings. These outer gods are primordial entities who have birthed countless universes since the dawn of time. These supreme deities continuously forge new worlds while wandering through their own immortal and eternal existence, over eons. Infinite matter, souls, and the very laws of reality were brought into existence by their divine will, trapped in a never-ending cycle of creation. These gods grew bored and sought a cruel pastime watching their own creations tear each other apart in war. To these entities, the agonizing suffering and misery of all living things were nothing more than a source of entertainment. For the absolute beings, the utter destruction and chaos they sowed served as a mere form of recreation. Though it meant countless souls were trapped in an infinite loop of death and rebirth on the battlefield, it was a necessary sacrifice to soothe the gods' boredom. But wait, as the saying goes, life rarely goes according to plan, even for a god. Amidst their usual routine, the unthinkable happened. One absolute being was struck down by the very creature he had created while he was distracted by the eternal war. As news of this divine assassination spread across the dimensions, it piqued the curiosity of various cosmic observers. The moment the absolute beings from other timelines and spaces learned of this, they gathered to watch the now masterless world. All eyes were locked on the celestial chessboard. A god had fallen, murdered by his own creation, a truth that sent shockwaves through the heavens. Surprisingly, these gods all shared the same ruthless frequency. They didn't feel a shred of pity for their fallen peer. They were all driven by a single ambition. At that moment, a brutal power struggle among the supreme forces officially ignited. Whoever could first seize that unclaimed divine power would become its new absolute master. On a bright, sunny morning at a local high school, a student named Suho was busy bragging to his classmates. "I actually got into Korea National University of Arts." His friends thought he was tripping and refused to believe him, shouting, "Stop capping. Man, you're totally lying." They'd sooner believe in dragons flying through the sky than trust a single word coming out of Suho's mouth. "How could a meathead like you get into art school?" one grumbled. "Meanwhile, I have to suffer through another year of classes." Suho, however, felt like he'd hit the jackpot, thinking, "Finally, I'm escaping this academic hell." Suddenly, another student approached him with a smirk. "Congrats, Suho. I heard you made it into art school." Lee It-yun said, though his expression was anything but friendly. "I had no idea you were so gifted. Since when did you become such a master of the brush?" Suho wasn't exactly thrilled to see him. "Sung-chun, is that you again? Hearing the wrong name?" It-yun's face twisted with pure rage. "My name isn't Kim Sung-chun, it's Lee It-yun. You idiot." Suho's blank stare basically said, "Do I look like I care?" It turned out It-yun was there to pick a fight, shouting, "This is all your fault. You ruined my plan to become the school's top dog." It was a clash of egos, and Suho wasn't about to back down from the challenge. "You should be thanking me," Suho retorted. "Without me, you wouldn't even be graduating safely." Just then, a girl chimed in about It-yun's behavior. Two female classmates whispered nearby, judging his toxic attitude, "We're about to graduate. Why is he still acting so childish?" They actually felt sorry for Suho. Why keep attacking a guy who lost both his parents and is just trying his best to move on? In an instant, It-yun's temper hit the boiling point, and he lunged forward to throw a heavy punch at Suho. But talk about an epic fail. Before he could even land a hit, Suho met him with a devastating knee straight to the face. The games were over. Suho's expression turned cold as he warned, "Don't bother me again until we finally graduate." Suddenly, Suho's eyes sharpened with terrifying intensity. "I've been patient long enough." He followed up with a swift strike to show It-yun who was really in charge. Despite his face being covered in blood, It-yun wiped his mouth and wore a defiant, cocky smirk, acting like he wasn't afraid of anyone. What kind of pathetic trick was that? It was clear this guy wouldn't learn his lesson until it was far too late. It-yun clenched his fist tight. He wasn't about to sit there and take it, immediately bracing himself to launch another attack at Suho. Wait. Why doesn't it hurt? He swung with everything he had. But Suho was gone. He had punched nothing but thin air. Suho, standing nearby, caught his breath after the close call. One more inch, and he would have been meeting his ancestors early. Both classmates stood frozen, their jaws dropping in pure disbelief at Eon-chun's overwhelming power. With one earth-shattering strike, he had blasted a massive crater into the classroom lockers. The hole was so deep a head could fit inside. Suho sat paralyzed, trembling from the shock. Time flew by. 2 years later, the world had shifted and Suho had changed with it. A gentle breeze danced past, carrying stray leaves across his path. No longer a high schooler, Suho was now a college sophomore, walking calmly through the bustling crowds. Suddenly, a sharp sound cut through the air, snapping his focus back to the present. A man with a megaphone barked orders. All classes were being moved to the functional building immediately. Curiosity filled the air, but security barricades kept the frantic onlookers at bay. Inside, hunters were currently engaged in a life-or-death struggle against invading monsters. Stand back, barked an official in black. How long have the hunters been in there? Over 8 hours. Sir, it's only a D-rank gate, so they should be out any minute. Suho stood like a statue amidst the rushing crowd. All right, everyone, move back. Non-hunters are in danger. Clear the area. Suho's gaze dropped as he sank into dark thoughts. Another gate. His mind drifted back to where it all began. 3 years ago, gates tore open the world. He'd never forget the terror those monsters unleashed. Gates led to dungeons where monsters waited for the chance to break out and slaughter humanity. Yet, in their darkest hour, humanity found a way to evolve. Awakened ones appeared, individuals capable of wielding mana to defy their grim fate. Amidst the chaos, a man named Eon-chun founded the Hunter Association, changing history forever. He organized the Awakened into professional hunters, finally bringing an end to the era of lawlessness. With that, the very structure of human society was rewritten. The world split into two, awakened and non-awakened. Amidst this divide, Suho pursued his art. Every pencil stroke on his paper screamed with the hidden pain of systemic discrimination. While some people struggle like ants to survive, others are born with everything they desire. He could not escape the feeling of being just another small, insignificant creature in this world. The hierarchy was set in stone. The ants would soon learn their place. The cruel reality was clear. No matter how hard an ordinary person tried, they could never reach E rank. Without hunters to close the gates, humanity would perish. The weak literally owed them their lives. Yet, the awakened could not exist without the society of ordinary people to support them. In this symbiotic cycle, gratitude was mandatory. His pencil continued to dance across the page. Simply put, the awakened were the only reason the weak could sleep safely at night. His lines grew sharper, mirroring his rising internal conflict and growing irritation. He wondered if he'd simply become numb to never getting what he truly wanted. Bitter memories began to play back in his mind like a slow-motion film. His lost parents, being treated as a toy, and the crushing helplessness of being powerless. Questions began to gnaw at his soul. Mother said I was like father. How did he overcome the weakness I feel now? A voice suddenly shattered his trance. Suho, it was his art professor. Excellent focus today. But what's this? It looks quite interesting. I am just drawing what I feel. Suho replied simply. The teacher leaned in, intrigued. An ant, no. It looks more like some kind of humanoid ant creature. Does it not? Suho stared at his own work. Why had he drawn such a thing? He looked at the towering, bizarre figure. Even he did not understand what his subconscious was doing. Back at the gate, the hunters still had not emerged. The crowd waited in tense silence. In the blink of an eye, silhouettes emerged from the portal. The hunters were finally back. Each one stepped out with a look of pure satisfaction on their faces. They looked completely at ease, suggesting a successful raid. Hunter Kim Dong-shu, you certainly worked hard out there today. The hunter named Dong-shu delivered the good news. They had successfully conquered the dungeon and carried urgent intel for the Hunters Association. But in the very next heartbeat, he uttered a sentence that would leave everyone utterly speechless. They had encountered a brand new species. Dong-shu began describing its humanoid form, a blue flame creature with fire erupting from its eyes and mouth. It lunged with fangs and claws. Yet strangely, the monster failed to inflict any significant damage during the encounter. He had been grazed slightly, but nothing happened. Though seemingly weak, this blue flame was a type never seen since the gates first opened. Relieved it wasn't a high-threat entity, the official requested Hunter Kim submit a routine report on today's underground raid. Suddenly, that minor wound began to act up. What seemed like a routine scratch was now spiraling into something far more sinister. An ominous sensation surged through Dongshu's body. A clear sign that something was horribly wrong with him. His sword clattered to the ground as Dongshu stood there, his head hanging low in a chilling, deathly silence. The nearby staff member noticed his strange behavior and tried to check on him. But before he could finish, Dongshu transformed into a savage beast. The two female hunters standing beside him were still processing the shock when they instinctively turned toward the commotion. A fresh pool of blood now stained the earth. The ill-fated employee had been instantly slaughtered by the monster Dongshu had become. She gasped in horror as she recognized the terrifyingly familiar sight manifesting right before her eyes. Those blue flames. They were identical to the monsters they had just fought deep within the dungeon. Luck was not on the female hunter's side as he hurled a massive boulder her way, making her the second victim of this tragedy. Witnessing the carnage, the panicked civilians scrambled to escape, running for their lives as if possessed by pure terror. But with godlike speed, the transformed Dongshu quickly closed the gap, sending several more souls to the afterlife. While chaos erupted outside, Suho remained oblivious in his room, brush in hand, focused intently on his work, noticing everyone staring out the window. Curiosity finally bit him. What's happening? What on earth is that thing out there? As everyone froze in shock, Suho was no exception. His face paled as he witnessed the gruesome scene unfolding below. They were no longer human. They had been twisted into entities possessed by a strange and overwhelming otherworldly power. Are they attacking each other? Panic spread as they noticed the eerie blue glow in the eyes of those transformed into monsters. Please, don't tell me this is another dungeon break. Not here. Not now. A voice suddenly screamed out. What are you doing, Run? We just need to hold out until the high-rank hunters arrive. Terrified of being next, they pleaded desperately with their teacher. Sir, you're an Awakened. Please. You have to do something. But the teacher hesitated. He was only an E rank. Suho's face contorted with a level of panic he couldn't possibly hide. The blue flame stalked toward them from a distance. It was clear that they were its next intended targets. Just as expected, the creature crouched low, coiling its strength for a devastating, high-impact leap toward their position. The fatal moment arrived as the blue flame lunged with blinding speed. Seeing the threat closing in, Suho yelled, "Run, get out now." But where could they hide? It was already too late. The blue flame had already breached their sanctuary and stood before them. A bizarre and unsettling blue mist billowed from its gaping mouth and hollow, burning eyes, paralyzed by sheer terror. The students couldn't even move a muscle, standing frozen with their mouths agape in fear. Suho sprinted like a marathon runner, desperate to find an exit. Everyone, run, but a trapped girl made him stop dead in his tracks. My leg is stuck. Help me. Suho's mind was a chaotic mess, torn between cold logic and his racing heart. After reaching a silent, agonizing decision, he squeezed his eyes shut tight. Despite her trembling plea, Suho chose to turn away. I'll go get a hunter, he cried out, his heart heavy with internal conflict. Damn it, why did I say that I'm just abandoning her? But what can an unawakened person like me actually do against that? Overwhelmed by his own powerlessness, Suho cursed himself. Damn this weak, unawakened body of mine. No matter how much he blamed his own helplessness, the grim reality before him remained absolutely unchanged. Think, Suho, think. In this desperate moment, his father's image flashed before him. What would you do if you were here? Father. He could almost see his father turning around, piercing Suho with a gaze that was both profound and chillingly cold. Back in reality, the blue flame continued its relentless advance, its body overflowing with terrifying, peak physical power. The poor blonde girl was backed into a corner, destined to be the monster's next unfortunate victim of its special attention. Her face turned pale with terror as tears flowed uncontrollably. From its gaping maw, that same eerie blue light began to pulse once more. Watching the beast lunge toward her with pure aggression, she let out a blood-curdling scream of absolute terror. It looked like the end for the blonde girl, just seconds away from death's door. But fate had a massive surprise in store. Suho suddenly reappeared, executing a legendary rescue with nothing but a fire extinguisher. The smoke spirit's blood splattered across the floor. He could not live with himself if he abandoned her, so he found the courage to turn back. If Dad were here, he would. Suddenly, a holographic screen flickered to life. Notification: you have met the requirements for the secret quest. Courage of the weak. I had dreamed of this before a dream of a world within a game simulation. To defeat monsters that grew stronger at every stage, I had to level up and fight endlessly. As they evolved, I was forced to surpass them. After overcoming countless trials, I finally reached the final stage of the dungeon. The final boss possessed unimaginable power, Suddenly, a forgotten memory resurfaced, a strong, steady hand gently patting his head. "Are you having fun, son?" With a look of utter shock, he stared at the person standing before him, staring in disbelief. He cried out, "Dad, my father?" He realized his subconscious had summoned his father's image within the dream. He was a pillar of strength and reliability. But how could a mere human possess such overwhelming power? One moment the fire extinguisher was on its rack. The next, he had snatched it. A thought echoed in his mind. He sprinted toward the door, extinguisher in hand. If my father were in this hellish situation, the beast bared its fangs, ready to swallow him whole. But he countered with a lethal strike. His eyes narrowed, pouring every ounce of strength into the blow. He would have done exactly this, wouldn't he? Reeling from the impact, the monster stumbled backward. He glared at the foe. What now? Attacks without mana should not be able to damage these creatures. A reckless charge would be suicide. But then the world shifted into chaos. Suho stared at the enemy in absolute shock. Beside him, the girl's eyes filled with tears. What was happening? Had time itself come to a standstill? A notification window materialized before his eyes. "You have met the requirements to complete the secret quest. Courage of the Weak. You are now qualified to become a player. Do you accept?" Suho stared at the screen, bewildered. This felt exactly like that dream. If reality was turning into a game, there was no reason to refuse this lifeline in his despair. He lowered his gaze and whispered, "I accept." Instantly, a strange radiance filled the entire room. The status window emerged, displaying a flood of notifications and new quests for Suho. He muttered to himself, "A status window. Just like a game." The interface displayed a tutorial quest: defeat the smoke spirit and level up. Snapping back to reality, the trembling monster nearly collapsed before suddenly lunging back onto its feet. The D-rank awakened smoke spirit loomed. As time resumed, he roared at the others, "Run. Now." The girl nodded, her face pale with fear. Hovering above the creatures were titles: Unawakened Smoke Spirit. A D-rank awakened smoke spirit stood before them, alongside 2 unawakened ones and a hunter recently corrupted into a monster. The survivors fled immediately, leaving him alone to face the oncoming horde of nightmares. They charged at him, but Suho only smirked with cold eyes. If he truly had awakened, then this fire extinguisher was his weapon. Before it even connected, the metal canister was torn open by sheer force. He locked eyes with them, clenching his fist. "Sorry about this." A direct strike sent the monsters flying across the room, while he stood there stunned. The status window chimed. "You have defeated an unawakened smoke spirit." "Just one hit," he whispered in disbelief. Another beast lunged with a death wish, and Suho delivered a fatal blow. The system pinged again. "You have defeated an unawakened smoke spirit." Suddenly, messages flooded his vision. "You have leveled up tutorial quest, defeat the smoke spirits, and level up completed." The tutorial objective was clear. With the others down, the last remaining creature stepped forward to challenge him. A new prompt appeared. "You have received the quest completion rewards. Please confirm to claim them." A confident smirk played on his lips. This was proof. He charged forward, closing the distance to the final foe. "I really have awakened." He drove a devastating punch into the face of the D-rank awakened smoke spirit. His eyes widened in shock. The beast had survived his strike. It immediately launched a ferocious counterattack. In an instant, wounds opened across his body. Gritting his teeth, he gathered momentum and unleashed a powerful kick, blasting the enemy away. Suho was filled with dread. Damn it, if I let him land another hit, I will be corrupted into a monster myself. I just awakened, yet I'm already turning into a monster. The system blares. A harmful status effect has been detected. Thanks to the longevity effect, all debuffs are neutralized. Suddenly, a mysterious radiance begins to envelop my wounds. Longevity. Now that I think about it, I recall seeing that in my status window earlier. The beast seizes the opening and lunges at him with lethal intent. We clash, but the gap is clear. If I can't match a rank D, I must be rank E. Just awakened, and I'm already the weakest. Its jaws gape wide, ready to tear me apart. As we struggle, I desperately search for a way out. My eyes snap open. Reward confirmed. The system chimes as the prizes are revealed. Reward 1, 5 potential points acquired. Reward 2, strength, increased by 3. My power surges from 11 to 14. I land a devastating blow that makes him howl in pain, then follow up with a crushing kick he's sent flying. Yet he forces himself back up. We trade blows in a frantic blur, my vision growing hazy. Even with my increased strength, I still can't bring him down. Fine, then I'll dump every single point I have into strength in an instant. The stats are reassigned. Strength surges from 14 to 19. I've never heard of an awakened being able to level up like this. A hunter's rank is supposed to be set in stone from the moment they awaken. No one is supposed to transcend their limit. I don't know who decides our fate, but I'll become strong enough to shatter this damn system. The battle rages on. The wall groans under the pressure before exploding into 1,000 fragments. They lock in a desperate struggle, neither side willing to yield an inch. Fatigue sets in, but my gaze remains sharp. I pour everything into one final, blood-soaked strike. This brutal symphony isn't over yet. A notification flashes. You have defeated a rank D awakened. Fire smoke. The alert chimes again. You have leveled up. Suho collapses against the debris, gasping for air. I actually did it, he whispers. He stares at his blood-stained palms with a distant gaze before clenching his fist. At last, he has truly awakened. He pulls himself up, steadying his heart. I'm an awakened now. I can protect everyone and end this nightmare. Heavy footsteps echo near the window. A towering figure wielding a massive blade charges toward him. He leaps high into the air, the sheer force of his jump shattering the ground below. Suho rushes to the entrance to assess the situation, but a sudden chill runs down his spine. The shadow looms over him. It's a rank C, awakened fire smoke. A massive explosion rocks the building, sending debris raining down. The overhead speakers crackle to life with an urgent signal. Emergency sirens wail. A dungeon outbreak has occurred at Korea Arts University. All residents must evacuate immediately. The military begins their grim march into the heart of the chaos. A soldier lights a cigarette, his face twisted in frustration. Damn it, people are dying while we just watch. Where is the association? His comrade checks the terminal. They say they're still scrambling to locate rank B hunters or higher. Rank B. For a simple rank D dungeon, he scoffs. Normally, yes, his partner mutters. But the association is worried about infected hunters. He points to a profile on the screen. You mean even a rank C hunter has been turned? The screen reveals the man's full profile, Kim Dong-soo. A tanker class. Rank C status confirmed. Back in the fray, Suho battles a tide of monsters. His body is battered and worn. That nearly gave me a heart attack. He thinks, did that monster really just leap up from the floor below? The enemy glares with savage intensity. This rank C fire smoke is armed. It's nothing like the others I've faced. He braces himself for the next exchange. I just leveled up. But do I really stand a chance against this thing? A massive blade whistles through the air. The two collide in a desperate, high-stakes struggle, forced back. Suho feels the crushing weight of the gap in power. The giant looms over him with a wicked grin. Damn it. Without hesitation, the monster brings its blade down. Suho quickly raises a fire extinguisher to shield himself. The steel blade shears through the metal like paper. The canister explodes, flooding the room with a thick gauze, blinding fog, seizing the confusion. Suho slips into the smoke, searching for a way out of this death trap. He sprints away, gritting his teeth in frustration. Beating that monster right now is absolutely impossible. Now I understand why these ranks exist. When the hell are the real hunters going to get here? If I can only hold out until they arrive. But the beast senses his plan and immediately gives chase with its blade. It lets out a bone-chilling growl, before making a move that leaves the boy paralyzed. He looks back and gasps in shock. What the creature's gaze shifts toward a nearby balcony. Wait. There are 3 little girls there, trembling in absolute terror. Just stay here and wait for the hunters. One girl whispers. Beside her, another asks through tears. They're coming. Right. Without warning, the monster lunges toward them, blade raised. From below, the boy watches in horror as the beast closes the gap. In a sudden flash of violence, the entire area is reduced to a pile of shattered ruins and debris. Rage boils over as he grits his teeth, glaring at the demon with murderous intent. He forces himself up and charges. Damn it, there's no time to wait for hunters. He throws a desperate punch, fighting with everything to save them now. I have to stop this monster. They clash in a brutal exchange where a single strike means certain death for him. Staring at the blood at his feet, he finds a new spark of resolve. He clenches his fist for one final blow. He couldn't afford a single distraction. A barrage of punches followed, even as his vision began to fade into a blur. But the tide suddenly turns. The beast regains the upper hand, overwhelming him and landing a devastating formation. Bone-shattering strike. The metallic taste of blood fills his mouth as he's sent flying. A desperate, soul-crushing scream finally escapes his lips. He struggles to his feet, but a system window appears before his eyes. Health 1 out of 40. Looking at his broken body, he mutters through trembling breaths. 1 health, I guess the system isn't ready for me to quit. As the beast howls, strange cracks ripple through the air. Below, The boy stands drenched in blood as the sky fractures. The monster winds up for a finishing blow. The boy's head spins, sweat pouring down his face as consciousness slowly slips away. In an instant, the creature closes in to deliver the fatal strike. Damn it, it's over. Suddenly, the glass shatters as blinding light floods in. Something enters the room at a terrifying, breakneck speed from the outside. Its form was unlike anything he'd ever seen. Meanwhile, the demon swings its massive blade down for the final kill. A sudden strike flashes through the air, severing the demon's arm. The ground erupts as the limb and blade are sent flying, dazed and struggling to stay upright. The boy looks on with shaking eyes, trying to make sense of the situation. Standing before him is an ant. It lets out a low growl, radiating an eerie and mysterious light. I have arrived far too late. It speaks in a deep tone before turning its lethal gaze toward the monster. Spikes emerge from its body as its presence expands. So, it was you. It growls, its form swelling into a nightmare. To think you dared to harm such a great and honorable being. It lunges, its powerful mandibles tearing into the enemy. The demon is systematically shredded into pieces. Nearby, another beast watches with cold, murderous eyes. Gritting its teeth in fury, it pounces forward to attack. The boy wipes his eyes, trembling as tears fall. Is anyone there? Please. Save me. In the blink of an eye, the monster before him is sliced into nothingness. He hides his head, unaware of the carnage. Wherever this shadow passes, only a trail of blood is left behind. Severed remains are scattered across the floor. The scene is one of pure chaos, looking like the very end of days. The wind howls through the ruins as smoke and dust choke the air. A storm of destruction has swept through everything. A massive surge of power ripples through the city, shaking the foundations. The rescue teams finally realize the scale of disaster. A mutated foot stomps down amidst the wreckage. The boy lies in agony while the creature watches him silently. A heavy silence falls over the ruins. Then, the creature speaks in a low, reverent voice. Long time no see. Young Monarch. Years ago, a young Suho sat surrounded by expensive toys, focused on drawing something with his colored pencils. Suddenly, something caught his attention, causing him to look up from his masterpiece. Little Suho stared in awe at a strange, deformed foot. The creature picked up his drawing. Young Monarch. Is this me? It looked down at him and whispered, to be the subject of your art is a true honor for me. Back in the present, Suho wakes up in a hospital bed. He stares at the ceiling before his eyes widen in shock. He lies there in a daze while doctors monitor his vitals. But his mind is elsewhere. An ant? Was that real? At the hospital where he's recovering, his phone rings incessantly. What the hell happened, Suho? Are you badly hurt? The voice on the other end rushes on. We can't let this happen again. I'll find you some awakened bodyguards. Suho replies softly. I'm fine. It's already been 2 days since that day. On the news, the anchor reports on the government's response to the shocking incident at Korea National University of Arts. With casualties rising, this incident has escalated into a grave and serious crisis. It began with the discovery of the mist burn, a substance capable of infecting and transforming even hunters into monsters. Compounding the issue was the Hunter Association's sluggish response, even though the disaster unfolded right in the heart of the city. Finally, a mystery remains. How those infected by the mist burn died before hunters could even arrive is still an unanswered question. Meanwhile, the television continues to broadcast more intriguing developments. Those possessed suddenly exploded boom right before my eyes. Hearing this, he quickly switches off the TV. Sitting on his hospital bed, he instinctively scans his surroundings and whispers, So, my awakening wasn't just a dream. Am I truly someone who can level up and grow even stronger? A system interface suddenly materializes before him. Status window name: Sung Suho. Occupation none. Title 0. Level 5. Fatigue 0. Health 140. Mana 14. Strength 22. Agility 14. Perception 14. Vitality 14. Intelligence 14. Stat points 0. Passive skills none. Active skills Royal Authority level 1. He instinctively gazes down at his own hands. I was definitely wounded while fighting that rank sea mist burn monster. How am I still alive? Suddenly, a deep voice echoes from the shadows. Because Beru was here to handle those pests. The creature emerges from beneath the hospital bed, catching him completely by surprise. Beru speaks immediately. It has been far too long since we last met. My lord, young monarch. His eyes well up with overwhelming emotion as he gazes at the boy. Baru whispers, "Oh, young monarch. Have you truly grown this much already? I am simply moved to tears." In that fleeting moment, fragments of the past begin to resurface one by one. My memories are returning. Every single piece is finally fitting back together. I remember this ant now. He was one of the shadow creatures who accompanied me since I was small. Why am I only remembering him now? Below him, Baru wipes away a tear and says, "Baru had to tear through space itself just to see you again." Young monarch. He eyes the creature with a suspicious and bewildered look, thinking to himself, why on earth did I live with shadow beings like this as a child? I have so many questions. He steps closer and gently touches the creature. More importantly, I don't think you were this small before. Were you? Baru quickly responds to his master. I exhausted a great deal of my power to cross dimensions. Normally, I look much more dignified and fearsome, he replies skeptically. But the status window says, you are just a low-level soldier. A status window appears above the creature's head. Baru. Level 1. Rank low rank soldier. Hearing this, he furiously curses the system. To think a great marshal is being treated like a common grunt by this damn system. Meanwhile, the boy steps down from his hospital bed and begins to stretch. Fine. You say my body is fully recovered and it's all thanks to you. Right. Baru chuckles softly and replies, I happen to be a magnificent divine healer. You know, he then turns serious. The reason I came was to break your seal, young monarch. But it seems you have already broken it yourself. Baru is genuinely astonished. Curious. He asks, what seal? He recalls the past. Was that seal what influenced me in my dreams? Baru clarifies immediately. You may think it was a dream, but those events were entirely real. You were far more powerful than your current self when you fought against me. Baru continues. However, the great Shadow Monarch, Jinwoo, sealed your memories and power, hoping you could live a normal life. Hearing this, Suho suddenly grabs Baru in a fit of rage and demands, my father, what do you have to do with the man who abandoned me? Baru explains hurriedly. He never abandoned you. He has crossed over into the outer world. Suho asks irritably. What do you mean? What outer world? Baru replies. To put it simply, in the quiet hospital room, numerous illusions begin to manifest in the air. Baru projects countless images before him, explaining. The great Shadow Monarch is currently locked in a war against those who wish to invade this world. He asks skeptically. My father is protecting the world, Baru adds. Yes. He is defending our world against the outer gods, the 𝐻𝐿𝐿. The 𝐻𝐿𝐿 have sent their apostles to assault our world. 𝐻𝐿𝐿 interest Baru had to slaughter countless enemies just to find my way back to the young monarch. Because of this war, monster gates have begun appearing on Earth. Suho falls silent. Listening intently, he finally speaks. Then did my mother go with him? Baru responds in shock. No. He adds. She vanished on the same day as my father. That's why I assumed they were together. Suddenly, the creature lunges toward him, his body trembling as Baru demands more details. Are you saying that Lady Heian has disappeared? The 𝐻𝐿𝐿. Those apostles of 𝐻𝐿𝐿 on Earth must have devised this wicked plot. Suho says sternly. Is it all because of those 𝐻𝐿𝐿? He bows his head in cold silence and mutters. So, that's why my parents haven't returned. Baru asks. Do you wish to see them again? His fist trembled with suppressed emotion. Do I want it? I've lived in solitude for far too long. Baru spoke, extending a fateful proposition. Then, there is only one path left for you, young monarch. Suho's gaze flickered with uncertainty as the Ant King spoke urgently. Due to the war, your father cannot return to Earth. You must grow stronger. Only then can you find and protect Lady Heian. Stepping closer, Baru whispered, it is time to level up. A system window flickered into existence. A new quest has appeared, Quest the Trial of Shadows. You are the scion of the great Shadow Emperor. However, your innate powers are currently bound by a seal. To awaken your true potential, you must prove your worth. Enter the Shadow Dungeon and show the world your strength. Suho gripped the mysterious key tightly as another notification chimed. Item Shadow Dungeon Key. Description: a key that grants entry to the Shadow Dungeon. It can be manifested within Sung Suho's own shadow. Standing before his own silhouette cast upon the wall, Baru whispered, plunge the key deep into your shadow. Suho stepped forward, thrusting the mysterious key toward the dark abyss of his reflection. The key dissolved into the void, tearing open a mystical rift. Baru's voice urged, now, Step inside and reclaim what is rightfully yours. My young monarch. Suho bit his lip. A whirlwind of thoughts racing through his mind. It still felt surreal. The outer world, a war against gods, and the legacy of the Shadow Emperor. It was also absurd. But if power means seeing them again, his gaze sharpened with cold resolve. Then I will level up, no matter the cost. Baru watched him intently, thinking silently. My Liga. Within Baru's memories, a mysterious figure gave a chilling command. Beru. Return to Earth and release Suho's seal, prostrating himself on the ground. Beru asked, Are you referring to the young monarch's seal? Sire, yes. The figure replied, The Ataram invasion may soon reach Earth. Return his memories and strength so he can protect his world. I leave the timing to your discretion. Based on the state of the world, returning to the present moment, Baru observed the heavy burden Suho now carried. Thinking, if you've truly entrusted his fate to my hands, recalling the trials of the previous day, he vowed, then I weigh. Baru shall stay by his side and witness his legendary growth. Without hesitation, Suho took his first step through the ominous gateway. As he crossed the threshold, the gate vanished, leaving only silence. Deep within the rift, the two began their descent. Baru's voice echoed, This is the land of the dead. No living soul may enter without the Emperor's divine permission. They emerged into a desolate landscape that looked like the end of the world, the Shadow Dungeon. Suho felt himself being pulled into the swirling vortex of the abyss. Baru explained, This is a sanctum of death, a realm reserved only for those chosen by my Shadow Emperor. As the words Shadow Dungeon faded, they arrived. Before Suho lay a sprawling, ruined city, long since abandoned to the shadows. Looking around in bewilderment, he muttered, So, this is the Shadow Dungeon. It looks more like a ghost town than a dungeon. Suho's gaze softened as a strange realization hit him. Standing on this cursed soil, he felt a bizarre sense of familiarity. Suddenly, a flicker of movement caught his eye, causing him to recoil in surprise. The system interface flickered to life. New quest survival. The denizens of this realm refuse to acknowledge a weakling as their master. Survive the designated time to prove your worth. Time limit 4 hours. Time remaining 0 to 4, 0 to 0, 0 to 0. I have to survive for 4 whole hours. Seeing his lack of focus, Beru shrieked. Stay sharp. My liege, keep your guard up. The trial has already begun, but Suho remained dazed, echoing the words in confusion. The trial. Meanwhile, a mysterious shadow watched their every move from the heights. A goblin scout lunged from the shadows for a sneak attack, reacting instantly. Suho flipped and delivered a devastating kick to its gut. Suho regained his composure, remarking coolly, You actually gave me a scare. The goblin hissed in pain, clutching its wound. Noticing the name tag, Suho muttered. A goblin scout, Baru warned. If there's a scout, the rest of the pack is nearby. No sooner had Baru finished his warning than Suho lunged forward. Then I'll just silence him before he can call for backup. Disturbed by the young monarch's nonchalance, Baru cried out in a panic. My lord, goblins may be weak, but a single mistake could. Suho wasn't listening. He lunged forward, locking eyes with the monster to analyze his prey. Its name tag was white, meaning this creature was either his equal or perhaps even weaker. With a sharp strike, Suho slammed his fist into the goblin's wrist and snatched its stone axe away. The system flashed instantly. Item acquired, goblin stone axe. A split second later, the axe came crashing down right through the goblin's skull. It didn't even have time to blink before the system updated. You have defeated a scout goblin. As the monster slumped to the ground with the axe buried in its head, Suho looked back with a smirk. See, told you, he calmly explained. If they're stronger than me, their names show up in red. Rank C. Rank D. It all shows. Baru nodded. I see. Suddenly, a piercing sound echoed through the area, startling them both. High above, a scout goblin was perched on a ledge, blowing a signal whistle. Realizing the situation had shifted, Suho narrowed his eyes and took a defensive stance. Looks like there are more scouts nearby. Heavy footsteps thudded against the ground as a goblin captain and even a chieftain emerged. Their presence was far more menacing than the others. Suho's confidence wavered, wiping sweat from his brow. He pointed at Baru. You're going to help me. Right, but the Ant King looked just as nervous. Baru bowed his head low, offering a formal excuse. It would be my greatest honor to assist you. Young monarch, however, I am too far from my liege. Sung Jinwoo. My mana is limited, and I must conserve every drop. Furthermore, if I interfere, the experience points you earn will plummet drastically. Hearing that, Suho glared at the approaching goblins and tightened his grip. So, you're saying I'm on my own? The monsters shrieked, launching their assault. Suho focused his energy. Time for a little experiment. He channeled his aura into the axe, still lodged in the dead goblin's head. Suddenly, the weapon wrenched itself free, flying through the air on its own. It spun like a lethal whirlwind, slicing through the throats of several goblins in an instant before returning to Suho's hand. He smiled, checking his status window. This skill, it feels like having an invisible hand. The system detailed the new ability Ruler's Authority. Level 1. An active skill that required 0 mana. It allowed him to telekinetically move objects without physical contact. Suddenly, a projectile hissed through the air toward him. Suho tilted his head, narrowly evading the shot, and caught it barehanded. He looked up to find a goblin archer knocking another arrow. Suho pointed a finger. On archer. Mimicking the motion of a bow with his magic. He took aim. Let's return this to the sender. The arrow whistled through the air, piercing the goblin's face. Watching from the side, Beru was stunned. His adaptability is truly incredible, he thought. He recalled Suho as a toddler. Since he first learned to walk, his life has been like an epic myth of a rising hero. The young monarch had already mastered Ruler's Authority, the very power he inherited from the Shadow King himself. That power was built for total destruction, making it a heavy burden in a world of peace. But everything had changed now that the apostles of 𝐻𝐿 were invading Earth. Beru watched as the goblins snarled and brandished their claws below, witnessing Suho's fierce combat. He realized the successor's true strength was finally awakening. A message flashed. You have leveled up. Suho momentarily lost focus, thinking, so I can now lift about 10 kilograms using Ruler's Authority. That split second of distraction was all a goblin needed to lunge forward and slash him. As blood spurted out, the goblin grinned wickedly, only to be met with a crushing punch to the face. Surrounded, Suho gritted his teeth, clutching his wound. Beru cried out in distress. Young monarch. A massive shadow loomed behind the pack, sending the small scouts scurrying away in fear. A sinister red aura radiated from the newcomer. It was the goblin captain. The system warned health. 160 out of 190. Suho grabbed the dagger buried in his side. Damn. That hurts. He hissed, wrenching the blade out just as the next wave of goblins swarmed him. With a look of pure determination, he gripped the stolen dagger and charged back into the fray. He threw the blade with all his might, skewering the scouts before it buried itself deep in the captain's chest. Compared to his empty life before, Suho realized he had never wanted to live more than he did right now. Sweat poured down his face, but he didn't stop, clashing violently with the monsters. System alert health. 118 out of 190. He stood his ground alone, but his health continued to drop. Health. 84 out of 190. Gripping a short sword, he lunged forward one last time. Health. 53 out of 190. Suho drove the blade home. Goblins swarmed from all sides. Suddenly, the system announced Suho had mastered level 1 tenacity, followed by several other skills. Rapid level-up notifications flashed across the screen as blood pooled on the battlefield. Goblin corpses lay scattered everywhere in various states of defeat. Even their captain was down, lying lifeless on the dirt, exhausted. Suho exhaled deeply on the car hood. Finally, the timer hit 0. Mission accomplished. Beru clapped wildly with pride. Oh, truly unbelievable, simply magnificent. My lord, I always knew you would conquer this trial of judgment. My future king, you didn't even help. Suho snapped back. Then, the system asked, accept the quest rewards. Still catching his breath, Suho stared at the glowing screen. What is this? 2 new messages appeared. The rewards were finally ready. A runestone for shadow extraction. A runestone. Will I truly gain shadow extraction? He activated the skill without hesitation. Beru watched with pure joy. The future monarch wielding the legendary power of shadows, Suho admired his toned physique. My movements felt incredibly fluid and natural during that fight, beyond just understanding the ranks. I've managed to awaken several powerful new skills. Tenacity level 1, a passive skill, boosting physical defense by 20% without using mana. Jumping down, he told Beru. I feel powerful. My wounds even heal with every level up. Beru explained this system was an upgraded version of the one once used by Sung Jinwoo. It is the ultimate tool designed to ensure your absolute and steady growth. My lord, you aren't just unawakened, You are actually the world's most formidable necromancer. If you say so, Suho muttered wearily. Anyway, I've already confirmed the rewards. The system displayed the guide crushed the runestone to absorb the shadow extraction skill. Suho gripped the runestone firmly and shattered it with his bare hand. Instantly, he mastered shadow extraction, the absolute authority to command the shadows without mana. He could now raise shadow soldiers from corpses, though success depended on the target's strength and time of death. Current shadow soldier count 0 out of 3. I can actually manifest shadow minions, Suho asked. Baru eagerly explained the details. It raises soldiers from the dead. Just like me. It was the signature power of the Shadow King. So, as a necromancer, I must hunt my targets before I can control them. Does this mean I only control the weak? I heard. Summoners are usually bottom tier. With that thought, he reached his hand toward the fallen goblin lying in the dirt. The system confirmed extraction was available. Suho prepared to give the command, but the system prompted him. Please set a keyword. Suho grumbled. I have to create a catchphrase too, how annoying. As he pondered, Baru watched him with an intensely serious and expectant gaze. The keyword must be memorable. Suho thrust his hand forward and commanded, Arise. Following his shout, a dark, spectral hand slowly clawed its way out from the goblin's shadow. 3 shadow goblins emerged from the corpses. The system identified them as level 1. Common rank. Suho and Baru stared wide-eyed. So this is what shadow extraction looks like. Suho remarked, It's not as cool as I imagined. Suho added, instantly crushing the spirits of his new soldiers. Baru quickly explained that new shadow soldiers are often weaker than their living counterparts. And smaller, too, Suho noted. The 3 goblins began to weep, their pride utterly shattered. Suho frowned at his new subordinates. Just how much weaker are they? Baru's vague answer and the 1-day time limit left Suho feeling quite disappointed with the skill. Don't you have any similar skills? Baru sweated. No, I don't. Suho replied flatly. Baru slumped in despair. It seems your shadow authority depends on your level and intelligence stat. But surely, this skill will become an incredible and invaluable asset in the future. It is a world-class power, Suho sighed. Fine. I get it. Just stop being so gloomy. Baru took only a few steps before Suho's stomach gave a loud, ravenous growl. He suddenly realized, right, I haven't eaten a single bite in 2 whole days. Suho turned to Baru and asked, Is there any way for us to get out of this place? Baru replied, With the Shadow Dungeon key, you can leave whenever you wish. Suho nodded. All right, but we need to find some food first. Baru bowed. Suddenly, the system screen flickered. Do you wish to exit the Shadow Dungeon with 2 choices, accept or decline? Suho shoveled a spoonful of rice into his mouth, moaning in pure, unadulterated bliss, devouring his meal in the hospital bed. He muttered, Hospital food is actually pretty good. Baru watched him, speechless and utterly defeated, clenching his fist. Baru spoke solemnly. Young monarch, I must explain your duties. There are 3 missions bestowed upon us. First, we must protect Earth from the outer gods' monsters. Suho asked with his mouth full. You mean clearing dungeons? Baru nodded. Exactly. Naturally, you will level up every time you slay them. As you grow stronger, Earth's safety will be guaranteed, just as Lord Jinwoo once did. Baru continued. Second, we are tasked with finding the lost monarch. Is there any way to find my mother? Suho asked. Baru replied firmly. I am certain you will find clues by hunting monsters. Suho Sihil. So, I have to go back into those dungeons. Ignoring the question, Baru's eyes grew intense. Third, and most importantly, he emphasized each word. Restoring my former power. Tears welled up as Baru recalled his former glory. I am utterly sick of my current pathetic weakness. I wish to show the future king my true, overwhelming power. How do you plan on getting it back? Suho asked. Baru explained. Through absorption. I can consume the magic and wisdom of my targets. It was effective before I became a shadow soldier. But now, without mana from the king, I have no other choice, he concluded. Regardless, I simply need to consume anything containing mana. With his spoon still in midair, Suho glanced at him. So, we are going back to the dungeon. Soon. The plates were licked clean. Suho climbed out of bed. Ready for action? Baru hovered beside him. To enter a dungeon, you must first be recognized as a hunter. Go to the Hunter Association and measure your mana. Suho pondered. Amana test. I'm an awakened who just leveled up. Under the beautiful sunset, Suho wondered. I wonder what rank my power will be. What if I'm SES rank but at the association? Reality hit hard. The clerk announced his mana was only 46. The clerk stated clearly, "You are an E rank awakened." Suho's world plunged into darkness as he walked aimlessly through the busy, crowded streets. Seeing his silence, Baru hesitated before speaking. I have heard a hunter's rank is determined solely by their mana volume. That is because you focused entirely on increasing your strength stats. Young king, it is logical that your rank does not reflect your true skill. Suho Sihil. Stop. Your comfort only makes it worse. Staring at his hands, he faltered. My shadow authority. And now my rank. Can an E rank like me really protect the entire world? Baru urged him. You only need to continue leveling up. My future king. Suho gripped his fist. E and F ranks struggle just to get picked for strike squads. Getting into a dungeon will be nearly impossible. Suddenly, his eyes widened as a plan took root. Suho smirked. I might have a way. Baru listened, intrigued. As Suho began explaining his strategy, dungeon raids are split into roles. The strike squad focuses on killing the monsters. The collection team follows to gather carcasses, while the mining team extracts precious resources. Among those three, E-rank hunters can easily join the collection or mining teams. That way, even an E-rank can gain access to the dungeon. Soon, we're deep inside a dungeon where a mining team is hard at work. It is Suho. He startled the man beside him, saying, Teacher, thank you for recommending me for this. I just awakened, and you are the only other hunter I know. Thank you so much. I'm 𝐁𝐑𝐄 looked strangely guilty. Still mining. Suho added, I'm just glad to work with someone I know. Thanks to you, I'm finally in a dungeon. 𝐁𝐑𝐄 remained silent, offering no reply. After a tense silence, he finally speaks. Suho looks back with a polite nod. Yes, suddenly. I'm 𝐷𝐿 bows a full 90 degrees. Leaving Suho completely stunned. I'm truly sorry. He confesses. For everything that happened back at the school, the memory flashes back, students screaming for the teacher to act since he was an awakened. But 𝐷𝐿 had been paralyzed by fear. A lowly E rank who chose to flee. Now, he finally finds the courage to admit his shame. Despite being the only awakened present, he was terrified and ran away. As he remains bowed, his voice trembles with sincerity. I am so sorry that I couldn't do anything to help. Suho scratches his ear, feeling the awkwardness. Please, stand up. Teacher, like you said, you're only an E rank. The Hunter Association tells E ranks to retreat from monsters. Don't they? Honestly, who wouldn't follow those orders? Hearing this, 𝐷𝐿 freezes in shock. He stands up abruptly, eyes wide. Wait. Are you an E rank too? Suho gives an honest nod. Yes. My mana level is only 46. It's very low. 𝐷𝐿 gasps in disbelief. 46. That's even lower than mine. He stares at Suho, his mind racing. That can't be right. He thinks. The image of Suho battling the fire beasts is burned into his memory. I was sure I saw him fighting monsters on the roof while I was escaping. Looking at Suho mining rocks now, he begins to doubt his own sanity. Did I just see things? 𝐷𝐿 adjusts his glasses and sighs. Still, for an E rank to defeat monsters and survive. That is truly shocking news. Suddenly, Baru manifests right beside them. Precisely, our future king is nothing short of magnificent. 𝐷𝐿 turns and locks eyes with the shadow. A split second later, a blood-curdling scream erupts as the man falls back in pure panic. Monster, he shrieks. Suho glares at the shadow. Why did you have to show up so suddenly? You aren't as strong as I thought. Baru replies. So I must stay close to protect you. 𝐷𝐿's jaw drops. What you've awakened as a summoner, Suho. Unsure how to explain the system, just rolls with it. Yes. I suppose that's the case. 𝐷𝐿 is in awe. Many E ranks don't even have a single skill. You are incredibly lucky. Suho. He then proudly boasts about his own ability. As for me, I have a skill that lets me run really fast. Suho deadpans. Oh. So that's why you're so good at running away. 𝐷𝐿 instantly wilts into a ball of gloom. Suho tries to awkwardly comfort him. I was just joking. As 𝐷𝐿 sulks in his corner, Baru cackles. Impressive. Young king, you've completely shattered that man's spirit. Suho's attention is drawn to the dark tunnel ahead. Come to think of it, this is my first real dungeon outside of the shadow dungeon. The abyss ahead is pitch black. I wonder. He muses. If the attack team is already engaged in battle up there, the scene shifts to the mangled corpse of a fallen beast. A young swordsman pokes the carcass with his blade. This sector is completely empty. He concludes. 𝐁𝐑𝐄 nods. I knew at the moment those wolves jumped us. The team searches the cave, their voices echoing with disappointment. Wolf hides aren't even worth the effort of carrying them out. One hunter grumbles. The veterans try to keep the team's morale from dropping. Monostones often hide inside the corpses. So keep checking. Don't look so discouraged. We won't know the real haul until the very end. Just then, a scout shouts out, Captain, I've found something in this side passage. The captain grins. See, what did I tell you? They step into the hidden path and discover a massive chamber bathed in an eerie pink light. The members stare in confusion. What is this ruins inside a dungeon? Should we head back and call for support? One hunter checks their gear. My detection skills aren't picking up any monster signatures right now. If there are no monsters, another asks, then why are these ruins even here? After a brief pause, they reach a decision. Only one way to find out. Let's investigate. In the center of a stone circle sits a solitary sword. Who knows, someone whispers. Instead of a boss, we might have found a hidden treasure. The captain's face twitches with nervous excitement. This is insane. If this place really holds treasure, they gather around the pedestal, eyes gleaming. Whoa, look at this. This weapon looks incredible. We have to get this appraised, one yells. Do you think it's worth a fortune? Another cautions. Wait, treasure usually comes with traps. Be careful. As they hesitate, Kim Young-jun pushes his way forward from the back of the group. Step aside. He commands. I'll pull it out. The captain panics and tries to stop him. Wait, hold on. Kim Young-jun. It could be a trap, they warn. But Young-jun refuses to listen to their concerns. He grips the hilt with stubborn pride. Even if there is a trap, a C-rank tank like me can handle it just fine. Suddenly, a strange, chilling energy surges into his body. In an instant, his consciousness is pulled into a cold, isolated void. His entire team had vanished into thin air. Left alone and trembling, Yang Run could only wonder, what on earth is this thing? A thunderous rumble echoed as massive. Ancient eyes snapped open. Back in reality, the sword had been pulled from the stone. The team leader exhaled in relief, thinking they had avoided any traps. Noticing Kim's eerie silence, the leader called out to him. But Kim Young-run turned with a savage, bloodthirsty glare. His teeth bared as he hissed. Who dares? Infuriated by the disrespect, the leader tried to intimidate him. Watch yourself. Next time, be more careful. Before the sentence could even escape his lips, Yang-run's blade flashed. In a heartbeat, the leader's head was severed from his shoulders as Yang-run coldly walked past the falling corpse. The remaining members were paralyzed with terror, unable to utter a single word in the face of such brutality. Yang-run was now a monstrous sight, his face drenched in blood and a third eye splitting his forehead, twisted by a murderous aura. He roared. Who dares attempt to claim the Fang King's blade? Raising his voice to a low, menacing growl, he commanded, slaughter every last soul who dares trespass upon the king's domain. The survivors could do nothing but tremble in fear. A split second later, the air was filled with screams of kill as the scene descended into a chaotic, blood-soaked nightmare. One member watched in horror as his own comrades tore each other apart, his eyes filling with tears of despair. Kim Yang-run had truly transformed into a demon from hell. He continued to scream for blood, caught in a mindless, murderous frenzy. Meanwhile, the scene shifts over to the mining team. Two workers stopped their labor, sensing something was off. What's going on over there? On the other side, Suho and Yoon were relaxing while three goblin soldiers did all the heavy lifting for them. The others watched in total shock, wondering, is there really a summoning skill like this? Imog Yoon stared at him with a mix of disbelief and growing fear, trying to gauge Suho's true power. Usually, most summoners can only maintain one or two spirits at the same time. Yet this kid had summoned three, and that doesn't even count the talking ghost by his side. That makes four, doesn't it? He glanced at Suho and Baru, realization dawning on him that Suho's strength was far beyond that of any normal human. Suho watched his shadow soldiers work with a satisfied smirk. He thought to himself that while the 3-unit limit and the need for corpses made things slightly inconvenient, this shadow dungeon was practically overflowing with goblin corpses for him to utilize. They followed every petty order without a single complaint. Truly, this was an excellent arrangement. Turning to his companion, Suho remarked, Baru, you were right. This shadow extraction skill is absolutely incredible. Despite the praise, Baru looked entirely unimpressed. With an exhausted expression, he replied, "Young monarch, please stop using us for errands and then tossing out compliments like that." He then pivoted the conversation, asking, "Wasn't your main goal for coming here to level up your strength?" Suho leaned back casually and replied, "According to the Hunter Association laws, an E-rank hunter isn't allowed to enter dungeons alone. Since the ranking system was still new and prone to errors, he decided to wait until his mana increased further before retaking the evaluation." Nearby, the veteran workers felt insulted watching the two of them lounge around so lazily. They whispered among themselves, "If we lose focus, this rookie is going to dig up the entire hall before we do. Let's show this kid the true strength of his seniors." Suho ignored them, turning back to Baru. "By the way, do you remember our third mission? We need to complete it right here. Right now," Baru asked with a spark of excitement. "Do you mean restoring my lost power?" Looking at the mana fragments on the ground, Suho said, "You mentioned your strength would return if you consumed mana vessels. Didn't you? These mana crystal shards should contain exactly what you need." Baru, wanting to be absolutely certain, asked for clarification. Suho simply waved his hand dismissively. "Since you can't help mine the crystals, start cleaning up all the fragments dropped on the floor." Moments later, Baru was seen with a mouth stuffed full of mana stones, struggling to mumble a "yes" to Sarah in response. Suddenly, a strange energy surged through Baru. He began to stutter in pure shock. Young Monarch Suho remained calm and asked, "What is it?" Baru replied urgently, "I just sensed the presence of a monarch." Hearing those words, Suho whipped around and shouted, "Are you talking about my father?" Baru shook his head. It wasn't him. There were many others who possessed power similar to a monarch's. If it were Lord Jinwoo, Baru's power would have been instantly restored by his mere presence. As Baru concentrated, his expression darkened. "This scent? It definitely belongs to suddenly." A terrifying, primal roar echoed from deep within the tunnel. A veteran hunter tensed up, asking, "What was that sound?" Another worker stared into the pitch-black abyss with dread. That came from the direction of the attack team. An instant later, 3 glowing red eyes emerged from the darkness as a massive beastly claw stepped into the light. The mining crew recoiled in terror, staring at the 3 gargantuan wolves before them. The workers began to panic. "Monsters! How did they get in here?" The senior worker stepped forward to block their path, waving his arms and screaming, "Everyone, run for your lives." He swung his pickaxe wildly in a desperate attempt to fend them off, shouting, "Stay back! Don't you dare come any closer." Instead of retreating, the wolf lunged forward and crushed the pickaxe in its jaws. The senior worker froze, his face turning pale as he realized his weapon was snapped in two. Paralyzed by fear and with tears streaming down his face, he could only watch his impending death. Suddenly, a shadow leaped forward to intercept the beast. His senior called out, his voice thick with shock and worry. Suho glanced over and commanded, "I'll stall for time. Get out of here now." The man stammered a quick thanks before bolting away. Suho's gaze turned icy cold as he prepared himself for the impending slaughter. He narrowed his eyes at the glowing text above the monsters. "So, their names are highlighted in orange," he mused. That meant they were on the same level as the D-rank monsters he'd crushed at school. Making this a fight he could definitely win. He glanced back at the trembling 𝐁𝐑𝐄. A flicker of annoyance crossed his face. He could handle this alone. But protecting his teacher was another story. Despite his fear, 𝐁𝐑𝐄 stood his ground loyally. "You should run too. I'm here to evacuate everyone. And I won't just leave you behind." Suho offered a calm response. "In that case, please watch my back if things get truly dangerous." Secretly, he summoned his shadow goblins, barking a mental command: "Protect the teacher at all costs. Don't let anything touch him." With a focused thought, he called forth his inventory. The system window appeared, displaying his full arsenal. Suho began to make his choice. He drew a sharp sword, realizing the weapons scavenged from the goblins would be far more effective than a simple pickaxe. Behind him, 𝐷𝐿𝐁𝐿 watched in utter disbelief as a weapon materialized. He can even summon gear. Just what kind of skill is this? Suho kicked off the ground, his boots digging into the dirt as he lunged forward, crashing into the pack of steel-fanged wolves. A wolf lunged with its massive, jagged jaws wide open. Suho met it with a devastating strike, tearing through flesh as blood sprayed everywhere. The system chimed, "You have defeated a steel-fanged wolf." Seeing the kill, Baru and the 3 goblins behind him erupted in silent triumph. Suho activated his signature skill, his voice echoing with authority. "Arise," he commanded, reaching toward the carcass of the fallen predator. The onlookers gasped in sheer terror. Shadows swirled as the newly summoned Shadow Wolf stood tall, joining Suho to tear through the pack. Watching from the sidelines, Beru felt a surge of pride. "Young Monarch, you are finally beginning to master the true essence of shadow power." Suho watched with cold calculation as his Shadow Wolf ruthlessly tore into its former pack members, showing no mercy to its own kind. A thought occurred to him. Extracting and summoning these shadows didn't seem to cost a single drop of mana. If I increase my mana and expand my extraction limit, I won't just have summons. I'll have an entire invincible army. A bold idea took root. His blade moved like a blur of silver. "Let's push the limits," Suho muttered, driving his sword through a wolf's skull. Another system alert flashed. "You have defeated a steel-fanged wolf." Once more, Suho released the command that defied death. "Arise." Instantly, one shadow goblin vanished to make room for a new soul. The sudden shift left 𝐁𝐑𝐄 and the remaining goblin trembling in shock. The last goblin looked around frantically, realizing its comrades had been replaced. A wave of sorrow washed over the creature as it realized it was alone. The system screen flickered again with the relentless rhythm of battle. "You have defeated a steel-fanged wolf," knowing its turn was next. The final goblin's eyes welled with tears of heartbreak. Suddenly, a notification appeared. "You have leveled up." Suho extended his hand toward another wolf carcass, ready to arise. But then, a voice laced with pure confusion drifted from behind him. "Suho, is that you?" The young hunter froze, suddenly realizing he'd been seen, and slowly lifted his head. Dokkyun couldn't wrap his head around it. "There's no way your stats are just E rank," he stammered. "And you? You're controlling the dead." Suho scratched his cheek awkwardly, realizing he'd gotten a bit too carried away. "How on earth do I explain this?" he wondered. He struggled to find a believable excuse. Finally, he just shrugged sheepishly. "Well, the truth is, I really am just an E-rank hunter." Dokkyun didn't buy it for a second. He watched Suho closely, wondering if he was hiding his true power for some secret objective. Suddenly, the familiar chime of the system rang out once more. Suho's casual expression vanished, replaced by a look of sharp surprise. Two screens materialized, a new quest notification and a red-bordered urgent quest: eliminate the enemy. A malicious entity intends to take your life. Neutralize the threat immediately to ensure your survival. The warning felt cold and absolute. Enemy count 1. Enemies defeated 0. Suho's brow furrowed in confusion. A single target, just one mission. He turned his gaze back toward the dark tunnel. "But I killed every wolf in sight," he muttered. "So who is left?" A chill ran down his spine as the truth settled in. This means there's someone else lurking in the shadows. A real enemy, right on cue. Heavy footsteps echoed through the cavern. 𝐁𝐑𝐄 gasped in confusion as a figure slowly emerged from the darkness. Dokkyun's eyes widened as he recognized the face. "He's from the main raid team," he shouted. A glimmer of hope returning. The teacher rushed forward. "We're saved. We were ambushed by magic beasts. And things got incredibly dangerous. You have no idea what—" Suho's instincts screamed. "Wait, stop," he yelled. But his warning came too late. His eyes flared with intensity as he lunged forward. "It's a trap," Suho roared. Dokkyun froze, utterly bewildered. What? In that split second, Kim Young-jun swung his blade with murderous intent. Suho barely managed to yank the teacher back, shattering Dokkyun's glasses. Suho grabbed him by the collar, narrowly dodging the follow-up strike. The realization hit Suho like a physical blow. The Wolf Legion. Beside him, Dokkyun fell unconscious as Kim Young-jun barked the order to kill. "Damn it." Another crazed hunter, Suho cursed, dragging Indogan to safety. Since when did hunters start turning into literal monsters? He stared at the flickering status window above Kim Young-jun, possessed by Rakan's fangs. Even the blood-red name sent a chill down his spine. Memories of past battles flooded back. A red name meant one thing absolute: lethal danger. He had already experienced the terrifying, raw power of a red-grade enemy firsthand. "I have to get my teacher out of here," he decided, though hesitation gnawed at him. But Suho turned to his shadow ant. "Beru. Is he a monarch like me?" Beru's expression turned grim. "He possesses a monarch's aura, but his actual power is a mere shadow of the real thing. Still, you aren't strong enough to win yet." Suho began scrolling through his inventory, his resolve hardening. "Fine. Then." Beru tilted his head in surprise. As a forest of spectral blades materialized around him, Suho reasoned, The system ensures my survival and growth. Right. If it gave me this quest, it means there is a path to victory. I have to get stronger. Fast. It is the only way I'll ever see my parents again. Suddenly, his shadow wolves were obliterated by a single devastating strike from Kim Yong-jun. Kim's face was a mask of pure demonic rage. His humanity gone. Suho gripped his weapons, eyes burning with determination. I'll take him down and grow stronger. With a primal roar, the monstrous entity lunged, its maw agape, standing amidst a graveyard of blades. Suho braced himself. I will defeat him and evolve. A dark, heavy atmosphere settled over the battlefield. Beru hovered above. Asterisk, the young monarch. Asterisk, Suho stood tall, a lone figure facing the encroaching darkness. He had already conquered trials that would have broken any ordinary man, and the young monarch would never retreat. Beru stayed close by his side. Though he was still developing, the aura radiating from his soul was unmistakably that of a true king. Rakan's fangs lunged forward, power surging. His true form is the sword itself. My lord, Beru shouted. Sever his arm to break the connection to the host. Got it. Suho replied, his gaze narrowing as the enemy reacted. A pack of steel-fanged wolves charged, their eyes glowing with predatory malice as they lunged for the blade. Suho watched in awe as his mana breathed life into the fallen shadows. Whoa. They really did get back up. This is the essence of shadow soldiers, Beru explained. As long as your mana flows, they can revive infinitely. Blades clashed against fur as the wolves swarmed. Tell me, my lord, how do you find their strength? As Rakan's fangs tore through the ranks, Suho looked at Beru. Their strength it is. Beru looked slightly embarrassed. It seems the young monarch's mana is still a bit lacking. Rakan's fangs glared in disbelief. How is this possible? Red mist swirled around the blade as it descended. How can a lowly creature like you wield the Shadow Monarch's power? Suho's eyes widened in shock. Wait. That thing can actually talk. How dare you call the Shadow Monarch's bloodline? Lowly Beru shrieked in fury. The enemy bared his teeth. So, it is his bloodline. To think we'd meet here. The sworn enemy of the Beast King, with a thunderous roar. Rakan's fangs swung his blade, cutting through the air. Suho summoned a heavy axe, his eyes flashing. Let's start with a little warm-up then. Shall we? They collided in a blur of motion, the force of their impact shattering the ground and sending debris flying. Suho analyzed his opponent's speed. Impressive. You handled that well for a red name. Weapons began to levitate around him. Rakan's fangs let out a primitive howl. Suho gestured forward, commanding the floating blades. Let's see how you handle a crowd. The possessed hunter slashed frantically at the incoming storm. Beru watched, mesmerized. Asterisk, is that ruler's authority? Asterisk. He had used that power since he was a child, but one by one, the summoned swords were being reduced to scrap. The sheer pressure from the enemy was overwhelming. Suho winced as his current weapon shattered into 1,000 pieces. Rakan's fangs pressed the advantage. Even the goblin weapons were useless against such power. Suho barely managed to dodge. Asterisk, I can't just keep defending. One clean hit from that thing, and it is game over. The longer this dragged on, the slimmer his chances of victory became. Are you going to run like a coward? Rakan's fangs sneered. A weakling who can only hide behind the Shadow Monarch's name. Rage flared in Suho's eyes. Listen here, you bastard. Don't you dare insult my parents. He continued to weave through the lethal strikes, searching for an opening, despite the fear still clutching at his heart. Damn it. If only I possessed a little more strength, Suho muttered through gritted teeth. Beru, I have a question. If my seal was truly broken, then why hasn't my original power returned since I began climbing this tower? Beru quickly explained. Your true power was sealed since you were a child. Right now, you are simply reclaiming the strength you once possessed. If your full potential were unleashed, you would be more than capable of crushing those wretched creatures with ease. He continued. However, that realm is neither illusion nor reality. It is merely a trial to see if you can manifest your hidden talents. Your physical power will vanish regardless of whether you succeed or fail. This ultimate test of strength. Raising a finger, Beru added. In short, this has all just been an elaborate game from the start. Your experiences within the tower were not in vain. Call upon those memories, your fighting spirit, and the raw emotions you felt. Rakan's demon fangs swung towards Suho, forcing him to leap back. He remembered that sensation fighting with nothing but his bare hands. If only I still had those gauntlets from before. It would be absolutely perfect. Suho worried. Yet shadow soldiers followed a simple rule: as long as mana existed, they could revive infinitely. Baru realized he could shapeshift at will. If that was the case, the Steel Fang wolves would rise. Meanwhile, Rakan continued his relentless recording. Lethal assault. The same old trick. Can't you see it's useless against me? As the wolves lunged, he roared, "Let me kill you first." The wolf's eyes blazed with ferocity as its entire physical form began to distort and change. Suho swept his arm aside as Rakan brought his blade down. The demon laughed triumphantly, but his expression soon shifted to pure bewilderment. The blade was halted. The Steel Fang wolf truly lived up to its name. The rank 1 Shadow Wolf transformed into powerful steel gauntlets. A notification flashed before his eyes. The Shadow Extraction skill has leveled up to the next rank. Level 2. Shadow Extraction Shadow Authority. It required no mana and allowed him to freely manipulate his soldiers' forms. Now, I can fight you head on. The two warriors lunged at each other once more in a deadly clash. Watching from above, Beru began to tremble. Good heavens. He's using a shadow soldier as a weapon. The Shadow Monarch has reached a level of absolute authority over the darkness, but the young monarch has only just unlocked the secrets of shadow authority. His power is like a newborn ant's, yet without any guidance. He has already evolved his shadow authority on his own. Suho struck with overwhelming force, his fighting spirit radiating since the start. He truly possessed the aura of a supreme ruler. Rakan was blown back, his sword flying from his grip. The demon staggered, terrified by Suho's immense strength and shadow authority. "Oh, my glorious monarch!" Suho's gaze turned cold and sharp as he sent Rakan reeling backward with another devastating strike. A massive explosion shook the earth, sending debris flying. As he screamed, an axe lying on the ground ascended into the air. Young monarch Suho snatched the axe from the air and lunged toward Rakan, delivering a brutal, direct strike to his chest. With cold eyes, he proved his genius. "I was concerned about your red tier name," Suho said icily. "But I never doubted I'd defeat you," Baru chimed in from the side. "I never once doubted your inevitable victory." "My league." The young monarch scoffed at the blatant lie. Baru glanced at his transformed arm as Suho watched with growing fascination. "At least I've mastered a new way to fight. Quite a harvest." He reached out as a selection window appeared. "Your quest completion rewards have arrived." It was finally time to confirm and inspect the spoils of his hard-earned victory. Quest rewards are ready. Reward Whirlwind/Runestone. A notification confirmed you have learned the skill Whirlwind/Level 1. An active skill requiring 50 mana. It infuses your blade with the devastating power of a vortex. I can strike multiple enemies at once. Suho stood tall. This was the exact reward he had been hoping for most. He felt the skill become instinctual. Glancing back, he realized the trial period had officially come to an end. His transformed arm dissolved, returning to its original state. Suho scanned the ground, muttering, "Now, I need a proper weapon." The fallen blade seemed to possess a mind of its own. How humiliating. Defeated by the Shadow Monarch's descendant, dark energy enveloped the steel. Yet, it wasn't over. After all, human greed is truly a bottomless pit. Suho reached for the blade. The weapon hissed inwardly. "Yes. The moment you claim me, I shall devour your flesh." He lifted the blade. Notification: you have obtained the item Rakan's Fangs. Suho hoisted the weapon high into the air. This definitely looks much more impressive than whatever Gonbin is carrying. The soul within the sword was shocked. "I think's full section. Who hold the Beast King's power cannot possess him." Suho simply smirked. "Time to test this." Another notification flashed: blessing. You have been granted the blessing of the great sorcerer 𝐁𝐑𝐿. This blessing grants you a resilient physique and an eternally healthy life. Effect permanent. You have gained absolute immunity to all diseases, toxins, and debuffs. While you slumber, your body will undergo explosive growth. Suho gripped his blade tightly, drawing it back before hoisting it high with icy resolve. He lunged forward, shattering the earth beneath him. Skill-activated Cyclone Slash. The ground cracked under the pressure as Suho surveyed the devastation with a look of grim pride. "Draining all my mana in a single strike is a huge risk, but I love this destructive power." Beru descended, his voice booming. "Your reaction is far different than when you witnessed Shadow Extraction. The true power of darkness is 1,000 times more majestic than this." Suddenly, a man stirred within the ruins and sat upright. Suho jumped back in shock. "Master, you're finally awake," he asked, rubbing his head. "Suho, what on earth happened here?" the man shouted. "It is going to take me quite a while to explain everything." "Master, let us walk and talk outside." They stepped out onto the busy city streets. where the crowds moved in a restless thrum. Suho turned back to the man. I will check the dungeon for any remaining survivors first. The man nodded firmly. Understood. Do it. Suho approached a shimmering, swirling portal. The boy inside was only an E-rank hunter. Yet he possessed a rare summoning ability. The man watched him, deep in thought. It seemed like a minor detail. But how could Suho have become this powerful? He watched the survivors talking amongst themselves. His father's past. It didn't seem to matter anymore. What truly mattered was that Suho had saved them. Their voices rose in relief. I'm okay. I can't believe we actually made it out. Savage howls filled the air as wolves lunged at Suho. System alerts flashed across his vision. Steel-fanged wolf defeated. Target slain. Level up. Suho wiped the sweat from his brow. There are still quite a few beasts left in this area. Baru hovered over the fallen wolves. These are precious experience points. My lord, you must not let them go to waste, Suho shivered. Hey, staring at the blade floating in midair. Suho questioned it. Why did your attack power suddenly drop so drastically? The sword vibrated as if answering him. Did you think Rakan's Fang would ever willingly serve the heir of the Shadow Monarch? This was no ordinary weapon. It was forged from the fangs of the Beast King. Rakan. His vengeful soul still dwelled within the steel. If a weakling dared to wield it, the sword would seize control of their body. This was the rejection of the weak effect. Skill terror inflicts fear on your target for 1 minute. Mortal wound increases the chance of a devastating way. Fatal strike. You have a 15% chance to land a true damage hit, doubling your output. Baru flew toward the defiant sword, a skill that only works against the weak. How pathetic. Baru mocked. The sword barked back. Pathetic. No hunter seeks prey stronger than themselves. Baru countered sharply. Our young monarch crushed you effortlessly. Doesn't that prove his power is far beyond yours? The sword stammered. Speechless. Suho sighed to himself. First a talking ant. Now a talking sword. His life was becoming a chaotic mess. Ignoring the treasure-filled cart, he stepped into the dungeon's grand hall. The chamber was a silent graveyard of shattered stone and corpses. Suho watched intently as Baru inspected the bodies. It appeared that everyone in the hall had already perished. The sword floated over, declaring, I only kill those who trespass. Protecting the Beast King's domain is my duty. Suddenly, Suho snatched it. Suho slammed the blade into the ground with a powerful thud. Be quiet for a moment. I've heard enough. Dark energy swirled around him as a prompt appeared. Shadow extraction is possible. Can I really perform extraction on humans? Suho asked. Baru replied instantly. As long as they are deceased. My lord. You can turn anyone into a soldier for your eternal army. He reached out, lifting the fallen men over his shoulders as he turned to leave. Baru was stunned. You aren't going to extract them? No. Suho replied firmly. Forcing the dead to continue fighting is nothing short of an eternal punishment. Baru watched his back with growing awe. Young monarch. You are like a white shroud already soaked in blood. Suho turned to him. Baru. You said this was a monarch sanctuary. Right, and what about my father killing them? Does it involve the Atarim? The Atarim are the current enemies of all monarchs. Baru explained. You only need to understand that the past rulers are now your foes. Think of them as shadows of a bygone era. There were 9 monarchs in total, including yourself and the great Sung Jinwoo. He continued. The great Sung Jinwoo, your father, is the Shadow Monarch, the absolute king of the dead. The others were the king of beasts, the monarch of fangs, and the queen of insects, the monarch of plagues, followed by the monarch of monstrous humanoids, the Iron Body Monarch, the king of demons, the monarch of giants, the Frost Monarch, the Transfiguration Monarch, and the king of dragons, the monarch of destruction. Baru's voice grew heavy. All 9 monarchs possessed an unfathomable power that defied human understanding. But when they invaded Earth, 8 of them were slaughtered by Lord Jinwoo's hand. Suho was speechless. My father did all that. The sword embedded in the ground snarled. That is right. The Shadow Monarch is our eternal enemy who murdered my master. The Beast King. It continued its venomous threat. If I had my strength, I would execute you. I'd hack the Shadow Monarch's heir into pieces for the wolves to devour. Suho fell silent for a moment before speaking. I understand the world you came from, he explained. My father defeated the other monarchs to protect Earth. Just as you guard this sanctuary from invaders, we both fight only to protect what we cherish. However, Suho continued, there is one key difference. You attacked me simply because you perceived me as his descendant. He stepped forward boldly. If your duty is to protect this place, Isn't it foolish to oppose my father? The one even the Beast King could not defeat. Rakan's fang recoiled in utter shock at his words. What is it? Suho asked. I must find my parents, who are currently unreachable due to the outer gods. To achieve that, I will borrow power from anyone. If the Atarim invade, this sanctuary will never know peace again. If you aid me, I will help you protect this realm. Suho finished and waited in silence. Rakan's fang hesitated, wondering if it should truly ally with the Shadow Monarch's heir. Suho gripped the hilt. What is your answer? He knelt slightly and declared, Shadows and the Beast King shall stand on the same side. Meanwhile, the city buzzed with life under a clear blue sky. A man sat beside a girl, smiling as he took notes. Can we hear the specific details about yesterday's incident? Where exactly was the Rank D dungeon strike team wiped out? The man opposite him smirked, raising a cup of hot coffee. I am Mogun, the sole survivor of yesterday's tragedy. I will tell you everything that happened. He believed that if the world knew the truth, Suho would be treated better despite being a Rank E hunter. This was his chance to repay him. That night, the article went viral online. A Rank E hunter had charged into the dungeon to rescue his trapped comrades. The report included eyewitness accounts of a Rank E hunter rushing toward monsters to save everyone, along with heartfelt testimonies from those he rescued. A man scratched his head with his pen. Isn't it about time we hired some proper guards? He was from the second management office of the Black Turtle Guild. Yes. They are furious and demanding more manpower for data collection. I suggest we hire more Rank E hunters. Manager Lee Young-ho read the news and suggested, I have a candidate for you. What do you think of him? Let's see. A Rank E hunter who fought in a Rank D dungeon, evacuated the mining team, and carried the wounded to safety. The other man gasped in disbelief. A Rank E hunter managed to accomplish all of that. Lee Young-ho laughed. If a major guild like ours recruits him, don't you think it will cause quite a stir? Staring at Suho's file on the desk, a hero had emerged from the Rank E fodder. I will try to contact him immediately. Young-ho put his phone down and stood up, confidently asking his subordinate, have you received a response from Hunter Sung Suho yet? A rookie like him should be overjoyed to receive an invite from the Black Turtle Guild. The employee looked at his screen, looking troubled. Well, he actually rejected the offer. Sir. Young-ho's face contorted in rage as he shouted, What? He couldn't believe his ears and yelled frantically. He rejected us. The Black Turtle Union, a Rank E rookie, turned down a powerhouse guild like us. How is that possible? The employee sighed, struggling to find the words. It seems he has no interest in joining any guild at all. Young-ho exploded in frustration. A hunter who doesn't want to join a team. Does he think he is some rank-ass powerhouse? The employee remained calm and optimistic. I believe he will contact us again soon. He will soon realize how difficult it is to be a hunter without guild support. Meanwhile, Suho's phone was flooded with scout messages. He stared at the screen and sighed. Suho was utterly exhausted by the mountain of invitations. I have been bombarded with offers ever since I entered that dungeon. Baru remained optimistic and encouraging. Many crave your talent. Young Monarch Suho dried his hair, looking confused. But they only want to hire me as a guard or scout. Why are there so many invites? He had no idea this was actually the work of his esteemed teacher. Suho slumped onto the sofa and muttered, Joining a guild will only hinder the system's leveling. I have no reason to join. After clarifying his path, he turned his gaze back to the sword resting beside him. Now, shall we continue our chat? Rakan's fang, rewinding a few hours. Suho had gripped the hilt tightly. What do you think? He asked boldly. Shadows and fangs belong together. The sword was caught in deep thought, its spirit trembling. How could he state something so logically absurd with such absolute certainty? Yet, the sword could not deny one truth. The shadows could be a powerful ally rather than a foe. At that moment, it agreed to cooperate on one condition. Take me to another sacred sanctuary of the Beast King, back in the present. Suho asked the sword, Do you actually know where that place is located? The fang of Rakan spoke with conviction. I know the location of the Beast King's sanctuary, it claimed, continuing to leak more intel, regardless of the distance. The gate leading there has vanished. What humans call a dungeon break has already occurred. Hearing this, Suho calmly noted, Then the sanctuary must be a field dungeon. A field dungeon emerges when a break happens at an unguarded gate, allowing monsters to seize the land and turn it into a desolate wasteland. Before jumping into action, he didn't forget to send a quick message to his family. Uncle, I'm heading out for a bit. Don't worry if I'm gone. He then muttered to himself. All right. Message sent to Uncle. Next, he geared up, shouldered his blade, and gave a dramatic shout for the vibe. Time to hit the road. Moments later, Suho arrived at the foot of a mountain range, standing before the massive iron gates. Suho stared inside for a long time, his face paling as he asked, "Is this truly the place?" 𝐻𝐿𝐄𝐍 replied, "Indeed." Suho looked at the sign for Mount Wanox, noting it was restricted to the Hino Guild, and sighed, "This is bad. It looks like this area is already under the control of a hunter guild." He stood before the towering, barbed wire fence, reading up on the owners. Trespassing was illegal, and this Hino Guild, formed by former gangsters, had quite the terrifying reputation. Hearing this, Baru immediately chimed in with his own opinion. "You shouldn't listen to this lowly creature, young monarch. Instead, I strongly suggest we focus on thining about a rank up." Before he could finish, Suho's eyes flashed with a sharp light. "What are you doing?" Baru asked, confused. A pale blue aura swirled around Suho's hands as he smirked, ready to move. Baru was still puzzled. "But what about the Hina Guild?" Suho answered while remotely dismantling the surveillance cameras. "I have my ways." Suho clenched his fist, and the surveillance camera was instantly crushed into scrap metal. He laughed as it dangled from the pole. "There goes the evidence." Baru, acting as a longtime steward, couldn't help but comment, "The way you handle things. It reminds me so much of Lord Jinwoo." Having dealt with the cameras, Suho vaulted over the fence and marched into the mountains. He noticed a strange mist swirling around him. "Do all field dungeons have this blue-colored fog?" Baru explained thoroughly. "This is mana from the outer universe. It tears through three-dimensional walls and spreads disease across the world. This mist was the very reason the sanctuary could break through dimensions and link with Earth." He continued, providing Suho with even more knowledge. "Entities from the void are trying to tear a massive hole in this three-dimensional space to deploy their armies. The more mana there is, the more things are influenced by dimensional travel, just like me." After hearing the explanation, Suho grinned. "So, it'll still be a while before the truly powerful ones show up." "Right." Seeing Baru remain silent, he decided to let loose. Time to move fast and level up. In the blink of an eye, several monsters lunged from the shadows. Some were swinging from the branches, hideous, monkey-like creatures known as 𝐁𝐑𝐄. On the ground, leopard-like beasts called Break Shadow Rajans snarled with bared fangs. 𝐻𝐿𝐄𝐍 spoke up from its pouch. "It's time to show them your power." Surprised by its sudden enthusiasm, Suho remarked, "Oh, you're surprisingly reliable, aren't you?" "However," Suho added, "but I won't be using you as my primary weapon." 𝐻𝐿𝐄𝐍 gasped in shock. "What?" Cracking his knuckles, Suho charged forward with his fists. "I've already worked out my attack strategy." He opened with a devastating uppercut to a Break Shadow Rajan's jaw. "I'll use these hand-to-hand combat combos as my foundation." Then, he flicked his finger, activating the skill Ruler's Hand. He telekinetically slammed 𝐻𝐿𝐄𝐍 into a distant foe while delivering a kick to a nearby target, explaining his strategy using monarchical authority for mid to long-range support. Once 𝐻𝐿𝐄𝐍 finished its target, it flew back to his hand. He then shredded the remaining pack with his storm/skill. The doomed monsters had no chance. "I'll use a variety of weapons so the enemy can never predict my next move." After wiping out the group, Suho ignited 2 swirls of black and blue energy. "Cool." Dark blue gauntlets materialized on his arms as he struck a pose. Ending his solo presentation, he prepared his equipment for shadow extraction. "This is my new way of fighting." Baru, now a total fanboy, praised him loudly. "So cool, young monarch." Meanwhile, 𝐻𝐿𝐄𝐍 fell into deep thought. "So, this is the power of the Shadow Monarch's bloodline." Watching Suho fight forced the weapon to realize the terrifying truth. The more enemies there are, and the longer the battle lasts, the more his power grows using their corpses. No wonder we lost the war. Shortly after slaying the monsters, he initiated the shadow extraction. In an instant, Suho gained 5 new pets. Looking at the loyal shadows, he noted with satisfaction, "My increased intelligence stat lets me control 5 shadow soldiers now." But Baru, still stuck in his old ways, scoffed. Compared to Lord Jinwoo, this is quite pathetic. He was immediately silenced by a ruthless smack from his new boss. "Shut it." After the one-sided scolding, the group ventured deeper into the dark forest. 𝐻𝐿𝐄𝐍 came to a halt right here. It revealed that this was once the very site where the gateway to the sanctuary stood. Looking down from Suho's vantage point, the place looked like an ordinary warehouse, or perhaps a hidden base of some kind. He watched patiently and spotted guards lingering around a dim charcoal fire. "How annoying. People are still here at this hour." Baru grumbled. "They sure are working hard." But as Suho watched, something felt off. Why on earth would they stay out here this late? Hunting monsters is usually a daytime job. Just as he wondered why. A mysterious convoy suddenly appeared in the distance. The base guards swung the gates open, clearing a path. Moments later, a heavily armored vehicle rolled inside and came to a stop. Seeing the scene below, Suho's expression darkened instantly, his eyes burning with a growing sense of intense fury. Several captives, both men and women, were forced out of the vehicle, all blindfolded and bound. Suho was left speechless. Worse yet, one blindfolded girl was being targeted and taunted by a vile thug. Suho asked quietly, "A Baru, are we witnessing a kidnapping right now?" Baru frowned instinctively at the sight. "It certainly appears that way." Young Monarch, knowing the boss's family traits too well, Baru quickly advised, "Young Monarch, we're trespassing. It's best not to interfere, or your hunting rights might be revoked." But it was already too late. When Baru turned around, only a faint wisp of smoke remained where Suho had been standing. Startled, Baru looked toward the base and saw his young monarch had vanished. "He's already gone." He sighed. With a father who was a veteran detective and a grandfather who was a legendary firefighter, 21-year-old Sung Suho was raised on justice. At that moment, the terrified girl wept as a rogue hunter began to stroke her cheek with a vile smirk. The hunter sensed Suho's presence and whipped his head around. But Suho's foot was already descending toward the top of his skull. To defend justice, he had developed a habit of acting first and thinking later. Suho descended like a god, his boots slamming into the hunter with enough force to crush the man's skull. Seeing this, Suho's summons worried for their future. Baru facepalmed in defeat. Meanwhile, the other hunters were stunned by the sudden ambush. He delivered a thunderous kick and landed as fast as a lightning bolt. The rogue hunter was out cold instantly. After taking one down, he turned his cold gaze toward the rest. Finally reacting, a bald hunter let out a furious roar. "Who the hell are you?" he yelled. Another thug helped their fallen comrade up as Suho's rationality finally began to kick back in. "Oh no. I did it again." Suho thought in a panic. "I acted before thinking." He could already feel a massive headache coming on. Trespassing on another guild's territory is illegal. What now? Suddenly, a brilliant idea flashed through his mind to handle the situation. Suho grabbed a nearby shadow summon. He compressed the shadow until it formed a makeshift mask, completely hiding his identity. Reclaiming his composure, he began his interrogation. "Considering you've committed kidnapping and endangered innocent lives, what the hell is the Hyena Guild doing?" The kidnappers shouted back in defiance. "We should be the ones asking you that. You've not only trespassed on our territory, but you actually dared to attack us. Do you have a death wish? Tired of talking?" The leader roared. "Kill him, on command." The other hunters charged forward without a moment's hesitation. The lead attacker lunged with his spear. Suho swayed back and forth, dodging every strike with effortless ease, dodging blows. He evaluated their strength. "I've checked Hyena members are mostly D rank. I'd better hold back a bit to be safe." Plan set. Suho unleashed a powerful hook. The unlucky target was sent flying backward as if he'd been blasted by a cannon. That thug crashed into another, sending them both hurtling through the air until they slammed hard against the base wall, frozen by the sheer power of that single punch. The others couldn't even move before Suho was already lunging toward them. He performed a mid-air split kick, his boots burying themselves into his enemies' faces. Watching this, Baru was overcome with emotion. Having served the young monarch since he was in diapers, Baru couldn't help but feel a deep sense of overwhelming pride. "You've grown so strong. D-rank awakeners are no match for you now," Baru cried out, truly moved by his master's growth. Suho, however, was surprised by how weak they were. He scratched his cheek and muttered, "Well, that was surprisingly easy." The system instantly updated his status window. It read Sung Suho, level 16, class None, title None, HP 2350, MP 235, strength 33, stamina, agility, intelligence, and sense 25. Points 0. Minutes later, Suho finished tying the villainous hunters together, leaving them so battered even their parents wouldn't recognize them. Dusting off his hands, he heard Baru praise his clean and efficient work. "Young monarch." Only then did the captives find the courage to approach. A young woman stepped forward. "Thank you so much for saving us. Are you from the Hunter Association?" Startled, Suho played it off. "Yeah, something like that. I'll handle things here. So get to safety." Still reeling from the trauma of the kidnapping, The innocent civilians continued to tremble uncontrollably as they retreated. They barely managed to escape that living nightmare. As Suho watched their car disappear, a nagging question filled his mind. Why was the Hina Guild kidnapping people? Rahan's Fang suddenly interrupted his curiosity with a sharp, heavy tone. I can feel it. The sword warned sternly. Suho blinked, confused. What are you saying? Rahan's Fang glared toward a nearby building. The reason I brought us here is right there. Suho opened the heavy shutter, peering into the dark, and froze in shock. Looming within the shadows were several massive, cold iron cages. Needles and vials were everywhere, seeing signs of life inside those bars. Suho wondered, were they actually imprisoning people here? Beru sensed a hauntingly familiar presence and frowned. This faint, hazy energy. It couldn't be. They approached one of the cages, only to find a living creature huddled inside. Seeing the chained beast, Suho was baffled. Why would they go as far as locking up a dog here? What is the Hina Guild planning just then? The sword's icy voice cut through the air. That is no dog. It is a wolf cub. The sword's voice trembled. That is the descendant of the beast monarch. The Fang King. Suho gasped. What? Rahan's Fang remembered. After the Fang King's defeat, a guardian was sent to escort his descendants to a sacred land. He believed that as long as his bloodline survived, a new Fang King would eventually rise again. I had lost all hope for a new king. Without hesitation, Suho shattered the cage and freed the small cub. He cradled the cub as Rahan's Fang spoke. I only prayed that his bloodline would somehow survive. Beru leaned in closer, his sharp eyes inspecting the cub in Suho's arms. I feel the Fang King's aura, but its life force is weak. If left alone, it will surely die. Beru asked. Young monarch, what will you do? Looking at the suffering cub, Suho felt a wave of pity. Before Suho could answer, a menacing, arrogant voice sliced through the silence. What have we here? I expected several intruders after the trash outside was cleared. But it's just one person. How disappointing. The shadow mask covered Suho's face as he gritted his teeth. Damn it. Was there one left? Seeing the owner of the voice, Suho froze in disbelief. A monster. Before him stood a towering creature, covered in thick fur and armed with lethal, razor-sharp claws. The beast sneered. The Hina Guild is useless. I suppose humans can never be trusted after all. The sword erupted with agitation. Rocky, you're still alive. Suho wondered if they knew each other. Rahan's Fang replied. He was the protector of the Fang King's bloodline. The creature recognized the voice and chuckled. It has been a long time. Rahan's Fang. So, you survived too. The sword flared with indignation at the creature's cold indifference. Rocky, have you forgotten your duty to protect the monarch's descendants? The sword's frustration reached its limit. How could you let them fall into this state? Brokey's eyes narrowed with intense displeasure. What did you say? In a flash, he closed the distance. Human. You dare touch what belongs to me. Brokey snatched the cub away. Suho couldn't even track the movement. He's too fast. Suho couldn't even speak. The beast struck. Suho reflexively blocked. But the raw power was overwhelming. He stood no chance. The impact sent Suho spiraling backward, crashing through a brick wall and sliding across the floor. Beru panicked and flew after him. Young monarch Suho slammed into shipping containers before finally coming to a stop. Beru rushed to his side. Young monarch. Are you all right? Suho muttered. That was the most painful hit recently. Seeing Suho's battered state, Beru cried out in horror. Your head is bleeding. Suho rubbed his neck. My head is ringing. So please, stop shouting. System notification. Endurance skill leveled up. Physical resistance increased from 20 to 40%. Beru reported seriously. Young monarch. The moment you arrived, I felt a trace of a strange energy. I finally realized what it is. Itarim. I can feel Itarim's corrupted energy radiating from him. Suho went dead silent, his eyes hardening. Inside the warehouse, Rahan's Fang let out a roar of fury. Brokey, what have you done to the Fang King's descendant? Brokey suddenly questioned the blade. How do you think I maintained this strength after losing my holy sanctuary? He didn't wait for an answer. It is the law of survival. The weak exist only at the mercy of the strong. It is natural for the weak to resist. Brokey stared at the wolf cub with eyes full of madness, his jaws wide. This brat is a pathetic weakling. Yet he carries the noble bloodline of the King of Fangs. He is the finest source of nourishment in this land. He salivated greedily, his voice dripping with sinister pride. That is exactly why I devoured him. Brokey recounted his cruelty with a sickening, joyful tone. The aura around Rahan's Fang grew violent. I drank his royal blood constantly. The blood of the King of Fangs. The sword groaned in fury. Brokey became more frenzied, his face twisting into a mask of psychotic defiance. My final task is to slaughter you all. What can a cripple like you hope to achieve alone? He mocked Suho relentlessly, unaware of another enemy moving in the shadows. Rahan died because he was a weakling. Brokey's arrogance flared. I have survived this long because I alone am strong enough to rule. Suho flicked his wrist, his fingers snapping like a trap. As Brokey boasted, a flash severed his grip, dropping the cub. I am the only one fit to succeed the king. A second later, Brokey's smirk vanished as he stared at his wounded wrist. Beru caught the little wolf just in time, huffing with a look of pure, cold disdain. Suho summoned Rahan's fang. The blade danced through the air, dodging Brokey's claws before landing firmly in Suho's hand. The sword felt heavy with grief. Suho gripped it gently. I see. You are truly furious with him, aren't you? That works for me. I have my own business to settle with this monster. Suho's own rage was reaching a boiling point. A brilliant blue aura erupted around him. Flickering like a freezing flame, he coldly declared the first alliance between Shadow and Fang. Deep inside, his heart pounded with intense excitement. Itarim. I have finally found a clue about my father. Brokey. His moment ruined. Exploded with a blood-red aura. How annoying. He muttered. An insect like you dares to stand against me. A strange mark appeared in his eyes. I will kill you. Brokey growled. Right then, the system flashed with an urgent notification for a new quest. Emergency quest hunt, the Hina leader. Defeat Brokey and ensure your survival. Progress 0 out of 1. Beru stood outside the battlefield holding the cub, whining in frustration that he could only watch. The cub gathered its strength to open its eyes. Seeing the dependable silhouette of Suho's back, the air turned thick with tension as they locked eyes. The system window flashed once more with mission details. Urgent mission: neutralize Brokey and survive. Current objective: eliminate Brokey. Progress 0 out of 1. Suho immediately focused on the key terms: Hina and Brokey. He studied the wolf, realizing something strange. How could a monster lead a human guild and kidnap people? Could this be another scheme related to the Itarim? As they prepared to clash, the members of the Hina guild cried out, Lord Brokey, please save us. The hunters faced the battlefield, pleading desperately. That man is dangerous. Let us help you fight him. Facing Brokey alone was already a challenge. Suho tightened his grip, determined not to let him gain allies. But before Suho could act, Brokey turned his snapping jaws toward his own Hina guild members. To everyone's horror, Brokey swallowed their heads in a single, lightning-fast blur. He was a monster of pure lethality. Suho stood frozen in shock. Brokey wiped his blood-stained muzzle and turned back with a cold, mocking gaze. Did you think I needed help against a bug? Those who forget their place deserve immediate execution. Without a word, Suho blurred forward, closing the distance instantly. Brokey. A powerful strike collided with Brokey's claws. In this moment, Suho's fury had finally reached its peak. He was disgusted. Even though he had just beaten them himself, he couldn't stand the casual slaughter. You dare kill your own for such a reason, Brokey laughed, treating the weak as nothing more than insects. Deciding who lives or dies is the ultimate privilege of the strong. Boy, he swiped, slamming Suho into the stone wall. The powerful need no reasons for what they desire. Though he was sent flying, Suho skillfully used his momentum to land on the wall with his feet. The danger escalated. Sensing an incoming strike, Suho looked up to see Brokey charging. He instantly activated Ruler's Hand to evade the impact. He relied on the massive power gap to launch a relentless assault, targeting every spot Suho landed. Yet Suho managed to evade with lightning-fast agility. With every strike of its limbs, a new crater was carved into the earth. Brokey fought without restraint, his bloodlust growing more savage and frenzied with every passing second. After several missed strikes, it unleashed a decisive slash that tore through the wall like paper. Only after the dust settled did Brokey sense the looming danger. He looked up to see Suho descending from the sky, framed by the ruins and falling debris. Swinging his blade with wind-like speed, he delivered dozens of slashes in a single heartbeat. Storm slash, he roared in his mind. However, despite the visually stunning display, the attack barely left a scratch. Brokey let out a mocking, sinister laugh. Is that all? You are a disgrace to the Fang Monarch's legacy. But as the mockery left its lips, Rahan's fang pierced deep into its chest. Suho did not stop there, his eyes cold as he gestured. I am just getting started. With a sharp cry, the blade began to spin like a cyclone, aiming to bore a hole straight through its heart. As Rahan's fang whirled like a drill, it continued its assault while mourning its fallen comrade. Brocky, how did you fall this low? The blade cried out, desperate to understand the truth. You once held such deep respect and swore eternal loyalty to Lord Rahan. What changed you? These piercing questions made Brocky freeze. For a fleeting moment, a towering silhouette flickered in its mind. Did I truly respect Rahan? But the memory was instantly overwritten by a sinister golden seal. The mark flared in Broky's eyes, and its aura exploded with violent intensity. Losing control, Broky grabbed the blade and shattered it into pieces with a ruthless strike. No, it screamed. It howled like a madman, as if brainwashing itself to erase that final shred of sanity. I never respected him. I only submitted because I had no choice. Its screams were filled with a haunting desperation. I will never return to that pathetic life. Seeing Broky descend into madness, Suho cried out in worry for his ally, having destroyed the sword. Broky turned its venomous gaze towards Suho, worrying about others. How pathetic. It sneered. A heavy blow landed, and Suho gasped as a searing pain shot through his body. My bones. They are breaking, he thought, eyes wide. Yet, even so, Suho refused to yield. With the image of Jinwoo in his heart, he lowered his center of gravity to stay upright while dark shadows swirled around his fists. In an instant, formidable gauntlets forged from pure shadow took shape. Without a moment's hesitation, Suho lunged forward with a full power strike, fueled by a burning resolve to not fall here. A brutal exchange of blows began. Baru trembled with excitement at the sight of the young monarch. Meanwhile, Rahan's fangs shattered completely, even the embedded gem cracking under the strain. Through those cracks, the power dwelling within began to leak out uncontrollably. Rahan's fang felt a sense of despair, its power fading, until it heard a young, defiant growl. Was this the end? The survival of the successor and the future of the Fang clan rested solely on one person. Suho spoke up. I still want to fight. I have to keep fighting. It was the voice of the small wolf cub, struggling to stand despite its wounds. Seeing that unwavering gaze, the sword realized this was Rahan's true heir. I understand now. It looked toward the battlefield where Suho and Broky were trading devastating punches. Suddenly, the cub was bathed in a radiant golden light, its eyes glowing. The sword wondered, was it being moved by Sung Suho's indomitable fighting spirit? At last, the sword found its purpose. The aura surrounding it flared up like a blazing wildfire. I remember now. My final task is to pass all my remaining power to the monarch's descendant, bound by its will. The entire blade of Rahan's fang transformed into a magnificent, fiery radiance. That fire flowed into the cub, instantly healing its wounds as its body began to surge in size. Back on the battlefield, Broky attacked again. Suho raised his arms in a desperate defense but was sent flying. He slammed into an armored vehicle, the impact crushing the metal deep. He slumped to the ground, sliding down the wreckage. Suho gasped for air, his strength failing. The system chimed, health remaining 21 out of 2,350. Despite being backed into a corner, his spirit remained unbroken. I know I have grown stronger, he thought, clenching his fists. Broky approached with the arrogance of a champion, his wild aura swirling like a storm as he looked down in contempt. A mere insect like you lasted longer than I expected. In that dark moment, Suho could not help but wonder. Was this where he would fall? Its jaws unhinged as it lunged forward, claws slashing through the air like a frenzied hyena. Die. Suho was frozen in place, forced to watch those lethal claws close in. Damn it, but in that moment of peril, a new player entered the fray. The unexpected savior was a wolf with eyes blazing like golden stars, sinking its fangs into Broky to stall the strike. Suho stared at the sudden reinforcement, his mind reeling in absolute shock. Broky let out a pained snarl as the wolf's powerful jaws tore into his thick, corded muscles. The wolf released its grip and landed firmly, positioning itself like a shield in front of Suho. It snarled fiercely at Broky, radiating an aura that couldn't be ignored. The system flickered to life. The descendant of the Fang King admires your fighting spirit. Do you accept the descendant of the Fang King as your new ally? Staring at the majestic beast, Suho was stunned. Could this really be the cub of the legendary Fang King? It wants to be my comrade, Suho gasped, while the wolf maintained a deadly standoff with the enemy. Broky quickly realized who his new challenger was. So, you're Rakan's heir. Have you already mastered the mana within Rakan's fang? Hearing this, Suho understood the source of its power. It absorbed mana from the great Rakan's remains. They sacrificed themselves to protect their heir, The system prompted again. Will you establish an alliance with the Fang tribe descendant? The wolf turned its gaze toward him, silently waiting for a response to finalize the bond. Suho had already made his choice. He always intended to cooperate with the Fang tribe. So he tapped yes, instantly. The system confirmed the pact. A powerful, chilling sensation surged through both Suho and the wolf. Visions began to flood his mind. He saw a massive wolf and a small cub sitting together in the past. The elder spoke. Will you succeed, Rakan? We have already lost this war to the Shadow Monarch. It was Brokey back when he served the Fang King. His eyes still clear and full of life. He laughed softly, patting the cub's head. In the end, only the strong survive. We losers will lose everything. His eyes held a fierce conviction as he spoke. For the prosperity of the Fang tribe, you must become even stronger. The cub leaned into the gentle touch, basking in the rare moment of affection from his mentor. But that happiness was short-lived. One day, the cub's face was pale with terror, his body trembling as he wept. Brokey was forced to his knees before a group of strangers bearing mysterious, glowing sigils above their heads. Gasping for breath, Brokey snarled in defiance. Why won't you just kill me instead? Among the group was a woman holding a small child who let out a piercing cry. This little monster seems useful enough. We will take it. They pinned Brokey down, thrusting a glowing golden stone toward him. As the stone drew closer, Brokey's pupils began to tremble with intense, soul-deep dread. Seconds later, Brokey erupted in agonizing screams. Watching this, the young cub could only weep in broken silence. After the screams faded, Brokey went still. The man who appeared to be the leader issued a cold command. Hyena Brokey, your mission is to capture humans for us. As they left, the crying cub rushed to Brokey's side. This device will boost your strength and save you. But its true power depends on the user's will. But as the cub got closer, it realized Brokey had changed. It trembled instinctively, sensing something wrong. What happened next would haunt the young wolf forever. It watched the scene in pure, unadulterated horror. Brokey had gone berserk, radiating a blood-red aura just like now, his eyes turning a cursed gold. It can distort your deepest desires. Coming back to reality, Suho was left in a state of total shock. Those were the descendants' memories. Suho immediately connected the dots with the information he already had. Those bastards planted something in Brokey's eyes. Are they the superintelligence collaborating with the Iterum? He finally understood the wolf's goal. It wasn't seeking revenge, it was trying to protect the broken, mindless Brokey. Knowing the truth, Suho's hatred for the masterminds behind this tragedy reached a boiling point. If those bastards are truly involved, then I have no choice but to defeat Brokey right here. He set his sights on the target. Yet he remained realistic. He wasn't strong enough to finish this yet. Just as despair started to creep in, a new notification appeared. A quest arrived alongside his new ally. The system showed no mercy, displaying the new objective, the Monarch's Descendant. Find the Monarch's descendants and forge alliances with them. Current progress, 1 out of 8. A new linked skill has been forged through your profound bond with the heir of the Fang clan. As the announcement faded, a wild aura erupted from the wolf, mirrored by Suho's own explosive energy. The sheer power coursing through him was beyond belief. Their energies resonated before detonating in a spectacular clash. A blinding radiance burst forth, momentarily searing Brokey's vision. Even he had to shield his eyes from the overwhelming light, his mind reeling with pure shock. The young monarch was manifesting a power entirely different from Jinwoo's. Despite the violent pressure, Brokey refused to back down. He lunged toward them with savage intent, driven by a force he couldn't comprehend. Instinctively targeting Suho first, Brokey roared, "You think I'll just let this happen?" Suho didn't even flinch as the fist flew toward him. It was a strike backed by monstrous force, capable of obliterating anything in its path. The impact kicked up a massive cloud of debris like a bomb blast. Yet, Brokey's efforts were in vain. The system confirmed the link was successful. As the smoke began to drift away, a hand tipped with lethal, razor-sharp claws emerged. From the haze, a transformed figure appeared, his black hair now shimmering silver, with a jagged cross-shaped scar etched upon his brow. Suho and the wolf had become one, merged with the primal strength of the Fang clan. That previous attack hadn't left a single mark. Suho stared, stunned by the transformation. The system displayed the details. Level 1, fusion, active, consuming 1 mana per second. By unifying with the Fang heir, your power surges and your senses transcend to those of a true predator. Brokey stood frozen in sheer disbelief before lashing out with a desperate firstly, terrified strike. Impossible. Did he just absorb the Fang King's heir? Suho evaded the desperate swipe with effortless grace. Though he looked calm, Suho was internally amazed. His body felt light as air, and his senses were sharper than ever before. With even the slightest movement, he could easily dance away from any incoming danger. Braki swung his claws in a frenzied rage, but he couldn't land a single scratch. Suho waited, mastering this new strength before delivering his counter. With a lightning-fast vertical kick, Suho smashed his heel directly into Braki's jaw. The devastating force sent the beast howling in agony as blood sprayed from his mangled maw. What was happening? Terrified by his enemy's sudden evolution, Braki's mind raced. Where did that weakling go? Before he could think, the seal activated again. The glowing mark expanded rapidly, looming ominously over his head like a divine judgment. No, I cannot lose. He ignored the seal's pressure, charging with every ounce of his soul. To lose now meant losing everything. Beru watched from the sidelines, noting the sudden spike in the enemy's mana. Braki had descended into a state of total madness. I don't care what tricks you're using, I will never be defeated by a mere human. He unleashed a relentless storm of strikes, deep red claw marks tearing through the atmosphere like a crimson gale. Ultimately, the gap between their species dictated the outcome. Braki threw everything he had, and Suho met his fury blow for blow, still clinging to his pride. The beast roared. Fall into despair and let your weak body crumble. Fist met fist in a cinematic clash of raw power, painting a scene of absolute carnage. In this final exchange, Suho emerged victorious. Braki's arm was blown back. His wrist twisted violently like a mangled drill. Braki's eyes widened in horror as his bones shattered. Suddenly, a new notification appeared. Level 1, Martial Arts acquired. This martial arts mastery was a passive skill, requiring 0 mana to remain active. It granted unparalleled combat expertise, boosting unarmed damage by 33%. Beru, sensing the beast's arrogance, felt a surge of cold fury. Who gave you the right to speak of species in the presence of the young monarch? He declared with chilling authority. No race in existence is more supreme than the great Shadow Monarch. Those words struck Braki like lightning, finally revealing the true identity of the boy standing before him. Suho leapt high into the air, golden energy swirling around his leg before he delivered a final, crushing blow to Braki's head. Strangely, Braki didn't resist, accepting the full force of the impact. Deep within Mount Wano, a thunderous roar echoed amidst rising black smoke. With the battle concluded, Suho deactivated the fusion, and his silver hair faded back to its original raven hue. Soon after, his black hair returned completely. The spirit of the Fang King's heir drifted out of him like a weary soul. Even now, Braki remained a puppet of the stone, obsessively muttering the same dark mantra. Stronger. I must become stronger. The Fang heir approached the fallen beast, licking him as if to soothe his tortured mind. At long last, the crystalline fragment clouding Braki's vision shattered into 1,000 pieces. Clarity returned to his eyes in his final moments. With tears streaming down his face, he whispered his last breath. I remember now, the reason I crave strength. It's a burning desire from the depths of Braki's soul. Lord Rakan, my inability to protect you fuels my rage. As Braki departed, the young wolf's howl echoed a mournful cry of both sorrow and a final farewell. The cold system announced Hyena Braki defeated. Level up complete. The small wolf, last descendant of the Fang tribe, slowly approached Braki's fallen form. Suho and Beru watched in silence. Young monarch, you did well, Beru praised. But Suho's expression darkened as he called out, you mentioned sensing the foul aura of the Itarim coming from Braki. Didn't you? Suho questioned. I've just witnessed the memories of the successor to the Beast King, Suho revealed. Reflecting on Braki's past, Suho saw hunters entering the dungeon, planting something strange into the beast's eyes. Could they be the Itarim? What was their goal in targeting Braki? Beru pondered aloud. Perhaps not Itarim themselves. The outer gods never act directly, using apostles to manipulate the fabric of causality instead. However, the actions of those hunters likely signal the beginning of a planetary invasion. Suho's eyes narrowed. Then it's true. The apostles of the Itarim have already set foot on Earth. His face shadowed with concern. If only I had more information. We cannot afford to lose the Itarim's trail again. There is a way. My lord. Beru intervened. Suho looked up, startled. Truly, a dark idea formed in Beru's mind. Braki surely possessed memories of the Itarim. By consuming his remains, I can peer into his past and replenish my mana in the process, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Suho gave Beru a skeptical look. You're capable of such a thing. Suho turned toward the young wolf, who stood staring fixedly at Braki's lifeless corpse. Lowering himself to one knee, Suho reached out. Will you come with us? I have a place I'd like to show you. The young wolf watched him in a heavy silence. Suddenly, the pup leaned in and licked Suho's face. Tickled by the gesture, a warm smile spread across his face, producing a key. Suho inserted it into a swirling purple magic circle and turned it. As Suho and the pup stepped toward the rift, he paused. Glancing back over his shoulder, I'm leaving the rest to you. Beru. The shadow ant responded in a panicked flurry. Young monarch. You honor me too much. Scene shift to the dungeon forest. Suho. Beru. And the young wolf had arrived in the dense woods. Young monarch. Why come to the dungeon instead of heading home? Beru inquired as they walked. I need to find a new home for this little descendant of the Fang tribe. Suho replied. Beru tilted his head. Here, in the shadow dungeon, we're allies now. He has no guardian and nowhere to stay. It's heartbreaking. Suddenly, a system window popped up. The Fang tribe companion wishes for a name. Alert. Please bestow a name upon the successor of the Fang tribe. The pup let out a soft cry. Suho pointed at himself. Slightly flustered. You want me to name you? Since you have those gray eyebrows. Let's go with gray. Beru sighed inwardly. His naming sense is exactly like Lord Jinwoo's. The name Gray was registered. Status absolute loyalty. Gray seemed thrilled with his new identity. Gray. This forest is now the Fang tribe's domain. Make the most of it. Gray responded with a sharp bark. Notification. A section of the Shadow Dungeon has been designated as Fang tribe territory. Alert. Gray has been appointed as the Lord of the Fang territory. Beru. What does Gray eat with the blood of the Fang tribe? He can thrive on living creatures or monster meat. Suho's lips curled into a smirk. Is that so? He glanced toward a thicket. There are still monsters lurking nearby that I haven't cleared out yet. I suppose I'll let Gray handle the cleanup for me. A monster trembled behind the trees. With a fierce growl, Gray lunged forward like a silver streak. Gray tore through the monsters with savage grace. Watching from a high branch, Suho smiled. Quite the nimble movements. Good job, Gray. While you hunt, I'll start sorting through our spoils. Suddenly, holographic notification windows flickered into existence. The mission rewards were finally prepared and waiting for him. Reward 1, 5 bonus ability points. Reward 2, the Wolf Slayer title. Suho quickly claimed them both. Another notification appeared. You have earned the title Wolf Slayer. This honor is granted to elite hunters who have decimated wolfkind. While engaged in combat against beasts, all of your combat statistics will increase by 40%. Suho asked, feeling slightly confused. Wolf Slayer, but Braki was a hyena. Beru hesitated beside him before replying. Should we just ignore the minor details? Suho reopened his status window and continued. More importantly, this mission is to find successor monarchs and make them allies. Even Beru seemed uncertain. Lord Jinwoo did not possess a system quite like this one. Beru continued his explanation. I heard the leveling system designed specifically for the Lord was modified to a certain degree by removing the malice hidden within it. Malice, Suho repeated. Puzzled. Beru then began to recount the legends of the past. Originally, the system was designed to force a human named Sung Jinwoo to grow stronger. The creator's true scheme was to turn him into a vessel for the Shadow Monarch. At the moment that goal was achieved, the soul of your father would have been forced to vanish forever. However, your father completely overturned the system's conspiracy. A vision of the dual-faced figure appeared as he decided to become the Shadow Monarch himself. Returning to the present, Beru added, he has become the absolute being. He no longer has any need to level up. Suho asked skeptically. So, is the system currently trying to turn me into the next Shadow Monarch? Beru quickly denied the idea. No, that is impossible. There can only be one true Shadow Monarch in this world. Beru shared his theory. I believe the system is prioritizing your personal growth and acting primarily as a guide for your development. If any new functions appear, they are undoubtedly designed to serve your best interests and your benefit alone. Suho's eyes grew hollow as he whispered, the purpose of my system. Immediately after, he commanded, open status window. Status window. Name Sung Suho. Level 16. Class Non. Title Wolf Slayer. Health 2550. Mana 270. Strength 35. Stamina 27. Agility 27. Intelligence 27. Perception 27. Available points 5. Passive skills none. Active skills Ruler's Authority level 1. Shadow Extraction level 2. Tenacity level 2. Storm Slash level 1. He looked at his stats and spoke with a self-deprecating tone. After hearing your explanation, I finally understand why my class is still listed as none. My stats have increased significantly since I was being chased by those hellhounds back when my strength was only level 1. Thinking back, I have acquired many useful skills. Yet, I still felt incredibly weak during these recent events. If Gray hadn't appeared and that link skill hadn't activated, I would have been defeated by Brocky long ago. If the system's missions serve my desires, I will clear every single one from now on. Once they are finished, I might finally see my father. Suho immediately leaped down from the tree branch. He suddenly spoke up with a question. Oh, right. Did you manage to find any traces of the Atarim within Brocky's memories? Baru responded awkwardly. I tried to review his memories, but the apostles who supposedly brainwashed Brocky were nowhere to be seen. Suho sighed in disappointment. So, there are no clues at all. Baru spoke up again. There is one thing. He quickly began to recount the details to Suho. Within his memories, there were humans, those who helped Brocky establish the Hyena Guild and assisted in kidnapping people. Baru hesitated. The name of that guild is before he could finish. Suho asked in shock. An entire guild. Baru spoke with emphasis. Reaper, if we investigate that guild further, I believe we can uncover more about the Atarim. At the Reaper Group headquarters, inside the Vice Director's office, a phone vibrated incessantly until a finger tapped the screen. The mysterious Vice Director spoke. What is it, Lim Tae-gyu? Shouldn't you be in Southeast Asia supporting the raid? Lim Tae-gyu spoke urgently from the other end. That doesn't matter right now. Have you seen the latest news reports? You are the one behind this hyena incident. Aren't you? The Vice Director remained perfectly calm, feigning ignorance. Which incident? I haven't visited a zoo lately. So how would I have seen any hyenas? Tae-gyu shouted urgently. Lee Min-sung. Stop trying to dodge the question. Min-sung replied casually. You sound rather upset. Brother. Tae-gyu spoke angrily. He presented his evidence. I've discovered your interference with the Hyena Guild. The association will find out soon enough. Min-sung maintained his indifferent attitude. What if they question me? There is nothing they can do. Once I involve my team of lawyers, even the Hunter Association will be forced to remain silent. Tae-gyu spoke with irritation on the other end. Even so, do not be so arrogant. The law might not be strong enough, but the association president is not someone who falls easily. He commanded. You had better clean up this mess before I return. Lee Min-sung's eyes turned blood red as he let out a chilling laugh. Ending the call just because you've said your piece. He was once just my lowly driver. But reaching S rank has turned him into an insufferable egoist. He slammed his fist down, shattering the table in rage. Min Byung-gu muttered. Who could have possibly defeated Brokey and destroyed the spirit orb? Survivors provided intel, but they could only describe the culprit as a mysterious young hunter wearing a black mask. Reaching into his coat, he scoffed. I have no time to waste on some unknown brat I know nothing about. Pulling out a clear, shimmering gem, he muttered that he had much more pressing matters to attend to. This man was none other than Lee Min-sung, vice president of the Reaper Guild and an A-rank hunter. His crazed eyes reflected in the gem as he whispered, an awakening stimulant for trash hunters. If this succeeds, no one will ever dare look down on me again. After tearing through the new territory, Gray stood triumphantly over his fresh prey. Baru was highly impressed with the newcomer, praising him. Impressive. Keep that up if you want to protect the young monarch. He chirped happily. Growl. Eat your fill, Gray eagerly obliged. Tearing into the meal to celebrate, Suho wondered why Gray's name had suddenly changed. But he was glad the wolf was adapting so quickly. While enjoying a rare moment of peace, a sudden system notification appeared before his eyes. Your companion Gray has gained enough experience from hunting to meet the goal. Experience points will now be shared with the player. Experience shared 50%. Suho stared at the new feature, having never heard of anything like this before. Confused, he quickly asked Baru. I'm getting experience from Gray's hunts. Has there ever been a system like this? Baru was equally shocked by the news. Is that true? My lord. He flew over to check, noting it was similar to how Shadow soldiers hunted while the Shadow Monarch gained the experience. Suho analyzed it like a gamer. This experience sharing feels exactly like a party system in an RPG. He marveled at the perk. Even at 50%, gaining experience automatically like this is a massive win. Baru suggested letting Gray hunt freely here. The little wolf's ears perked up instantly at the suggestion. Suddenly, another notification flashed. Suho muttered with excitement. Another status window is opening. Notifications flooded in for eliminating a specific number of monsters within the Shadow Dungeon. A quest requirement was met. The daily quest cleaning the Shadow Dungeon had been completed. Daily quest, clear the Shadow Dungeon. Defeat 100 goblins. Progress 0 of 100. Defeat 10 commanders. Progress 0 of 10. Defeat 1 goblin shaman leader. Progress 0 of 1. Suho narrowed his eyes. A daily quest to hunt goblins. Despite the mystery behind these new quests, Suho decided to tackle them head-on. Every quest has rewards. If this is a daily quest, I can claim rewards every single day. Right. Beru, ever experienced, offered his expert insight on the matter. It seems the system intends to make this your permanent domain. However, the vast forest and numerous targets felt exhausting. Must I really track down 100 goblins in such a massive forest? Mid-complaint, an idea struck. Suho shouted. Inventory and a window instantly materialized before him. He pulled a horn from his storage. A window appeared. E-rank summoning horn. Category musical instrument. A horn used by the goblin shaman leader to rally his minions together. He smiled at the useful tool. I got this from those goblins. Without hesitation, he blew a long blast. Echoing through the trees, the system announced that the horn was successfully drawing nearby goblins to his location. Suho blew one last time and waited. Soon, the first wave of goblins began to emerge. They shrieked with excitement, charging toward Suho. Unaware they were sprinting straight into a death trap. Seeing the prey deliver themselves made him grin. He cracked his knuckles. Exactly as I planned. Ever the loyal cheerleader. Beru praised him. Oh, using the horn to lure them? Truly brilliant. My lord. Suho clenched his fist, winding back with sharp eyes locked on his target before unleashing a devastating blow. The raw power behind that punch instantly obliterated half the nearest goblin's body. Now fully in the zone, Suho unleashed another crushing blow. The strike landed dead center, caving in the creature's skull as a barrage of punches followed like a storm. The first wave of goblins was pulverized into pieces. However, after a while, Suho began to grow bored. He took a moment to shake the slime off his hands, thinking to himself that fighting these goblins was becoming incredibly dull. But since the quest demanded a massive body count, the horn's echo and system notifications continued to ring out relentlessly. The horn item was active, drawing every goblin in the vicinity. They swarmed the area like a vast, unstoppable Mongol horde. As the horn's call reached deep into the forest, more monsters were lured out. The system tirelessly announced the gathering of the goblin masses. Soon, a diverse legion of goblins emerged, their numbers far exceeding even the most terrifying zombie tidal waves. Looking at the massive enemy force, Suho finally felt a spark of satisfaction. This was the kind of army he expected. Suho wasn't about to waste time soloing them. Extending his hand, he commanded, "Arise," turning the fallen goblins into grinning shadow soldiers. The battle-hungry Gray charged as the vanguard, pouncing on a goblin before the command had even fully faded from the air. The enemy goblins lunged forward to retaliate, but anyone could see that this was nothing more than a one-sided slaughter. Suho crushed one with a devastating knee strike while Beru smashed another's skull. Gray was busy tearing through his own target. A notification signaled the end. The daily quest to clear the Shadow Dungeon by slaying 100 goblins was complete. Final progress: 107 out of 100 kills, 10 out of 10 commanders, and 1 elite captain successfully slain. After 3 hours of non-stop combat, the rookie warrior Gray was utterly spent. Lying pale and exhausted on the ground, the system joyfully announced the daily Shadow Dungeon quest was complete. The time for his rewards had finally arrived. Would you like to check your rewards? Seeing Suho lost in thought, Beru approached to ask if anything was wrong. He calmly voiced his doubt. The quest was finished. Yet the kill counter on the screen was still strangely rising. After a moment of silent thought, Suho's lips curled into a smirk. Could it be? He whispered to himself. The more he considered the possibility, the more a thrill of excitement surged within his heart. Grinning at his comrades, he said, "If the count keeps rising, there's a secret here. Let's see when the system stops counting." Little Gray's jaw dropped in terror. Meanwhile, Suho went on a hunting frenzy until the quest counter finally froze. Daily quest status: 200 out of 100 goblins, 20 out of 10 commanders, and 2 elite captains slain. Gray looked like he'd reached nirvana, his very soul drained of color after being so ruthlessly exploited. A new set of notifications appeared, confirming the Shadow Dungeon daily quest was officially over and completed. The mission rewards have arrived. Do you wish to inspect the spoils of your victory? Beru was startled to see Gray's soul nearly leaving his body. Meanwhile, the ruthless Suho just grinned at the quest board. There's definitely a hidden catch here. Unable to wait any longer, he shouted. Check rewards. The screen updated to show the reward list. Reward number 1, instant status recovery. Reward number 2, 3 additional stat points. Reward number 3, a random blessing box. Reward number 4, a random curse box. I'll take them all, Suho exclaimed, accepting the first reward immediately. The status recovery activated instantly. After feeling the effects, he immediately realized the most tactical way to use it. My condition is fully restored. It's exactly like the feeling of a sudden level up. If I save this reward, I won't have to worry about recovering from injuries in the middle of a fight. After assessing the first prize, he accepted the second. His status window flared to life with the updated information. Title Wolf Slayer. HP 2550. Mana 270. Points available 8. Skill Tenacity level 2. Suho quickly recognized the massive long-term benefit hidden within this particular reward. Leveling up gets harder over time, so I can use these daily rewards to grow stronger every single day. After sorting through the first two, his eyes moved toward the final and most mysterious reward of all. The system required him to choose between 2 random boxes. Which one will you choose? It prompted. The blessing box offers an item the player desires, while the cursed box provides an item the player truly needs. This was the only part that made Suho stop and weigh his options with extreme caution. What I want might be useless, but what I need might be something I don't actually like, he mused. Suho bit his lip, questioning himself before making the most logical choice. What I want, that's far too vague. I need many things right now. I'll take the cursed box, the system acknowledged, granting him Vulcan's horn. A gift box suddenly manifested and snapped open, revealing a pair of incredibly badass-looking gauntlets. Suho was stunned. Gauntlets. The item description confirmed Vulcan's horn, a high-rank gauntlet-type weapon. Attack power increased by 40. These lethal gauntlets were forged from the severed horn of the gluttonous demon, Vaughn. Imbued with Vaughn's overwhelming authority, they grant the wielder devastating bonus damage with every strike. The destructive lust effect boosts physical damage by 30%. Furthermore, the wild demon trait grows in power as it devours more spirits. Have the souls been consumed? After scanning the manual, Suho gazed at his hand. He knew he couldn't rely solely on his shadow army forever. He needed a weapon of his own. And this reward was exactly what he'd been looking for. Without hesitation, he slipped on the crimson gauntlets. Suho threw a few experimental jabs, each one cutting through the air with a lethal whistle. A 30% boost to physical damage. He mused. Does that mean the more I hunt, the stronger I'll become? They felt a bit heavy, so he decided to reallocate all his potential points into his stamina stat. The system processed his request. His stamina surged from 35 all the way up to 43. With his new gear equipped, his fighting spirit was reignited. Now, his only goal was to hunt monsters and evolve his weapon. Suddenly, a notification chimed. There had been a drastic change in his teammate's condition. It was an ominous alert. Gray's loyalty had shifted from respect to pure terror. The fierce wolf was now acting like a frightened puppy. Gray trembled uncontrollably, whimpering in silence. Even Baru couldn't help but step in to caution him. My league. Gray isn't a shadow soldier with endless endurance. Realizing his mistake, Suho apologized, telling him to take a well-deserved rest. I have things to find out there. Moments later, the system confirmed he had successfully exited the shadow dungeon. Suho stepped out from the swirling void of the gate, his voice low and serious as he began to question the situation. The guild linked to the spirit orb was called the Reapers. Right, Beru confirmed it. By then, the sun was already high in the sky. Feeling a bit lost, his phone started ringing incessantly. Where should he even begin his investigation? He checked the screen. It was a message from Do-gyun. His instructor's name flashed across the display. Suho. Help me. Half an hour later, he arrived at the ruins of Soon Station, a place designated as a high-risk danger zone. Seeing Suho arrive, Do-gyun waved frantically with relief. Suho, over here, I can't thank you enough for coming. He explained his plight with dramatic despair. I have a dungeon assignment today, but not a single member of the collection team showed up. Suho tilted his head, confused. Nobody showed up for work. This only made Do-gyun even more agitated. Exactly, not a soul. He clenched his fists, teeth grinding together as he condemned their blatant lack of responsibility. Those lazy punks? They're probably off drinking somewhere. Seeing his usually mild-mannered teacher explode, Suho tried to calm him down, promising to help. Do-gyun's mood shifted instantly. He pulled out a set of protective gear with a grin. You really are the best. Suho. Here. Put this on. Suho looked at the suit with a puzzled expression. Protective gear. Is this really necessary? Seeing his confusion, Do-gyun explained that being a collector was far more perilous than being a miner. Safety gear was non-negotiable. The mining team only enters to dig for resources once the hunt is officially over and the area is secured. However, our job is to harvest materials from the monsters the strikers kill. That means we have to follow them into the heat of battle. It's a precaution against hidden ambushes and protects us from the jagged scales and poisonous spines of the monster carcasses. Suho suited up as he listened, glancing at his reflection. He realized why such precautions were vital in this line of work. As soon as he finished, a group approached from a distance. The man in the lead glared at them, his voice dripping with dissatisfaction. What is this? Why is the collection team so small, left with no choice? Do-gyun bowed his head and apologized for the missing workers. We have a signed contract. How can you be this irresponsible? The man, who appeared to be the raid leader, pointed an accusing finger at them. Do you have any idea how much we paid the Reaper Guild just for the entry permits to this dungeon? He threatened them coldly. If you slack off even for a second, I'll file a formal complaint. You'll be blacklisted from the collection business forever. Unable to defend himself, Do-gyun could only bow repeatedly, desperately promising that they would work twice as hard to make up for it. The man finally scoffed and turned away, muttering under his breath about the sheer incompetence of today's workers. Once the man was out of earshot, Do-gyun slumped against Suho's shoulder, his energy completely drained. I'm not even the leader. Why am I taking the heat? Suho, please. Can you summon something to help us out with the heavy lifting? Despite the leader's blatant arrogance, Suho remained silent, choosing instead to quietly observe the group. His eyes narrowed as he scanned every member of the strike squad. He calculated their combat power: 4 D-rank mages, 5 D-rank vanguards, and 1 C-rank healer. That loudmouth guy seemed to be the raid leader's assistant. Analyzing their combat potential: 4 D-rank mages, 5 D-rank tanks, and 1 C-rank healer. That loudmouth punk from before appears to be the strike team leader's dedicated support. Contemplating his brand new gear, he followed behind. The random curse box truly delivered exactly what he needed. A weapon capable of devouring demons. Vulcan's horn. Seeing him lead, Do-gyun nervously offered a quick warning. Watch your step, Suho. He couldn't shake the timing of Master Im's intervention. Doubt clouded his gaze. This simulated battlefield, owned by the Reaper Guild. Could such a place really be a simple coincidence? Meanwhile, deep within this seemingly accidental yet suspiciously deliberate dungeon, someone screamed in agony amidst eerie blue flames. 3 grotesque figures loomed around the burning victim. They stood in silent ritual. The largest resembled a beast clad in a reptilian skin. One had a jagged, witch-like beak. The smallest possessed a bandaged muzzle, like a feral hound. Suho's sixth sense blazed to life with overwhelming intensity. Danger was closing in. Despite the chill, the party advanced with fiery determination into the abyss. A fire-type user lit the way. Visibility is clear now. Proceed with caution. Taking the rear, the captain barked orders. The veterans moved into their combat formations instantly. Their prey, massive salamanders, evolved into titans 10,000 times their natural size. After positioning the vanguard, the captain turned. You two collectors, stay glued to us. Efficiency is everything. Do-gyun's heart sank at the dangerous command. He feared the front line, but Suho remained unshakable. He had survived far deadlier trials than this. Since the cursed box granted him Vulcan's horn, he craved a true demonic challenge. These minor pests were disappointing, but he quickly steeled his focus for what lay ahead. As the hunters clashed with the monsters, Suho analyzed their every move. A perfect chance for observation. He would deconstruct their teamwork and master the art of hunter coordination. Pulling out the shadow key, he noted the abundance of goblin corpses from his daily grind. Kneeling, he pressed the key down. Arise. Eerie purple mana surged through the dark corridor. Bloodthirsty goblins materialized instantly. Suho smirked, mentally tallying his growing Shadow Legion. With his increased intelligence stat, he could now command 7 shadow soldiers simultaneously. Nearby, the combat squad finished their first wave, leaving a trail of monster carcasses behind. Wiping sweat from his brow, the captain called out, "Area clear, take 5. Everyone, the exhausted hunters gasped in disbelief. A break, already, the captain sighed. We're too fast. With only 2 collectors, we'll be waiting on them all day. Annoyed that the collectors were slowing them down, he turned around and froze in shock. Watching Suho's minions work with terrifying efficiency, he stammered. What are those things? Do-gyun beamed with pride. With Suho here, even the hardest tasks become a breeze. Suho teased his goblins while smirking at the captain. Your team is a bit slower than expected. They finished already, shaking with excitement. The captain rushed over. Did you summon these creatures? I did. Is there a problem? Suho replied. Do-gun trembled, fearing the captain's pride was wounded, expecting a confrontation. Everyone was stunned when the captain grabbed Suho's hands with fervor. Please, he pleaded, become our squad's exclusive permanent collector. Suho politely declined. I don't plan on staying in the collection business for long. Terrified of losing such a talent to a rival guild, the captain grew even more desperate. We'll double the market rate. Suddenly, a panicked hunter sprinted toward them, pale with fear. Captain, we have a major problem, he shouted. We found a human body. The captain's blood ran cold. A corpse here. They found the victim charred black, yet strange white light pulsed from the remains. It's definitely human, the captain confirmed, his voice heavy with grim realization. The party mage inspected the accessories. Judging by these items, this was likely a civilian. A local hunter added grimly. But fire-wielding monsters don't exist in this region. Do-gun stared at the familiar-looking corpse, his mind racing with grim suspicion. Wait. Could this be the body Suho was talking about earlier? Suho nodded in grim agreement, his expression heavy behind the mask. Based on his past brushes with death, he was certain. This is the work of a flame phantom. Overhearing the term, the captain approached them with a sharp look. A flame phantom? You mean that new monster breed that incinerates everything in eerie blue flames? Do-gun answered truthfully, his expression darkening. That is correct. There was a devastating incident involving one back at my university. As they spoke, the scouting team's frantic shouts echoed through the tunnels. Captain, we found another corpse over here. There is one over here too. Sensing the growing danger, a worried team member turned to the leader. Captain, this is getting too strange. Should we halt the hunt and report this to the association? The unexpected discovery left the captain torn between the mission's profit and safety protocols. This was clearly an unusual phenomenon. But looking at their clothes, the victims seemed like ordinary civilians rather than hunters. Our team is made up of seasoned rank C and D awakened, he reasoned. We should be able to handle this without any issues. After a moment of cold calculation, he barked out his final order. Keep moving. One member of the strike team grinned, thrilled by the decision. Finally, that is exactly what I wanted to hear. But for Suho, this reckless command was absolutely unbelievable. Are we really just going to ignore this and keep going? He stepped forward to warn them. Listen, the flame phantom is more dangerous than you think, but the captain cut him off with a roar. I am the strike captain here. You do exactly what I say. The collection team's only job is to clean up and stay behind us. Facing the looming threat, Do-gun let out a weary sigh. Are we seriously about to face another flame phantom? Suho turned to him. Sir, you have a high speed stat. Right. Do-gun blinked, confused. Yeah. Why do you ask? Suho didn't elaborate, only offering a cryptic warning. If anything goes wrong, don't look back. Just run. The truth is, we have no idea what kind of nightmare is lurking ahead of us, Suho said solemnly. Under the captain's stubborn lead, the team ventured deeper into the shadows of the dungeon. Their path led them into a desolate railway tunnel. But deep within the abyss, blue flames roared alongside blood-curdling screams. Victims were strung up like human torches, their eyes glazed over in unimaginable agony. They were arranged in a horrific circle, roasting like meat on a spit. 3 monstrous figures watched them. The reptile-masked demons scoffed at the heat. The fire is still too weak. What is going on with the fuel supply? The witch-like demon spoke up to explain. We have been informed of a sudden disruption in the supply line. If the fresh fuel does not start arriving regularly, we will have to force that person to find a new route. The silent, wounded-looking demon muttered a few cold words. Emergency replenishment needed. Hearing this, the witch demon sighed in frustration. I cannot believe our fuel source, the Soul Orb Guild, ran into such trouble. At this rate, our stardust will be inferior to the other factories. Suddenly, the largest monster froze, sensing a presence above. The wounded demon's eyes glowed like headlights as it reported back. There are people up there. I can feel them. The witch cheered with joy. Hunters, perfect timing. We were just running low on fuel. The wounded demon stepped forward, volunteering for the task. I will go. You two prepare the summoning ritual. The sharp-nosed leader gave a final warning. Remember, we need them alive. The demon merely grunted, dragging its massive blade toward the prey. Meanwhile, the strike team had just finished clearing the railway basement. The healer tended to a member's wounds, a smirk playing on their lips. Looks like we are hitting the jackpot today, the hunter laughed. Continuing the hunt was definitely the right call. Encouraged by their success, the captain made a move. We have a great collection team today. So I have been saving this for the right moment. He pulled out a small orb filled with shimmering blue powder. This is stardust. Have any of you heard of it? The largest hunter's eyes widened in excitement. Whoa, that is the mana-amplifying stimulant everyone has been hunting for lately. The dual wielder was equally stunned. I heard those are nearly impossible to buy. I cannot believe you actually have some. The effects only last a week, the captain explained. But it is rumored to help low-rank Awakened slowly climb the ranks. He laughed heartily, lost in his delusions of power, completely unaware of the shadow looming behind him. If I consume this, my mana will rival a rank C or higher. Suddenly, the wounded demon appeared, leaping silently behind him. By the time he sensed the killing intent, it was already too late. He let out a sharp cry as if struck by a sudden memory. With a flick of his wrist, the heavy blade slammed into the captain's back with enough force to make him cough up blood instantly. He muttered a chilling reminder to himself they needed to stay alive. The small orb of stardust slipped from his grasp, shattering against the rails as the wind scattered the glowing grains. With a single, devastating blow, the captain had fallen. A nearby hunter stood paralyzed, legs trembling as he let out a frantic scream. With the captain neutralized, the wounded demon soldier immediately locked onto his next target. His voice a gravelly chant must keep alive. As its cold gaze swept toward them, the remaining hunters snapped back to reality, shouting in disbelief. Is that thing a monster? Did it just speak? One member tried to rally the group, yelling, monster or not, it's an enemy, stay alert. But before the words could fully leave his mouth, another comrade hit the ground. The wounded demon paused for a heartbeat, pointing its blade forward as it began a grim countdown. 1, 2, 3. By the time it finished counting, the team had huddled together in a desperate formation. The demon analyzed them coldly, noting 10 targets, strong opponents. Suddenly, it pulled a vial of stardust from its sleeve, its eyes glinting. Change of plans. I don't need all 10. Only the strong shall be culled. The hunter's eyes widened in pure shock. It was the exact same orb the captain had shown them earlier. Stardust. A monster is using stardust. The demon forced its hand deep into its throat, its maw unhinging like a beast to swallow the treasure whole. Witnessing this nightmare unfold, the hunters charged forward without a second thought, their desperate cries echoing, kill it now, before the stardust takes effect. All together, strike. Unfazed, the wounded demon swung its sword with the speed of sound. The first strike literally cleaved a frontline hunter in two, freezing the mages in their tracks with pure terror. A mage was in the middle of casting a fire spell when that death-bringing blade came whistling toward him, paralyzed by fear. He couldn't even react. In a mere flash, his soul was sent straight to the afterlife. The guiding flames flickered out, plunging the tunnel into a suffocating darkness. What is happening? I can't see anything, cried the remaining hunters in a panic. But their confusion quickly turned into blood-curdling screams of despair. Help me, it's a monster. Barely a minute had passed, and the wounded demon had wiped out the entire squad. Not a single soul was spared. He began sorting through the bodies, dragging the survivors away like cargo. He had gathered enough firewood for his dark purpose. Meanwhile, Suho was focused on his work when a sudden notification popped up. A new mission had appeared: rescue the survivors. The system warned of humans being abducted nearby. The objective was clear: save as many lives as possible. The rewards would scale with the number of survivors. Current status: 7 alive. Indiro rescued. He looked toward the attack team's location, his voice laced with concern. A monster. Sensing his master's tension, Beru asked, Young lord, is something the matter? Suho didn't hold back the grim reality. A quest just triggered. It seems there's a group of demons nearby specializing in kidnapping humans. Analyzing the quest details, he realized the more people he saved, the greater the reward. Time is running out. Everyone is in grave danger. Recognizing the threat, Suho turned to Dogen. Professor, I think something went wrong with the strike team. You need to get out of this dungeon immediately. Dogen, startled by the sudden warning, asked in shock. What? How do you know that? Suho replied briefly. Call it a gut feeling. With no time to waste, he ordered his goblins to escort the professor to the exit. The two creatures physically pushing him toward safety. Struggling to keep his balance, Dogen shouted back, Wait. Suho, what about you? Without a hint of hesitation, Suho replied, I'm going after the strike team. Hearing those words, Dogen realized just how dire the situation had become. The professor lowered his head in thought before finally nodding. I understand. I'll only be a hindrance if I stay. I'll call for reinforcements from the association as soon as I'm out. Suho tightened his grip, a look of relief crossing his face. Thank you, Professor. Then, he called out softly, Gray. The wolf responded instantly with a fierce howl. In the blink of an eye, man and beast merged into one. Suho didn't forget to equip his newly acquired 𝐻𝐑𝐄 gloves, fully geared up. Suho declared. We have to move fast. He lunged forward, his feet kicking up dust as he vanished like a gale of wind. Deep within the station's tunnels, a mysterious bluish-purple smoke drifted through the air. A closer look revealed a fresh smear of blood on a door handle, leading into a hallway stained with a trail of crimson. Further inside, the hunters were tossed onto the ground like sacks of grain. The wounded demon reported. Firewood has been collected. A sharp-nosed demon turned toward him and grunted. You're back sooner than expected. A mysterious swirling vortex began to pulse in the center of the room. The demon spoke indifferently. The gate will open soon, and our legion will finally be summoned. The wounded demon bragged about his swift victory, clearly seeking praise. The sharp-nosed demon replied in a condescending tone, as if talking to a child. Fine. Fine. Since you were so quick, go ahead and stack the firewood. The wounded demon slaved away reluctantly, grumbling about how unfair it all was. Meanwhile, the pointy-beaked demon struck up a conversation with their reptile-masked comrade. I'm thrilled we've secured even more fuel for the fire, he hissed with sinister delight. With these numbers, we can forge an entire Stardust fleet without a single hitch. He pulled out a Stardust crystal, eyes glowing with a golden sigil. The toxin we were ordered to craft requires a demon's secret art combined with a madness-inducing stimulant. Stardust. Finding himself with a moment of peace, the pointy-beaked demon began rambling about the intricate process of creating Stardust. While a madness potion can skyrocket a user's mana, the side effects are lethal, draining their very life force away. He noted that the backlash from burning crystal-lit flames could be nullified by switching to the infernal fires of a hell-born Manhwa. The reptile-masked demon chimed in with reverence. It's all thanks to the Apostle's divine guidance. Glancing at the piles of burning fuel, he continued to pour out his dark thoughts. Even the monstrosities born from corrupted human souls were brought into this realm by the Apostles themselves. He concluded with deep gratitude. Thanks to them, even low-level trash like us have a shot at true power. Agreed. The wounded demon grunted while struggling to meet his quota. Suddenly, the reptile-masked demon caught the sound of approaching footsteps. It was Suho. He immediately alerted the others, sensing a presence closing in on their location at an incredible speed. Is there a hunter still lurking about? The pointy-beaked demon wondered. The wounded demon quickly chimed in. Likely a new one. Comrade. Their eyes locked onto the sealed doors. Moments later, Suho kicked them wide open, storming into the room, seizing the opening. The wounded demon launched a surprise blade strike. Unfazed, Suho held his ground and coolly asked, Is this the place? His eyes flared with a cold blue light, his pupils sharpening like a predator's as he surveyed the inner sanctum. His gaze immediately locked onto the three monsters. Are they demons? He wondered to himself, noticing the fuel hanging behind them. Suho felt a surge of suspicion. Are they using those Manhwa as sacrifices for a fire ritual? Is this some kind of twisted ceremony? Just then, an urgent system notification pulled his focus back to the task at hand. 7 survivors remain. 0 rescued so far. Hearing this, Suho felt a wave of relief wash over him. Thankfully, the survivors were still safe. As the thought crossed his mind, a sword whistled toward him. With lightning reflexes, he leaned back to dodge. The wounded demon's eyes widened in disbelief that anyone could evade his strike. Suho straightened up and shifted into a combat stance. You're the ones who slaughtered the hunters I found on my way here, aren't you? Without waiting for a reply, he unleashed a devastating punch. The wounded demon barely blocked in time, but the force sent him skidding back. Seeing their comrade easily overpowered, the pointy-beaked demon didn't hold back. He and the reptile-masked demon both gripped Stardust crystals tightly. He dodged even with our brother's Stardust boost. We have to step in. With that, they consumed their stimulants. The wounded demon lunged forward again, unleashing a flurry of slashes. Suho countered each one with precise, powerful strikes. As the clash intensified, the pointy-beaked demon's voice cut through the air. Get out of the way. Sensing a shift in the air, Suho's expression darkened. The wounded demon vanished in an instant, leaving him alone against the 2 monsters. The massive reptile-masked demon struck first, his titanic fist carving a crater into the ground. Suho barely evaded the crushing impact, but the onslaught wasn't over. As he dodged, The pointy-beaked demon appeared behind him, claws crackling with terrifying energy. His hands were poised against each other, every finger linked by arcs of jagged purple lightning. The moment he closed the gap, he jammed his claws into Suho's back. A violent surge of electricity racked Suho's body. For a moment, Suho looked like a man forged from pure lightning. Seeing him vulnerable, the wounded demon leaped in to deliver a finishing blow. The agony was soul-shattering. Even with his teeth clenched, Suho couldn't suppress a pained groan from the sheer intensity. In the face of danger, he roared his command, "Arise instantly." Dark shadows surged forth to shield him. The moment they took form, the shadows lunged aggressively at the wounded demon. The pointy-beaked demon froze, paralyzed by the familiar sight. Capitalizing on their shock, Suho doubled over and launched a counterattack. The pointy-beaked demon tumbled back, desperately trying to regain his footing. The reptile-masked demon interrupted his panicked questioning with a grim confirmation. It is true. Buried memories resurfaced instantly. The reptile-masked demon spoke in a low voice. It's the same power we saw the day the demons were wiped out the authority of the Shadow Monarch. Yet, while they strategized, the wounded demon continued his reckless assault, swinging his blade wildly. The reptile-masked demon confidently assessed the situation. He is far weaker than the true Shadow Monarch. Even as he spoke, the wounded demon managed to tear through several of the shadow soldiers. Though his goblin shadows were forced back into the darkness, Suho remained motionless, his eyes cold as he faced their indifference. If he isn't the Shadow Monarch, there is no reason to fear him. With that realization, the monster trio united their hearts for a final stand. Staring at the enemies lining up before him, Suho let out a heavy sigh at the sheer difficulty of the coming clash. Individually, they were far weaker than Brocky, but their flawless coordination made them a nightmare to overcome. Even if I keep reviving the goblins, I am just burning through mana for nothing. Should I use that method instead? As he hesitated, his mind drifted back to the moment after he defeated Brocky. Baru had asked a curious question then. "My king, you should know I only consume these corpses to read their memories. I leave the rest of the remains untouched. The longer a body remains dead, the weaker the resulting shadow soldier will be. Why keep this corpse?" Suho looked at the hyena and spoke softly. "I realized something in Brocky's final moments." He analyzed the situation calmly, assuming the beast's final battle was fueled by the resentment of being a mere puppet. He might be useful. If I impose the shadow authority upon him, he could become a frenzied warrior. He glanced at his new ally at his feet. But to do this, I need Gray's permission. "Gray, do you approve?" he asked sincerely. The wolf gave a goofy grin and nodded his consent. The key turned, and the shadow dungeon quietly manifested. Suho knelt, pressing the key to the earth, calling for a new soldier to rise. This time, his heart was full of words he needed to say. "Brocky, if you still harbor hatred for them, I will give you your vengeance. If that is your wish, answer my call." Seconds passed. Brocky's corpse remained motionless. Just as the extraction seemed to fail, a violent torrent of shadows erupted like a dark spring. The darkness condensed into a new monstrosity with razor-sharp claws and powerful legs that easily shattered the floor. A new shadow soldier, taking the form of the hyena, had finally emerged. The freshly summoned beast phantom roared with primal joy, celebrating its own dark rebirth. It bared its jagged teeth in a wicked grin, ready for blood. Sensing its arrival, the system immediately updated. "Brocky, Level 1. Normal rank." Seeing the shadow soldier's form, the pointy-nosed demon let out an agitated roar. The hyena Brocky Suho noted coolly. "With this, Gray, Brocky, and I, the numbers are finally even." Hearing this, Baru felt deeply wounded, tears welling in his eyes. "Young monarch, what about me?" In that instant, Suho's eyes flashed with resolve. "Let's end this," he commanded. Those words were the starting pistol. Both sides clashed. Simultaneously, the summoning gate transformed, its blue glow turning a blood red. The portal grew violent, discharging streaks of crimson lightning that lashed out at the surroundings. Suddenly, a figure stepped out, a slender girl with pointed ears, resembling an elf. Clutching her weapon, she stared blankly at the chaotic brawl unfolding before her, her confusion growing by the second. "Who summoned me? Is some devil trying to claim my life?" She stood frozen, gazing at the battlefield, her eyes locking onto a shadow soldier that felt both strange and familiar. Why is a shadow soldier here? Meanwhile, Suho was locked in a fierce duel with the spearman demon. blades and gauntlets clashing. The friction of their weapons sent showers of sparks flying through the air. As they struggled for dominance, Suho suddenly leaned back and drove a powerful kick into his opponent's gut. The spearman demon recoiled in agony, screaming as its guard broke. Suho seized the opening, lunging forward with a burning fist. This was the finishing blow. But before he could connect, purple lightning crackled past his ears. Bolts of energy struck where he stood. Fortunately, his instincts kicked in, and he managed to leap back just in time. The attacker was the pointy-nosed demon. The lightning dancing between its fingers betrayed its intense irritation. It glared at him with a look of extreme caution. Suho narrowed his eyes, annoyed that another pest was interfering. He felt a weight in his chest. If these two fought as one, they would be incredibly difficult to handle. The spearman demon struggled up, muttering thanks. Suho watched them, worried that Gray's presence would drain all his mana. Suho recalculated their combat power, and the more he thought, the more his head ached. Even with Braki reborn as a shadow soldier, he was currently weaker than his original self, barely managing to hold one enemy at bay. As Braki's fight intensified, Suho found himself in a corner. How could he separate them just then? The fully armed elf girl leaped in. "I have a question," she declared, her voice cutting through the air, forcing both the monsters and Suho to listen. Amidst the swirling dust of the battlefield, she gripped her sword and cried out, "Where is Lord Sung Jinwoo?" Suho couldn't help but wonder, where did this wounded knight come from, and why was she searching for his father? Baru recognized her instantly. He flickered toward her, his voice dripping with that unforgettable arrogance. "What are you doing here?" Shivers ran down her spine at the sound of that voice. But then, realization struck, and she rushed forward to embrace him. "Is it really you?" "Baru," she gasped. "But wait. What happened to your physical body?" Her joy vanished as the weight of her clan's fate returned. "Tell me," she pleaded. "Where is Lord Sung Jinwoo? And who is this human beside you?" Baru hissed, his patience wearing thin as his mana flared with irritation. It was a long story. Meanwhile, the demon soldiers watched in confusion as their target bonded with the enemy. "A demon summoner," the sharp-nosed demon muttered. "It seems she's well acquainted with our foes. This could be a problem. If she chooses to stay on their side, things will get complicated." Thinking the Shadow Monarch had triumphed, she smiled brightly. "He did it. I can finally rest in peace." But reality hit her like a brick. "Save the chatter for later," Baru commanded. "You arrived just in time. Handle those demons first." Esiel's face paled as she shrieked. "Wait. What, are you serious?" The monsters didn't hesitate. Their decision was made: eliminate the wounded demon first. "We only need her blood to forge the stardust." Suho narrowed his eyes. She looked strangely familiar. He'd seen her before. But looking at her tattered state, he wondered, could she really fight alone? Baru scoffed, his confidence unshakable. Lower-tier demons are nothing compared to her prowess. He took a moment to introduce the mysterious woman's lineage to his young master. She is from the House of Radiru, the only noble bloodline spared when the Shadow Monarch raised the demon realm. In human terms, Baru continued with a sinister glint in his eyes, her power is equivalent to an S-rank hunter. Suho's heart raced. This was his chance to witness true power. Then with a deafening bang, Isiel was sent flying, looking weaker than a wet noodle. Suho and Baru shared the exact same thought. "What?" Baru's pride was wounded. "How did you become so pathetic?" he demanded. "Your mana is practically non-existent." Esiel lay face down in the dirt, her expression one of utter despair as she began her tragic tale. Things happened. She recalled the nightmare of being hunted like a common animal for months. 6 months ago, the demon realm descended into chaos. We fought back, but the rebellion overwhelmed my clan. I only survived thanks to my kin's sacrifice. But the blood loss stripped me of my strength. Tears streamed down her face. "Baru, please, can you lend me some of your power?" Seeing her uselessness, Baru turned away coldly. "Tisk, a waste of my mana." "You're so selfish," she wailed. Suho Sihid. Great. Now his team consisted of 2 people who had lost all their power. The enemy's confidence soared. The masked demon chuckled darkly. "Did you hear that? Boys." The sharp-nosed demon stepped forward, confirming the weakness of their prey with a sneer. "The House of Radiru lives. This is our chance to ascend by consuming the blood of demon nobility." Suho gripped his blades. "If I can just isolate them, I can take them down one by one." A wicked gleam appeared in Baru's eyes. "Oh, I have a magnificent idea." Red lightning crackled in his palms. "It's time to use the skill I've finally recovered." He pointed at Esiel, shrouding her in a dark crimson light. Suddenly, The system flashed a warning. Skill malicious ambition has been activated. Baru's eyes turned blood red as he exhaled a murderous breath. Warning: malicious ambition has boosted the target's stats by 50%. Side effect: the target has been afflicted with the curse of madness. Go. You useless demon, Baru roared. Stripped of her senses, Essel lunged forward like a heat-seeking missile. Suho felt a pang of guilt. But beggars couldn't be choosers. She does look a bit pitiful. Still, if this levels the playing field. Beside him, Gray howled, ready to tear into the fray. Her target was the sorcerer demon, who had already conjured a shimmering magical barrier. The wounded demon seized the opening, swinging its blade to claim the precious demon noble blood. But with Suho on the field, success was impossible. He lunged, grappling its head before driving a brutal knee into its gut. With the wounded demon momentarily pinned, Suho planted his feet, seized its matted hair, and unleashed his full strength to hurl the beast forward. It soared through the air like a lethal arrow. The demon managed a landing, but failed to notice the crimson gauntlets closing in behind until it was sliced clean in two. Using its own blade, Suho delivered the killing blow, a masterfully timed theft. As the demon fell, blue flames erupted. System: low-grade demon defeated. Level up. Finally, one down. Suho muttered under his breath. Target neutralized. Vulcan's gauntlets absorbed the crimson essence as the notification rang. Vulcan's horn has devoured a soul. Effect: gain destruction desire. Physical damage increased by 31%. Meanwhile, the sharp-beaked demon was faltering. Seeing its comrade fall, it gritted its teeth in fury. Is he dead? Damn it, I need a counter for this psycho. But just as Essel's frenzy peaked, her power suddenly flickered out. Notification skill manipulation has depleted all mana. Effect terminated. Essel winced in agony. One moment she was a threat. The next, she collapsed right before the demon's confused eyes. Amidst its confusion, Suho appeared like a ghost, his powerful grip locking into place. Before it could even process the threat, Suho snapped its neck with lethal precision. That's two, he noted. As the life faded from the demon, the system pinged again. Low-grade demon defeated. Vulcan's horn has devoured a demon soul. Across the field, the Iron Mask demon sent Brokey crashing through a wall. Its subordinates were annihilated, breaking into a cold sweat. The demon stared at the corpses, cursing its miserable luck. Are we the ones cornered now? Those useless, pathetic piles of trash. But fighting a monster that never tires, that was a true nightmare. Brokey was already back on his feet, eyes burning with a thirst for vengeance. This was far from over. Brokey rose, only to see his opponent leaping away. Desertion. No, the beast was diving straight for Essel. I will devour the noble blood and claim true power. A fatal mistake. Before it could even reach her, a bone-shattering kick intercepted its path. Suho slammed his heel down with crushing force, cratering the earth beneath the beast. Not a chance. Its mangled limb throbbed with agony. But the demon could do nothing but grimace in despair. Suho smirked down at his prey. Now, give me something worth absorbing, never lowering his guard. Suho summoned his shadow. Brokey lunged, Yavs agape, ready to tear the enemy apart. The frenzy subsided as Brokey finally regained his senses. Even the arrogant Baru checked in on Essel. Despite her injuries, the noble demon forced herself to stand. She glared at him the moment he spoke. Baru, you selfish bastard. But how? How can another human command the shadows like Lord Sung Jinwoo? Just who is he? Softening his tone, Baru chided her gently. Your lack of insight blinds you. Look closer. Remember him, you know exactly who he is. Realization finally dawned on Essel as she whispered, could it be? Meanwhile, Suho finished the trio. System alerts chiming incessantly. Low-grade demon defeated. Vulcan's horn has devoured a soul. Level up. Level 20 reached. Shop now accessible. Suho then released Gray. Gray emerged like a phantom. Finally, Suho muttered, the shop is open for business. Memory flooded back to Essel, her heart racing with emotion. It really is him. Overwhelmed, she blurted out the truth, catching Suho's attention. The new monarch. Suho froze, eyes narrowing in confusion. Did she just call me? The new monarch. Gray nudged Brokey playfully. Trembling under his gaze, Essel stammered an apology. I didn't recognize you. You look so different now. But her strength failed her. Before she could finish, her vision blurred and her eyes drifted shut. You look just like Lord Sung Jinwoo. She collapsed, leaving Suho stunned. Beru. You know this woman. Is she going to be all right? Beru asked, hovering closer to inspect her face with concern. It appears she's merely collapsed from sheer exhaustion. She's still breathing. Young monarch. So there's no need for alarm. Suho let out a heavy sigh of relief. That's a weight off my mind. I can't help but feel a pang of pity for her. The remaining 7 raid members lay scattered, completely dead to the world. Beru moved swiftly between them, administering much-needed aid. Only after their lives were stabilized did the system finally chime. Mission complete. Rescue the survivors. 7 survivors accounted for. As the rewards manifested, Suho felt a wave of genuine relief. I'm just glad everyone made it out alive. He tapped to confirm. The holographic notification flickered and transformed, unveiling a list of hard-earned rewards. Reward 1, 3 ability points. Reward 2, 700 gold. A notification pinged 700 gold had been added to his inventory. The unexpected cash prize left him stunned. Gold, Suho muttered, pulling up the system interface to find a catalog of items and their prices. One look was all it took to understand the mechanics. Just as he suspected, he could use the gold to purchase supplies, including powerful recovery potions. The variety of gear and consumables available in the shop was staggering. Earning currency for completing tasks sparked a nostalgic warmth within him. It felt just like those childhood days when he'd receive a small allowance for running errands. Even that brief flicker of the past brought an involuntary, gentle smile to Suho's face. Come to think of it, he mused. It was father who gave me this system. Thanks for the pocket money. Dad. With Essel still showing no signs of waking, Suho purchased a potion. He frowned, questioning the system. Can't I share this with others? A detailed item description materialized alongside the glowing vial. Item, lesser health potion. Rank E class. A vital consumable that gradually restores 500 health points upon ingestion. While it can be stored in your inventory, it is soul-bound and cannot be transferred to another person. Since there were no further warnings, he popped the cap. If I can't give it to her, can I at least feed it to her? Suho carefully tipped the liquid into her mouth. Within seconds, the potion's magical properties began to take effect. Look, she's already starting to heal, Suho noted. Beru, however, hovered nearby like a nagging, overly critical mother-in-law. I simply cannot fathom why you'd waste precious gold on such a useless demoness. Oh, young monarch, your mercy knows no bounds. Ignoring the dramatic flattery, Suho issued a firm command. We can't just leave her behind in this state. Take her back to the Shadow Dungeon for now. Rocky, make sure to bring the corpses of the demons we defeated as well. With a wave of his hand, the Shadow Dungeon gate spiraled open. Rocky and Gray immediately began hauling the loot and the prisoner home. Beru fluttered over as Suho inspected his new weapon. Young monarch, are you not returning to the dungeon? Suho gripped his blade tightly. Not yet. I still have unfinished business. He walked toward the unfortunate souls still being tormented by the relentless hellfire, weapon in hand. Witnessing their twisted, agonizing state, a wave of deep compassion washed over him. They were Miss Burns' monsters he'd fought before, but seeing the fire slowly devouring what was left of their humanity was unbearable. Suho lowered his gaze, his voice cold yet heavy with sorrow. Forgive me. This is the only mercy I can offer. He swung. Skill-activated Storm Slash. Deep within the dungeon, the howling wind sounded like a mournful dirge. Meanwhile, outside the Soul Station gate, the Hunter Association had arrived in force. Agents swarmed the station, meticulously surveying the area with clipboards and sensors in hand. After a thorough sweep, an agent reported to his superior. Sir, we've discovered numerous carcasses of thorn lizards and Miss Burns throughout the battlefield zone. However, looking at the wounds on the fallen hunters, it doesn't appear they were killed by the monsters themselves. Furthermore, we located a subterranean chamber that sustained heavy damage clearly from a powerful blade. The man holding a shield narrowed his eyes in deep thought. So, there was something else in there besides the monsters. Just then, Dogun approached the group, looking to make his exit. I'll be heading out now. The investigator stopped him immediately. Wait, you're Dogun, the one who reported this. Right, our records show another collector named Sung Suho was with you. Do you know where he is? Dogun didn't miss a beat. Oh, him. He's just a junior who came to help me out today. And where is he now? The man pressed. Dogun took a deep breath, feigning hesitation and stuttering through his words. After a few awkward moments of acting, Dogun scratched his head with a sheepish grin and prepared his lie. The moment we got out, he ran off to hide somewhere safe. It's a bit embarrassing. But E-rank hunters like us couldn't do anything but call for help. The investigator's eyes narrowed, making his already stern expression even more intimidating. After a tense silence, he patted Dogun's shoulder. You did well. For an E-rank hunter. That was the most logical decision you could have made. With that, he turned his back on Dogun and went back to barking orders at his team. Continue your observation. Ensure that not a single clue escapes your sight. Deep down, Dogun knew the truth. He was certain that Suho was the mysterious savior who had rescued the surviving hunters. Yet, he chose to remain silent, even deciding to provide cover for the young man. Though he couldn't fathom why Suho hid his true rank, he felt certain it wasn't for anything sinister. I'll wait until he's ready to reveal everything to me on his own terms. Meanwhile, within a ruined building in the Shadow Dungeon, Essel regained consciousness. Hearing news of Jinwoo, her face fell in sorrow. The Shadow Monarch had departed Earth to halt the encroaching invasion of the Outer Gods' legions. Baru interrupted with immense pride. Our king sent me to Earth to release the young monarch's seal. However, the prodigal young monarch had already unsealed himself. Suho looked at Essel, sensing a lingering familiarity. Essel. Right. Have we crossed paths somewhere before? She offered a faint smile. Indeed. We met during your tutorial. You promised you would remember me. Have you forgotten despite her words? Suho's memories remained a hazy, flickering blur. He strained to remember, but his mind stayed blank. Just as he gave up, fragments of memory suddenly surfaced. He shared it immediately. Oh, you're the one who surrendered the moment our eyes met. Baru's face contorted as he stepped closer. Your duty was to test him. How could you be so half-hearted? But that was long ago. Baru brushed it aside to ask something far more critical. Why are you so weak now? What happened in the demon realm? At that, Essel's spirit instantly withered. After a long pause, she spoke truthfully. I believe I should explain everything to the new monarch. You've heard Baru mention how the Shadow Monarch annihilated the Demon King and the high nobility, right? Afterward, the Ragnarok clan became the supreme family. We awaited the Shadow Monarch's summons to the Demon City. Her voice remained steady, yet it was heavy with a profound sense of shame. Decades passed without a word from the monarch. We lived peacefully until trouble emerged 6 months ago. A magic-amplifying substance known as stardust began to infiltrate the very heart of the demon realm. Suho's eyes widened. Stardust. He searched his memories and realized the gravity of the situation. I recall the demons I just fought mentioning that very same substance. Stardust did little for high demons with vast mana, but for the lower classes, it offered immense power without cost. For those low-ranking demons, Stardust was a golden opportunity they couldn't ignore. With the Shadow Monarch absent for so long, the demons united with a singular, dark purpose in mind. They launched a rebellion against the Ragnarok clan, the family under the Shadow Monarch's protection. The uprising escalated into a brutal war. The Ragnarok fought to protect the city the monarch had entrusted to them, but my clan was far too weak to withstand a rebellion of such overwhelming numbers. After 6 months of fighting, we were defeated. Essel's hands clenched and trembled with suppressed emotion. But the cruelty of the demons who joined the fray didn't stop at mere victory. They drained the blood of my captured kin, drinking it to steal the power of our pure, noble lineage. My father and everyone else in my family, that is how they all perished. I lost most of my strength because they drained so much of my blood. She concluded, her spirit broken. I'm pathetic. Everyone sacrificed themselves, and I alone survived. With the demon realm stolen, I cannot face the great monarch, tortured by helplessness and absolute despair. Essel stood on the very precipice of a mental collapse. However, Suho spoke a single sentence. You did a great job. Those words reignited the hope in her dull eyes. Seeing Essel's intense gaze, Suho scratched his head. I often wondered how my father would act in this situation. You and your clan fought a desperate battle in his stead. If he were here, he would say the same thing. He offered her a playful wink to ease the suffocating tension of the moment. I'm grateful you fought for my father until the end. I will help you with everything I have. Essel. Let's rebuild the Ragnarok clan together. She tried to respond, but the words were lost in her throat. She involuntarily recalled that towering figure and the echoes of the words spoken in that moment. Didn't you say the hierarchy struggles within the demon clans were always a ruthless bloodbath? I will help House 𝐻𝐑𝐄 claim the throne. Recalling that promise, her heart finally found peace. And though tears fell, a radiant smile bloomed. Esso spoke with a calm grace as the new monarch system window flickered into existence. The sole survivor of the pure-blooded demon nobility has expressed her deepest gratitude toward you. Wiping her tears with a bright smile, she declared, my family name is 𝐻𝐷𝐄. A prompt appeared. Will you recruit the descendant of the White Flame? The system chimed with a new notification. Alert Esso. the last survivor of the pure-blooded demon nobility, offers her thanks. Do you wish to recruit the White Flame descendant as a teammate? Yes or no? In the quiet room, Suho sat across from Eso, his gaze filled with shock as he wondered, could she be the second person born with a monarch's lineage? Sensing his intense gaze while wiping her eyes, she froze instantly and looked back at him. At that same moment, a silent thought began to race through her mind. The new monarch system flickered again, announcing that the last survivor of the pure-blooded demon nobility had expressed her gratitude. Reading the interface, Suho pondered. Is this reaction because she is truly the final living soul of the pure-blooded demon aristocracy? He made his choice without hesitation. Yes. The system flashed. The descendant of the White Flame has officially become your teammate. A notification appeared. A profound resonance has been established between you and the White Flame descendant. Link skill established. Demon Servant Link 0% charge. Absorb the power of the White Flame descendant to unleash a blast of devastating destruction. Seeing the system windows materialize one after another, Eso gasped in sheer bewilderment. What is this? Why has a status window suddenly appeared out of thin air? Seeing her confusion, he turned to Baru and explained, since 𝐁𝐑𝐄 cannot speak, I wasn't sure. But it seems anyone who joins me gains the system's vision. Baru's eyes widened in shock as he exclaimed, Young Monarch. Could it truly be? He replied with a confident smile. Indeed. She has joined our ranks as the descendant of the White Flame. As he finished, Eso stood paralyzed by the revelation, her mind screaming, Am I truly the heir to the White Flame's legacy? Outside the building, Suho and Iso looked up toward the horizon, flanked by his two loyal summons. He turned to her with a determined look. Let's test our new link skill immediately. Iso, are you ready? Yes. New Monarch, she replied nervously. The system chimed, You have activated the Demon Servant Link skill. She immediately began to channel her inner essence to manifest the skill. A massive sphere of energy materialized, crackling with intense lightning and overflowing with a violent batic. Surging power. Suho reached out to absorb the energy, feeling a tremendous heat coursing through his veins as he marveled at the sensation. This was the power of their link. But as the energy transferred, Eso's strength evaporated and she collapsed. Suho cried out in concern as her face turned deathly pale. Please. Forgive me, she whispered. I am completely spent after just one use. Suho quickly reassured her. Don't worry. Just focus on resting for now. Watching the energy swirl within him, he wondered. One use drained her entirely. Just how much destructive potential does this skill hold? Lying on the ground, Eso watched him intently. She thought to herself that a skill capable of transferring her entire being to the new monarch must surely result in a legendary strike. Suho concentrated the linked energy and struck the wall with everything he had. Yet, to his absolute shock, the wall only suffered a minor dent. Both Suho and Baru stared at the insignificant damage. Completely lost for words, Baru broke the silence. That didn't seem any different from a normal punch. Suho added, It's nothing like the synergy I have with 𝐁𝐑𝐄. Seeing the pathetic impact after her total exhaustion, Eso's mind reeled in disbelief. Was that all? Did my entire life force only produce that? It seems so. The system flashed Demon Servant Link at 0% charge. Absorb the White Flame's power to trigger a massive explosion of destructive force. Reading the fine print, he realized, is it weak because the charge is at 0%? But it doesn't say how to actually charge it. Baru stepped forward with a glint in his eyes. Young Monarch, I have a humble request. Suho turned to him curiously. What is it? Baru then revealed his dark desire. May I feast upon the corpses of the demons you've brought to this shadow dungeon? Suho shot him down instantly. Absolutely not. I'm keeping them here because I intend to use shadow extraction on every single one of them. Seeing this, Baru asked once more. Oh. It seems. My lord hasn't tried shadow extraction on demons yet. Would you like to try it now? Immediately, he raised his hand toward the demon corpses and commanded them to arise. The system instantly flashed a new notification. The alert warned of polluted mana, stating that the shadow extraction skill could not be used on these targets. After reading the message, he muttered, I've been informed that shadow extraction is impossible because their mana is tainted. Beside him, Baru elaborated, even the Shadow Monarch himself cannot extract the shadows of demons, for their very souls have been entirely corrupted. This is why he used contracts to summon them instead, much like a certain individual from the Ragnarok clan, realizing he couldn't gain anything more from the demon remains. Suho gave Baru permission to consume them. It seems there is nothing we can do with these polluted souls. Baru, you may devour them all. The ant responded instantly. Thank you, thank you. My lord, leaning against the wall. Asil couldn't help but think gloomily. I can't believe they called me polluted. How mean. Suddenly, Suho stepped forward, holding out a vial of magic water and offering it to Asil. Here. Drink this magic water, you will feel much better. His kindness left her deeply moved, and she cried out in gratitude. Thank you. I feel like I am only holding you back. My lord, Suho continued. Come to think of it, you probably have nowhere to return to. Feel free to make yourself at home in this city. His words left her wide-eyed with shock as she stammered. Young monarch, are you truly helping me this much? A system window appeared, announcing that a portion of the Shadow Dungeon was now the White Flame territory, with Asil Radiru appointed as its lord. Seeing her profound gratitude, he smiled and said, You are my comrade now. Don't worry about such small details. Suddenly, a strange sound echoed from a distance. Suho quickly turned and asked, Baru, what is happening over there? Munching on the demons. Baru explained, Young monarch, I am seeing into the memories of these fallen demons. I have discovered clues regarding the apostles of Iterum. His words left Suho completely frozen in shock. Outside the building, Baru looked at Suho and the others gathered before him. I shall now reveal everything I witnessed within their memories. But before I proceed, there are certain truths you must understand clearly. Stardust has been dispersed across the entire world, and the Miss Bee monsters are entities from outer space. Hearing this, Suho was utterly stunned. They cried out in disbelief. You mean hell isn't the only place where Stardust has spread? These monsters are actually from beyond our world. Baru continued his dark narration. Whether by fate or coincidence, the demons I devoured were linked to Brokey and the Hyena Guild, who were sourcing humans for them. Humans who had lost their purpose were being transformed into the perfect raw materials for manufacturing Stardust. Many other locations are also producing this substance in Stardust factories. Simply put, the Hyena Guild handles the kidnappings. The Reaper Guild then transports those captives to the factories, where they are used as ingredients to create more Stardust. I am certain that the Iterim are the ones pulling the strings. Suho crossed his arms, realizing it was all part of the invasion. Breaking his train of thought, Baru suddenly dropped a bombshell. Furthermore, the mastermind who created this entire production line is a human. This revelation left Suho reeling. A human, Baru continued. I discovered that a certain human is actively collaborating with the apostles of Iterum. That traitor is hiding somewhere on Earth. He is the vice president of the Reaper Guild, Lee Min-sung. If we track him down, we will likely find the apostles. By late afternoon, a swarm of reporters had gathered before a massive building. They all readied their cameras and filming equipment. One of them shouted, Look, he is finally coming out. A man slowly emerged from the building. It was none other than the infamous Lee Min-sung. Lee Min-sung stood at the center, flanked by towering bodyguards who shielded him from the aggressive crowd. The reporters crowded forward, shouting, Mr. Lee, please give us an interview. What were the results of the Hunter Association's investigation? Facing the cameras, Lee Min-sung replied with a fake sorrow. The investigation concluded I am entirely innocent. Though, that is hardly a surprise. Another reporter pushed forward, challenging him. Do you truly claim to know nothing about the Hyena Guild's kidnappings? Even though the Reaper Guild was their primary sponsor. Furthermore, many hunters perished in the Soon battlefield under your guild's management. How do you explain those deaths? He replied. We at the Reaper Guild have dedicated everything to a world plunged into chaos after the Great Cataclysm 2 years ago. The only reason we sponsored the Hyena Guild was out of a sincere desire to support their organization. They are a guild primarily composed of D-rank hunters. We simply wanted to help them grow stronger, to better protect our world. We opened the Soon gates to outside hunters for one reason, to provide a vital training ground for the next generation to gain experience. His voice trembled with feigned emotion. Nearby, the gathered reporters stood frozen, completely captivated by his performance. He continued his act. We never imagined our noble intentions would lead to such a devastating and unforeseen tragedy. If only I had managed the situation more carefully. I am deeply sorry for this chaos. No one should have died. Min-sung then buried his face in his hands, allowing 2 streaks of crocodile tears to roll down his cheeks. After his final word, he bowed silently and turned to leave. The reporters exchanged stunned glances, murmuring in total confusion. If what he's saying is true, then isn't the Reaper Guild just another victim in all of this? I agree. Even the Hunter Association declared them innocent. The Reaper Guild has always been known for their charitable works. Doesn't that actually make them the heroes of this tragedy? Once he was out of sight, Min-sung glanced back at the bewildered reporters. A satisfied, Wicked smirk spread across his face. He tilted his head slightly, thinking to himself, faking that expression is easier than breathing. As a former top star in Asia, his acting skills remained elite. He was surprised the old fox at the association let him go so easily. At that moment, the parting words of the official echoed in his mind. You're free to go. He rubbed his chin thoughtfully as he walked. Well, it doesn't matter either way. It seemed the Hunter Association was still oblivious that he was the mastermind behind the stardust flooding the market. Nearby, a shadowed figure watched them from behind a wall. It was Suho. He leaned out, whispering to himself. So, that's Lim Min Sung. He turned to his shadow. Baru? What do you think? Can you feel any Itaram energy from him? Not a single trace. Sire, Baru replied. Suho frowned. So he isn't being controlled by the Itaram. Is he? Correct. Baru confirmed. Suho's eyes sharpened with cold determination. Fine. Then it's time we go verify the truth ourselves. Sensing his master's intent, Baru immediately moved to block his path. Young monarch, you mustn't. You've defeated powerful foes. But the mana I sense from Min Sung. I must stop you at all costs. Sensing something unusual, Min Sung suddenly whipped his head around, staring directly towards Suho and Baru's hiding spot. Seeing his strange reaction, the guard beside him asked curiously, Is something the matter? Sir. No. It's nothing. He replied. Meanwhile, Baru warned Suho again. You aren't at the level required to face him yet. Back in his car, Min Sung let out a malicious laugh, his eyes gleaming with hidden shadows. He slowly loosened his tie, the infamous A-rank hunter. Lee Min Sung. Soon. He arrived at a room lit by a glittering chandelier. The table was filled with expensive wine and exotic fruits. Min Sung sat back, one arm around a woman, grinning at his phone. This is child's play. A little acting and the public's opinion flips a full 180 degrees. Notifications flooded his screen. Reaper Guild Vice President Lee Min Sung declared innocent by the association. Full financial records of the Reaper Guild's profits have been released to the public for transparency. Despite ties to the scandalous Hyena Guild, Lee Min Sung continues his consistent streak of charitable deeds. Just then, the door opened. A woman walked in and smirked. Well, look who we have here. If it isn't the hero of the hunter world, you should have told me you were coming, she said, approaching him while dismissing the other girls from the room. Everyone, out. Min Sung didn't even look up from his phone as he spoke coldly. Am I obligated to report my every move to you, startled? She quickly waved it off. No. You know, I didn't mean it that way. Though she smiled, she cursed him inwardly. What an insufferable personality. Born with a silver spoon and a superstar since youth, his ego was naturally through the roof. However, that massive pride had been completely trampled during the Great Cataclysm. After the world changed, things were different. Though he became an A-rank hunter, his own driver awakened as one of the rare S-rank hunters in South Korea. The media went wild, and the public's adoration shifted entirely toward his former chauffeur. That was the first time Lee Min Sung felt his world turn upside down, losing his spot at the top of the food chain. Yet somehow, that same driver ended up joining the Reaper Guild, founded by 𝐁𝐑𝐄. She picked up a wine bottle to open it, looking at him. Shall we get down to business now? He took a sip. Uninterested. Which business? She leaned in closer, a playful smile on her lips as she whispered into his ear. There is no need to play dumb with me. You know exactly what I am talking about, the stardust. I am looking to make a massive purchase this time. Can you make that happen? Min Sung set his glass down firmly and replied. Have you not heard the rumors? The entire distribution network and one of the main factories have been completely wiped out. How could they possibly meet such a high demand? Now she pressed on. But I am certain the brilliant Lee Min Sung already has a secret plan in motion. Does he not? Min Sung remained silent, offering nothing but a sharp, calculating glance. After a long pause, he finally spoke. Fine. I will see what my business partners have to say. Her eyes lit up with delight. As expected of our esteemed vice director, inside. He cursed his luck. Damn. Do I really have to reach out to that guy lately? That individual had started handling all of his major orders. Through the glass of a towering skyscraper, a young man's hand pressed gently against the cold surface. His gaze was razor sharp as he surveyed the chaos below. Outside the window, a relentless swarm of monsters was launching a brutal assault. Gray lunged from the shadows, tearing into the beasts with savage intensity. At the same time, Essel charged forward, her blade dancing through the air as she struck down the monsters, terrifying gusts of wind, heavy with a murderous aura. began to swirl violently through the battlefield. A lethal strike flashed forward, slicing clean through the gaping maw of a charging beast. A flurry of sword strikes followed in rapid succession, shredding the monsters into pieces before they could even take another step. It was Suho. Having annihilated the pack, he descended slowly to the ground. With a heavy sigh, he wiped the crimson splatters from his face. He turned his gaze toward Baru and spoke up. "All right. I am going to summon a wave of goblins now." Baru remained silent, but he thought to himself, the young monarch must be growing impatient after what we just discussed. In the shadows of the room, a dark figure wielding a massive scythe looked toward Baru and spoke in a low, advisory tone. "Our primary mission is to extract intel regarding the Apostles of Itarim from Lee Sung. He is currently the kingpin of the entire network. Since he controls the Stardust distribution, we must accept that a violent confrontation is inevitable once we make contact with him." As Baru drew closer, Suho's eyes widened in surprise. He looked at the ant and asked, "Then how exactly do we plan on getting the information out of him?" Baru replied coldly, "If he refuses to talk, I will simply devour him and seize his memories directly. The Shadow Monarch has granted me permission to consume humans, provided they have been identified as true devils. However, that is only if we can actually defeat Lee Sung. During our time at the Hunters Association, I observed countless hunters of various ranks. Based on my ability to gauge the true power of others, young monarch, you are currently at C rank. Gray is D rank. And Asil is Z rank." Essel pinched her cheek and thought bitterly, "If only I had not lost my true power. Even when you merge with Gray, your power barely scratches the surface of B rank. And even within the same rank, the gap in strength can be vast. It usually takes 10 D rankers to bring down one C ranker. Our team is still far too weak to face the Reaper Guild and a high-level hunter like Lee Sung." Hearing Baru's blunt assessment, Essel couldn't help but feel curious. She looked at him and asked, "Baru, what about you? What rank are you?" He glanced back and stated proudly, "I am a Grand Marshal." She tilted her head and teased, "Are you sure you aren't just an infantry soldier?" Infuriated, Baru snapped back, "I will rip you apart this instant nearby." Suho remained silent. His head bowed as a shadow of gloom passed over his eyes. The system notification windows began to pop up one after another. Quest complete, daily quest. Clear the shadow dungeon. Slain 100 goblins. Progress 100 out of 100. Slain 10 goblin commanders. Slain 1 goblin chief. Rewards are now available. Notification: would you like to check your rewards? Several mission rewards have been prepared for you below. Reward 1, full status recovery. Reward 2, 3 bonus points to all stats. Reward 3, 1 random box. Suho gripped his spear and slowly walked toward Gray. As he scanned the system windows, a thought crossed his mind. The kill count didn't increase this time, even though I exceeded the quota. Could it be that the secret reward is a one-time thing? He turned his attention back to the screen and commanded, "Open random box." A mysterious box materialized from the system and dropped. A new notification appeared. You have obtained the item Ring of Ashes. Item Ring of Ashes. Type accessory. Requirement none. Effect sense +5. You have equipped the Ring of Ashes. His sense stat rose from 29 to 34. Suho stared at the ring now adorning his finger. His eyes sparked with brief interest. A single ring that grants 5 points to sense. Not bad. But it doesn't really change my current situation. The slight smile faded from his face. He glanced sideways. Realizing the bitter truth, he could no longer level up by hunting mere goblins. Even hunting demons would only increase the damage of Vulcan's horn by a measly 3% each time. The system displayed the item details: Vulcan's horn. Effect: Destruction Desire. Physical damage increased to 33%. Suho clenched his fist, his resolve hardening. I need to get stronger, and I need to do it fast. But right now, my options are running out. To level up, my only choice is to dive into dungeons and slay monsters. Back in his room, he stared intensely at the newspaper headlines featuring his own name. He sighed in frustration. Every single call today is just for digging or collecting resources. What a waste. No strike team would take an E-ranker like me. And sneaking into a gate illegally is out of the question. Seeing his dismay, Beru spoke up. Why not get reevaluated at the association? Master, Suho shook his head. Information on reawakened hunters is posted publicly on their website immediately. I need to stay hidden. Especially now that I know the Apostles of Itarim have reached Earth. I won't let myself become a liability or a target for them to use against my father. If we have to deal with those apostles on top of Lee Sung, we're in trouble. He muttered, lost in thought. Beru broke the silence. Master, You needn't worry too much about those Itaram bastards just yet. If they arrived this early, the strain of space-time travel likely left them severely weakened. Suho looked up. His interest piqued. Space-time travel. What do you mean? Baru explained. Alien races must traverse dimensional rifts to reach this world. The outer walls of these rifts are incredibly narrow, choking the flow of mana and creating immense resistance. Even if an individual tries to force the rift open with all their might, it closes instantly. Crossing requires massive power and time, depending on one's own mana reserves. That is why the Itarim army and the Shadow Monarch cannot simply appear here in an instant. Suho stroked his chin, absorbing the information. A look of realization crossed his face. So the apostle isn't at full strength yet. That explains why he's hiding behind Braki and the demons. If an invasion is inevitable, then this is the perfect window for me to grow stronger. Beru watched Suho's determination and wondered, is it finally time? He recalled the secret instructions he received before being sent to find Suho. Beru, I'm leaving the decisions to you once you reach Earth and assess the situation. If you need assistance, take this key and find him. He will be a powerful ally for Suho. Looking at Suho now, Beru realized the true purpose behind the Monarch's gift. With a sudden burst of energy, Beru lunged forward. Young Monarch. The sudden shout nearly made Suho jump out of his skin. Suho paused, a thought clicking into place. Wait. Why didn't I think of this sooner? He pulled out his phone with a knowing smirk. There was a legal, low-profile way to enter gates that he knew all too well. Cut to a high-rise office. Suho sat comfortably as a man's voice echoed through the room. It has been a long time, hasn't it, Suho? This is our first meeting since your awakening. I was curious why you called, but this proposal is unexpected. The man smiled warmly. You've certainly grown up, haven't you? Suho returned the smile. I've brought you a deal where you have absolutely nothing to lose. Uncle, hiding in Suho's collar, Beru was moved by his master's wit. Truly, a worthy successor. He found the man the Shadow Monarch mentioned on his own. Jinho looked at his tablet and spoke. So, you're asking me to help you gain access to the gates. He glanced at the stats. 12,417,718 concurrent users. It was a legendary VR game that had dominated the charts since its release 4 years ago. No one suspected the mastermind behind this gaming revolution was the youngest son of a massive Chibo family. The company was Asen Soft, and its CEO was, "Are you Master Sung Suho?" a voice interrupted. Suho nodded as the strike team leader approached with a smile. I've been expecting you. The CEO informed me that he's meeting a very important guest today. This way, please. Suho followed, eyeing the high-tech interior of his uncle's company, but his brow furrowed. Why are there so many Awakened gathered inside a game company? Sensing Suho's confusion, the raid leader turned back with a knowing smile and began to speak. You're likely puzzled by how many Awakened work here. But the truth is, not everyone who awakens wants to risk their life inside dangerous dungeons. With a fair salary, many choose to take on private commissions or work as professional bodyguards instead. After hearing that, Suho couldn't help but ask, but what use does a game company have for active hunters? The raid leader replied, we're currently developing a top-secret project, so I can't share any specific details with you just yet. As the man finished speaking, Suho glanced aside in confusion, wondering if they were creating a game based on the world of hunters. Together, the two of them stepped into a private room. Seeing them enter, Jinho smiled warmly and raised a hand in greeting. Well now, look who we have here. He quickly approached Suho, grabbing his shoulders with a bright grin. It's been quite a while, hasn't it? Suho, how long has it been? Pointing a finger in playful reproach, he added, the last I heard, you awakened at the Korea National University of Arts. Do you have any idea how worried I was about you? Suho rubbed the back of his neck awkwardly and replied, I've been a bit busy lately, so I couldn't keep in touch as often as I should have. I'm sorry. Suddenly, Jinho leaned in with a chuckle and remarked, wait, it feels like you've grown much taller since the last time we met. Suho smiled at his uncle's observation and joked, it's probably just because I'm still going through a growth spurt. Uncle. Suho then took a seat and began rummaging through his backpack for something. Uncle, would you mind taking a quick look at this? Seeing the laptop, Jinho asked with a hint of confusion. We finally get a chance to catch up, and you're already jumping straight into work. However, his expression shifted to pure shock the moment he saw what was on the screen. It was a formal business proposal. He picked up the proposal to examine it more closely, unable to hide his growing admiration as he read through the pages. I was wondering why you suddenly wanted to see me, but I never expected a business proposal. You've really grown up. Suho. Suho offered a confident smile and said, "I've brought you a proposal where you stand to lose absolutely nothing." "Uncle." Jinho looked at him intently and spoke. "So, what you're really asking is for me to help you gain access to the gates, right?" Suho gave a firm nod, smiling as he revealed his true objective. "That's exactly right. If you help me acquire the gates and recruit the necessary raid members, I'll give Asinf every single mana crystal recovered from inside. I have the ability to clear any dungeon from rank D to rank C with absolute ease." Hearing this bold claim, Jinho narrowed his eyes in suspicion. "Can you really pull that off when you're only an E-rank hunter?" To ease his uncle's doubts, Suho quickly explained, "The truth is, I have a specific method to conquer dungeons entirely on my own." Jinho placed a tablet on the table and spoke solemnly. "Suho, you're aware that I'm also an awakened day, aren't you? Even at rank D, which is higher than yours. I'm not strong enough to hunt inside those gates." His playful demeanor had completely vanished. With a grave expression, he asked, "Are you pushing yourself this hard because you think your parents might be trapped inside a gate from the great catastrophe? If that's the case, I will still hire hunters for your sake. But I need you to remain patient for now." Suho remained silent, thinking to himself, "I had a feeling he would react this way." Just then, Baru peeked out from Suho's collar and whispered, "Young Monarch, do you truly intend to reveal the secret?" Suho answered without hesitation. "Yes. After all, he's the one I trust most." Then, he lowered his head and called out, "Uncle." Jinho watched him, his eyes filled with visible shock. Suddenly, Suho leaned forward, pressing his hands on the table with a dead serious expression. "The truth is, I'm an awakened who has the unique ability to level up." Stunned, Jinwoo gasped. "What level up?" Suho continued. "Right now, there are extraterrestrial invaders hiding all across this planet. To stop them, I must hunt monsters and increase my level as quickly as possible. To prevent this alien invasion, I have to enter the dungeons and grow stronger." His uncle could only stare in pure disbelief. "What on earth are you talking about?" After a moment of shock, Jinho asked, "Suho, have you already heard about the solo leveling project?" It was Suho's turn to be confused. He stared at his uncle with a bewildered expression, completely caught off guard. Solo leveling. Seeing Suho's stunned face, his uncle leaned back and smiled. "Ah, I see what's going on now. This must be some kind of hidden camera prank, right? You're making up these wild stories just to see how your old uncle reacts. Everything you just described is actually the main plot of the single-player game our company is currently developing. It's a story about an awakened who possesses the unique ability to level up all by himself. The protagonist starts at rank E, but eventually reaches rank S and becomes the world's strongest hero to save humanity. If someone already leaked the plot to you, then what was the point of me keeping this project so top secret all this time?" Faced with his uncle's skepticism, Suho remained silent. He merely frowned, wondering if those tales were actually about the Shadow Monarch's lineage. "Regardless, if you're trying to prank me and my staff, you've failed. You aren't skilled enough to deceive me just yet." Baru tilted his head in confusion. "Failure impossible. This man must still harbor faint memories of the previous world or something similar." Hearing those words, the uncle froze instantly. He turned toward the shadow creature, his eyes wide with absolute shock and disbelief. After recovering his senses, he gasped in pure horror. "Suho, what on earth is this ant-faced monster?" Baru merely watched him curiously. The shadow ant turned toward his master. "Young Monarch, shall I assist in explaining the truth to this human?" Jinho stared at the creature before him, unable to believe his eyes. "Baru, since when? How are you even here?" Before he could finish, Baru intervened. "In the forgotten timeline, you were a loyal servant who served the great monarch faithfully. You stood by him in every epic battle. Those glorious, soul-stirring moments must still be etched deep within your very spirit." The uncle sat there trembling, his face pale with terror. Every muscle in his body shook as the ancient memories began stirring. Suho gasped. What Baru simply clicked his mandibles. Showing him the truth will be far more efficient than wasting words. Accept this gift from the Shadow Monarch. Suddenly, a blinding flash of light erupted, piercing straight through the uncle's heart. Suho cried out in alarm. "What is this?" Across from him, Jinho was equally stunned, caught in the radiant glow. Jinho's eyes flew wide. Suddenly, his entire field of vision was consumed by a vast, infinite white void of nothingness. He gasped in confusion. In the distance, a figure began to emerge, walking slowly toward him with rhythmic, steady footsteps. The figure stopped just a few feet away, recognizing the man standing before him. Jinho whispered in shock. Is that me? Memories flooded back of his days with Sung Jinwoo. You said you're E rank. Right, don't worry. I'll protect you. Sir, he recalled seeing Jinwoo burdened by heavy gear. Is that luggage too heavy? Are you doing okay? Mr. Sung, are you all right? Jinwoo had shrugged it off. Jinho then asked, Are you always this quiet? You barely say a word. Jinho kept talking as they walked. Why so silent? Jinwoo finally retorted. Are you always this talkative? Jinwoo. The memory shifted to a tense moment. Are you really going to side with him? Are you turning against us? He remembered pleading desperately with his boss. Chief, please, just 20 raids. Okay. 19. Just 19 more raids together, please. Just listen to me. Then, a memory of his pride and joy showing off his brand new, expensive hunter armor. This set was crafted by Italy's finest artisans. It is high-end gear that will drastically amplify my hidden combat potential. If we are going to conquer high-ranked dungeons, I must be prepared. Don't you agree that I look impressive? Sir, Jinwoo had not been impressed. He reached out, tapping the armor lightly, and Jinho went tumbling backward onto the hard ground, looking down coldly. Jinwoo spoke with an icy tone. Take that off right now, while I am still feeling patient. Dejected, Jinho obeyed immediately. In another memory, they sat in a restaurant, celebrating a flawless victory and another successful raid. You did not just save my life, you carried the whole raid. You feel more like a brother than my own flesh and blood. As he spoke those words, he lowered his head, his eyes reflecting a profound sense of loneliness and hidden sorrow. Seeing that sadness, Jinwoo replied softly, If you consider me your brother, then I shall consider you my true younger brother. He raised his glass for a toast. Back in reality, Jinho was sobbing, his face drenched with tears of pure nostalgia, struggling to maintain his composure. Jinho hurriedly wiped the tears away, his heart heavy with the weight of forgotten years. To think he would find Jinwoo again in this world. Suho palmed his face, asking Beru, What exactly did you do to him? The shadow ant quickly tried to calm him down. There is no cause for alarm. My young liege, I simply helped. I merely restored his memories of the previous world. After a long silence, Jinho spoke. I see. Jinwoo's power was infinite, and you, his son, you possess that same power. Don't you? Suho froze, his eyes wide with absolute shock. Yes. But it is a bit different. My path is my own, though it comes from the same source. Jinho's gaze turned sharp and serious. The outer gods from beyond. He is out there right now, protecting us from the Ataram. He is fighting in a different dimension entirely. Suho nodded. To stop the coming invasion, I must grow stronger immediately. Honestly, even with the world at stake, you still brought a business proposal. You are just as formal as your father was. You really are his son. You have the same stubborn sense of duty and etiquette, no matter how dire the situation. I understand now. I won't treat you like a child. I accept your proposal. Hearing this, Suho jumped for joy. Yes, Jinho watched Suho's excitement, but a shadow of concern and sadness flickered across his weary eyes. He thought silently, his heart aching for his old friend. Once again, Jinwoo, you are shouldering the weight of the world alone. He granted me these memories for a reason. To give me a chance to stand by him. This time, I won't let you down. I'll do whatever it takes to support Suho. Meanwhile, Suho stood hooded, watching the wounded crowd gathered nearby. He scanned the area, his eyes narrowing in thought. So, is this the hired strike team asterisk? You did an incredible job gathering this many people. Old man, a nearby hunter looked up. Skeptical. Are you really paying us 400,000 just to sit here while you enter the gate alone? Precisely. Suho replied without hesitation. The man pressed further. You're seriously planning to go in there by yourself? Ignoring the question, Suho turned to leave. The hunter spat on the ground, his expression filled with pure contempt. I don't care how strong you think you are. Underestimating a gate like this is pure suicide. If things get ugly, don't be too proud to call us. Even in this state, we can still provide some backup. Suho paused, casting a sharp, silent glance over his shoulder. A slight smirk played on his lips. Thanks. If I'm in trouble, I'll call. With that, he stepped toward the desolate city. My father carried a world of responsibility alone until now. This team system I've received. It was his final gift. I can feel my father's warmth hidden within the system's intent. I won't let him shoulder this burden by himself anymore. Let the leveling begin. Outside, a massive building. A luxury car screeched to a halt. Lee Min-dong stepped out, barking orders. Keep a tight perimeter. Yes. Sir, his subordinates replied. Min-dong frowned. Eyes cold as ice. Asterisk. 3 months. Has it really been that long? Asterisk. As he entered the lobby, the security guard gasped in shock. Wait, I've seen you on the news. You're Lee Min-dong, the vice director of the Reaper Guild. Right? Min-dong ignored him, his ego soaring. Humph. A diamond like me simply cannot be hidden from the world. Asterisk. Besides, maintaining a perfect public image is just as important as power. Suddenly, he turned back, pulling down his mask with a dazzling smile. Thank you for recognizing me. Sir, I appreciate the support. The guard waved back, deeply moved. Have a wonderful day. You truly are the hero of all hunters. Yes. That envy, that adoration. Everyone should look at me like that. Asterisk, I am the elite of elites. The son of Eugen Construction's CEO. Success is in my blood. I was a superstar. The king of the advertising world long before the gates ever opened. Asterisk, known as the Prince of Asia. I awakened as a powerful A rank after the Great Cataclysm. I believed I would remain at the top of the food chain. Until 𝐁𝐑𝐿 spoke from the driver's seat. Young master, I've awakened as an S rank. Min-dong's eyes twitched at the memory. His own driver had surpassed him. 𝐁𝐑𝐿 smiled humbly. I'm getting old, so I should start my hunter career soon. I'm resigning as your driver. You're an A rank. Right? The association suggested I start a guild. Would you like to join me? The insult burned. I'm an A rank. But this lowly chauffeur is an S rank. The world is upside down. From that day, I knew the world was doomed. The social pyramid had been flipped after the disaster. I will restore the natural order, even if I have to strike a deal with the devil. He pushed open the heavy door. Slowly, he lowered his mask, his gaze chilling and determined. Inside, a group of people stood with eerie, distorted grins. Min-dong glared. Wipe those disgusting smiles off before I rip your mouths open. He walked past them, his voice cold. Where is your master? The owner is back. Yet no one comes to greet him. Just then, a voice called out. Lee Min-dong. He turned to the figure. With that hair and those dead eyes. You're one of those outers. Aren't you? The boy held a mysterious book. Min-dong reached out, patting the child's head condescendingly. The last time I saw you, you were just an infant. You've grown quite a lot since then. Your mana is surging too. Are you maturing according to the plan? The outer being's brow furrowed in annoyance. I've told you before. I am not growing. I am simply reclaiming my original power. To survive the journey across the void between universes, I had to split my soul and power into many fragments, and the first piece of me to reach this world happened to be the weakest of them all. Reborn into this world, I have finally merged with my second fragment. Min-dong slumped into his chair, listening to the complex truth. My memories are intact, but I am not the person you once knew. Simply put, do not think you can act so familiarly with me anymore. Min-dong's brow furrowed as he glared intensely at the mysterious boy. I don't care about your personality. Just remember our packed wealth. Fam. And the end of that S-class hunter. Min-dong let out a dark, satisfied laugh. Good. As long as you haven't forgotten, the boy paid him no mind, his eyes never leaving the pages of his book. Why are you here today? Min-dong retorted. Can't I even enter my own home? I told you never to come here without a damn good reason. The boy snapped, ignoring the cold rebuff. Min-dong pointed upward, his expression turning serious. The Stardust supply chain is failing. Our main refineries were recently wiped out. I've come to ask for more Stardust reinforcements, if you have any. An attack. Have you identified the one responsible for this? Rumors say it was a masked hunter, a master of the blade. The boy flipped a page, his voice dripping with icy authority. You guaranteed no flaws in the distribution system. Lee Min-dong. Listen, kid, if you obsess over every tiny setback, you'll never achieve anything great. The boy's eyes flared with murderous intent. Pathetic. I wonder if choosing you as a pawn was a mistake. Min-dong's hand moved like a blur, drawing a hidden blade from his leg. Listen here. You brat. In a flash, he lunged, the cold steel biting into the boy's neck. His eyes widened with a terrifying, monstrous intensity as he whispered his threat. I'm an A-class hunter. not some brainwashed puppet. I can end you before you ever regain your peak. You're the pawn here, not me. But the boy didn't even blink in the face of death. You humans. Ranking power based on mana alone. How incredibly primitive. Minung's voice turned into a low, dangerous growl. Are you looking down on me? Suddenly, the guard downstairs was hoisted into the air by an unseen force. His eyes glowing with raw mana. Minung recoiled in pure shock. What? What is happening? Mana is surging from everywhere. Is it possible? Has he already? Throughout the building, people froze, their golden eyes snapping toward their new master. Pillars of overwhelming mana manifested over the heads of every person in the facility, from the elevators to the streets. Every single soul turned as one, their gazes locked on a single target. Terror gripped Minung's heart. He's brainwashed every single person in this entire building, standing amidst the chaos. The boy remained terrifyingly calm. My past self needed you to survive. But now, I have the power to stand alone. Our relationship now depends on your usefulness. Behind them, a mob of armed puppets closed in. Their faces were masks of pure, golden-eyed fury, devoid of any human emotion. They raised their weapons in unison, a silent army ready to tear him apart. Cold sweat poured down Minung's face as he realized the true scale of the power before him. He instantly dropped his dagger, scrambling back with a forced, desperate grin. Hey, I was just testing you. I wanted to see if you were ready for that S-class monster. The boy slowly closed his book. Fine. You still have some value, so I'll let you live. For now, in a heartbeat, the heavy atmosphere vanished, and everyone returned to their normal lives. A white-haired man approached, handing Minung a case filled with concentrated stardust. This is a stimulant, the boy explained, created by condensing stardust hundreds of times over. Minung stared at the glowing crystal in disbelief. You had something like this all along. Dilute it correctly, and you can mass-produce more power than you ever imagined. He cast a cold gaze toward the man and asked, Is this truly different from the stardust low-rank hunters use? If you use it, it will even affect an A-rank hunter like yourself. Do you want to try it out? Staring at the shimmering dust in his palm, he flatly refused. He secretly thought, who would be foolish enough to use such a mysterious substance? I may have just unleashed an unimaginable monster upon the earth. He clutched his suitcase before leaving, but not before turning back to give the outsider one final warning. Fine. Just keep your promise. As Suho's voice faded and he truly departed, the man immediately hurled his book to the ground. Holding his hand out, he stared at it intensely and muttered, I can feel it. Another fragment will arrive soon. Once I merge with that power fragment, I won't have to hide in these shadows anymore. In that moment, he recalled the terrifying image of a ferocious, snake-like monster with its massive jaws wide open. Its tail swiped violently, sending Gray flying. She crashed into the dirt, her eyes fixed on the monstrosity before her. Eso dug her heels in to gain momentum, then suddenly leaped forward, charging straight at the beast. On the other side, Suho rushed in to activate his powers. Like the others, he was quickly swatted away by the monster's overwhelming strength. Witnessing the brutal scene, fear turned to desperation as Suho gritted his teeth. He grabbed the monster's tail, funneled every ounce of his mana into his hands, and crushed the beast's body with raw force. The monster's eyes widened in shock. Under the pressure of his attack, its body was torn in two, causing it to let out a soul-piercing shriek. Seconds later, the monster collapsed. Suho quickly retreated, landing safely a distance away. The outsider let out a chilling smile and declared, that is when the invasion will officially begin. A man with long hair watched them with a bored, weary expression and finally spoke up. Is this really not going to be dangerous for us? We just sit here until that person exits the gate. Everyone gets 5 million won, on the condition that we never speak of what we see or hear. I still don't understand why he's paying us such a huge sum for something so simple. A man sitting nearby replied, this is the 4th time, and he's never broken a promise to us. As a hunter, closing gates is serving the community. It's not hurting anyone, she added. But something still feels off. Another person spoke up to stop her. If it bothers you that much, then stop working for them. She rubbed the back of her head awkwardly. The man nearby glanced at her with deep suspicion, thinking, something is definitely fishy. He never brings a collection or mining team. He just goes in and wipes the gate clean. But if you don't mine or collect materials, there is absolutely no profit to be made from a gate. He started with D ranks, but lately, he's been entering C rank gates. What on earth is he doing in there, near Suho? The ground was shattering as stones flew wildly in every direction. Baru stood behind the goblins, constantly urging them on. Faster, move faster, keep going. Eso gathered loot from the ground and looked at Gray. Scavenging requires real technical skill. Don't you agree? Gray looked toward Suho with a hesitant and worried gaze. Their young monarch was soloing a C-rank boss monster. At that moment, Suho leaped high to dodge the beast's lethal strikes. The giant monster was in a frenzied rage, using its massive legs to launch a non-stop barrage of attacks at him. The moment he saw an opening, Suho immediately drew his sword. He unleashed his Windblade skill, raining down multiple slashes on the monster. Suddenly, the system flashed a notification. Notification paralysis effect activated. Target possesses strong resistance. The effect will be weakened. Item Kasaka's Venom Fang. Rank C. Category Dagger. Attack power plus 25. A dagger crafted from the venomous fang of Kasaka. Kasaka's venom is preserved within the blade, inflicting paralysis and severe bleeding upon the opponent. You can store the item in your inventory or sell it at the shop. Effect Paralysis. Temporarily immobilizes the foe. Effect Bleeding. The opponent will lose 1% of their total health every second. After finishing his move, Suho slowly turned back toward the monster. Humph. You endured that. I wanted to test the paralysis effect, but I guess it doesn't work on spiders, just as I thought. To deal with these pests, he raised his blade once more, preparing for another devastating strike. Suho lunged forward, striking the monster's head before following up with a massive, power-infused punch. Suho glared at the beast, a cocky smirk dancing on his lips. Fists really are the ultimate weapon, he declared. His blade ignited, cloaked in an aura of overwhelming destructive power. In a flash, he unleashed a relentless storm of slashes, carving through the monster's defenses. As Suho commanded his blade to strike, a realization hit him. He was now strong enough to solo a C-rank boss. The path to the B-rank gates was finally within his reach. The force of the impact was so immense that the surrounding earth shattered, sending jagged rocks flying in every direction. He blurred toward the creature like a localized gale. He was finally mastering Ruler's authority in the heat of battle, refining his combat instincts with every level gained. Thinking back, the skill known as Ruler's Authority was quite remarkable. He usually reserved it for telekinesis, but curiosity burned within him. What would happen if he infused his strikes with the power of the invisible hand? He tightened his grip into a devastating fist, and a shockwave of raw, concentrated energy erupted from his knuckles, pouring every ounce of his strength into the blow. He struck the monster. A deafening explosion roared through the air, sending massive tremors through the ground. System alerts flooded his vision. Giant Arage defeated. Level up, level up. His core skill evolved. Ruler's Authority had reached level 2. It was now an active skill that required 0 mana to execute. He could now manipulate objects without even a graze of physical contact, though the mental strain would accumulate based on the intensity of the feat. Fatigue hit 83. Suho collapsed onto the monster's massive carcass, exhaling a breath of pure, hard-earned satisfaction. The mental strain is no joke, he muttered, realizing continuous use was a gamble. Nearby, Essel and Gray watched him, their eyes wide with disbelief. Suho stood up and stuffed his hands into his pockets. As he approached them, he realized the combat possibilities for Ruler's Authority were truly limitless. The moment she saw him, she gasped out in awe. The new monarch. She scrambled to her feet, her voice trembling as she asked, "Did you really defeat the boss?" Suho flashed a proud, confident grin. "Yeah, I won," he replied simply, standing nearby. Beru was practically vibrating with excitement as he showered Suho with praise. "My lord, you've reached a point where you can dominate the battlefield without my help. I am truly moved by your growth. Go on." "Brew," Suho said. "Feast on the magic crystals." Baru reported back immediately. "We have already scavenged every useful part from the fallen monsters. Good work," Suho praised. Suddenly, the system interface flickered to life before his eyes. Items sold: Great Sword for 8,400,000 gold. Confusion Potion for 130,000 gold. Plus various crystal rewards. He scanned the screen, impressed. Being able to sell loot directly through the shop window is a total game changer. Beru leaned in, his tone serious. "Compared to human hunters, my lord, I believe your power is fast approaching B-rank status." Suho's eyes widened in genuine surprise. "Is that so?" It shouldn't have been a shock. Though after all, he was leveling up 8 times faster than any normal hunter. The status window popped up. Name: Sung Suho. Title, Wolf Slayer. Fatigue 83. Health 5,350 out of 5,350. Mana 564. Level 28. Skills Tenacity, Level 2. Martial Arts, Level 1. Ruler's Authority, Level 2. And Shadow Extract, Level 2. Baru continued his explanation. Furthermore, I can feel that as you grow stronger, the power of those serving you increases as well. Essel began stretching, her body glowing with newfound energy. It's true, she added. I can feel it. The more we fight, the faster my strength seems to recover. How am I recovering my stamina without even consuming blood, she wondered, looking towards Suho for answers. Wait. There's more. Suho interrupted. I can see your levels now. Essel is level 19. And Gray is level 17. She looked at him as if he were speaking a foreign tongue. Levels. That sounds incredibly strange for beings like us. We aren't players like you or Sung Jinwoo. She reminded him. Suho frowned. Can't you see the system window right in front of you? I see nothing, she replied firmly. Suho rubbed his chin, falling into a deep, pensive silence. Even if they couldn't access their own stats, was the system automatically boosting their base power as they leveled up? Their growth was a massive advantage. Yet the mysteries of the Monarch system and the heirs still felt like a jagged, incomplete puzzle. He looked up with a devious glint in his eye. Well then, shall we test if you two can actually level up further right now? Her eyes went wide with shock. What? How do you plan on doing that? Suho just crossed his arms and smirked. Is there any other way? We're going back in for another raid. Of course. Are you insane? She cried out in horror. We've already cleared 2 gates today. Why would we go back for more? Seeing her protest, Suho shrugged. Fine. We'll save it for later. Let's focus on finishing the daily quest first. Young Monarch, do be careful not to become addicted to the thrill of battle, Baru warned. Suddenly, a prompt flashed, entering the shadow dungeon. As the world shifted, Suho's eyes snapped wide. Before him lay a nightmare, a city being swallowed by an eternal 𝐁𝐑𝐄. Roaring inferno. Essel stood close behind him, shielding her face as she stared ahead in disbelief. Wait. A gate inside the shadow dungeon. Suho didn't answer. He raised a hand to guard his eyes, thinking, this heat is intense. Is it coming from inside the gate? He quickly turned to his shadow minion. Beru. Is it even possible for a gate to appear within the shadow dungeon? I am not entirely certain. Young Monarch, Baru replied. Suddenly, the system flashed a dire warning: urgent quest. A space-time crack has been detected. Enter the connected gate and eliminate the source of the rift. Staring at the holographic screen, Suho's eyes widened in surprise. An urgent quest. A smirk played on his lips as he tossed 2 protective items toward his companions. All right. Gray. Catch this. You too. Essel caught the gear, her expression filled with confusion. What is this? The system identified the item, heat-resistant cloak. This unclassified item grants the wearer a high level of protection against extreme thermal environments once equipped. Suho turned to them with a determined look. Perfect. I was looking for another raid anyway. This timing is flawless. Let's head inside. Meanwhile, in a desert simulation dungeon near the Egyptian pyramids, a man let out a roar of pure frustration. That man was Liu Xing of the Aula Guild, a B-rank hunter. He brandished his sword at the group before him, shouting, "This is an abuse of power. Who gave you the right to evict us?" The Aula Guild arrived here first. His opponent sneered back. "Who cares who got here first? I'm giving you one final warning. This dungeon belongs to our guild now. If you keep complaining, I'll consider it a formal declaration of war." Liu Xing frowned, a wave of unease washing over him. Damn it. I can't believe we've run into the scavenger guild of all people. He glared at Liu Xing with predatory eyes, issuing a chilling threat. In the face of absolute power, everything else is just background noise. This was Randon, an A-rank hunter from the scavenger guild. Liu Xing turned to his subordinates and barked an order. Everyone. Battle stations. Randon merely crossed his arms and snorted in derision. But just as the tension reached its breaking point, Suho walked forward and waved casually. Hello there. Both sides froze, turning to look at the newcomer with eyes full of irritation and suspicion. Suho scratched his head awkwardly and asked, "Wait. I'm sorry to interrupt, but could someone tell me exactly where I am 30 minutes earlier?" Suho had been surveying his surroundings. He frowned as he muttered, I wonder why sand is pouring out of the gate. Isil covered her mouth to block the dust, complaining. You're telling me this entire dungeon is just a massive desert? Bruce's ears perked up. I sense a massive surge of magical energy coming from that pyramid. Suho tilted his head in confusion. But why is there modern junk in a dungeon? There are cars and even chain link fences over there. As the three of them slid down a massive sand dune, Suho noted, I heard that machines aren't supposed to function inside dungeons. So, why are they all over the place? Essel scanned the horizon, her eyes growing wide. Don't tell me this isn't a dungeon, but a gate that has already crossed over into another world. That is impossible. Lady Essel, Beru countered. Suho looked back at them, offering his own perspective. Regardless, as long as the entrance stays open in the Shadow Dungeon, we're fine. I'll go ahead and scout the area. Understood. That sounds like a plan. Essel agreed. Immediately, a swirl of black shadows enveloped Suho, and he vanished from sight. Moments later, when he reappeared, Essel rushed toward him. Young Monarch, what did you find? His eyes were trembling with shock as he gasped out. The gate. The gate is gone. Meanwhile, outside the rift, bystanders watched in horror as the portal faded. They rushed toward the spot where the gate had been, shouting, The gate, it's disappearing. Does this mean the boss has been slain, but the hunters haven't returned yet? We need to call emergency services immediately. Back in the present, inside the Egyptian pyramid dungeon, the two groups remained locked in a heated standoff. Suho glanced around, analyzing the situation. So, we really are inside a pyramid. I'm just glad there are people here. They must be the ones who left those cars outside. Right. Noticing their speech, he realized they're speaking English. Are they from a different country? He gave a friendly, shy smile and raised a hand. Where am I exactly? He thought to himself. I'm so glad I actually studied English for my college entrance exams. Liu Xing narrowed his eyes at him, questioning. Is that an Asian hunter? Is he trying to claim ownership of this dungeon too? Randon, standing nearby, sighed in annoyance. What a pain. I didn't expect so many insects to crawl out of the woodwork. His eyes suddenly widened as he stared intensely at Suho. That matches the prophecy from the old woman. He recalled the ominous words he had been told. A creature born of death has finally shattered the ancient seal. A prophecy foretells that a master of the undead will soon emerge from this ancient tomb, just as predicted. A massive pyramid-style dungeon materialized in Egypt. Death and ancient tombs, the prophecy was unfolding perfectly. Once my scheduled business is concluded, grant me full access so I can raid the dungeon myself. As the man finished speaking, Randon voiced his concern. Sir, if other guilds interfere, how should we handle them? The mysterious man adjusted his glasses, staring coldly. Why would you even bother asking something so obvious? Randon understood perfectly. He would use the Scavenger Guild's brutal methods to silence any opposition. He stepped forward, reaching out towards Suho as he issued a cold, stern ultimatum. Kid, if you're a hunter chasing this dungeon, this is your final warning. Leave now, and I'll let you live. As he spoke, Suho's instincts flared. So this is the dungeon. The murderous energy here is absolutely suffocating. If this is truly the dungeon, I have no choice but to clear it to complete my emergency quest. Suho narrowed his eyes, watching the man with guarded caution. And if I choose to refuse, simple, he replied, drawing his weapon and charging with a roar. Then you die. Gray and Essel watched in horror as Randon launched a surprise attack. Liu Zhigang stood by, equally stunned. Randon poured all his strength into a devastating strike aimed directly at Suho. The ground shattered, sending debris flying into the air. Randon froze, staring in shock at the empty space before him. Suho had leaped onto the wall to evade the blow. You're the one who attacked first, ignoring him. Randon charged again. Suho blocked the heavy strike, his mind racing. He wasn't sure how much damage he'd inflict after his recent power-up. I'm hitting his armor directly. Suho thought, surely he can survive this without dying. Right. Randon gnashed his teeth in a fit of rage. You arrogant little brat, he screamed, his face contorted with fury. He spun around, throwing a heavy punch at Suho before glaring at his men to issue a command. How dare you hold back? Kill everyone, whether they're from the Aura Guild or that Asian kid. Wipe them out. Essel refused to stay back. She drew her weapon and lunged forward. How dare you try to harm the young monarch? Liu Zhigang watched the chaos, his jaw tight. I suppose a total war is now unavoidable. Suho pushed himself up from the rubble. Good grief. Baru hovered beside him, his voice filled with worry. Young Monarch, are you all right? Suho watched the hunters clashing inside. Hunters are actually fighting each other now. To complete this emergency quest, I guess I have to come out on top of this brawl. Right. Indeed. Beru replied. Eliminating these nuisances is a necessary step for the success of our raid. Suho realized the armored group was definitely the enemy. He pivoted quickly, gathering momentum before launching himself into the air. He scaled the ceiling with rapid steps before diving down like a bolt of lightning toward his target. Suho's fist slammed into Taken's face. Taken merely smirked, his eyes glinting. Incredible. Truly impressive. I didn't expect a weakling to defy the Scavenger Guild. You should have just obeyed the strong to avoid this pain. Taken drew his weapon to parry, but Suho countered with a relentless storm of high-speed strikes. Suho frowned, feeling the resistance. I'm trying to bring him down, but he's tanking every one of my hits. Just how tough are these guys? Should I test my new combat style along with Ruler's authority? But can I really afford to use that kind of power against a human? As Suho concentrated his energy for a final blow, a strange blade suddenly intervened. It was Liu Zhigang. His sword struck Taken's head with brutal precision, leaving Suho staring in complete astonishment. Taken touched the blood pooling on his face, his eyes wide with shock. Before collapsing to the ground, Suho glanced at Liu Zhigang and offered a brief nod. Thank you for the help. Liu Zhigang rested his sword on his shoulder. I saw your skills when you dodged Randon. But that hesitation, are you afraid of killing? In this world, monsters aren't the only things a hunter should fear. You need the cold resolve to protect yourself from dangerous humans like these lawless hunters. Suho's eyes widened in shock as he breathed heavily. Resolve. He thought fighting for his life was enough, was it not? Until now. He hadn't needed to kill. Even against the Hyena Guild, the power gap allowed him to show mercy. But he wouldn't always have the luxury of being the strongest person in the room. A refusal to kill could mean his own death or failing to protect the things that truly matter. The catastrophic events that once ravaged this world are destined to repeat themselves. I was blinded by the obsession with leveling up. I forgot that I must discard every lingering emotion from my past life. Only by shedding my humanity can I hope to stand against Li Minung. Snapping back to reality, Liu Sheng rested his blade on his shoulder with a confident smirk. I'm a hunter from the Allah Guild. The name's Liu Sheng. We're in a bind thanks to the Deca Wilderness Guild. Why not form an alliance? Suddenly, Taken lunged from the shadows with his weapon drawn. Suho reacted with lightning reflexes, pivoting to launch a devastating counterpunch toward the assailant. Liu Sheng watched the sheer power behind Suho's strike, his eyes wide with utter disbelief, blurring past Liu Sheng. Suho closed the gap and struck Taken squarely in the face, sending him spiraling away. A system notification flickered into view. Skill Monarch's domain has reached level 2. An active skill requiring 0 mana. You can manipulate physical objects without touching them. Though fatigue scales with use, he cast a cold gaze at his foe, vowing never to hesitate again. Slowly, he took a heavy step forward. Taken struggled to look up, his face a mangled mask of agony as a low groan escaped his lips. Randon watched intently. To take down a B-rank hunter in a single blow, he grinned with newfound interest. How fascinating. Simply fascinating, he exclaimed. Suho met his gaze and stepped forward. I'm Suho from South Korea. Let's form that alliance. A chaotic battle erupted between the two sides. Suddenly, a scout rushed in to report that Aula was cooperating with another squad. The enemy commander let out a mocking, arrogant sneer in response. A pile of trash is still just trash. We have the numbers and the power to crush them all. Clutching a key pulsing with mana, Suho smirked. You haven't seen our true power yet. His sudden surge of energy caught Liu Sheng's eye. Arise, Suho commanded. The enemy leader watched in horror as a massive common-grade Arach crawled out from the shadows. More giant Arachs emerged from the darkness. An army of multi-legged nightmares awaiting Suho's signal to strike. Witnessing this impossible spectacle, Liu Sheng stood frozen, unable to believe his own eyes. He never imagined a fighter with such physical strength could also be a summoner, let alone one who could summon an entire army. Suho snapped him out of his shock. Enough talk, he declared. I'm heading into the fray. The giant Arachs tore through the enemy lines with overwhelming force. Suddenly, a hulking, muscular figure emerged from the dust, coiling his muscles. The stranger leaped across the battlefield with terrifying speed, shredding a giant Arach in one brutal motion. Randon roared with laughter. So you were hiding your true colors. Kid, how entertaining. Suho instantly recognized the man. Randon knew shadow soldiers were usually weaker. Yet he was stunned. This man killed a beast that would challenge a young monarch. It was clear that this man was the most dangerous predator on the entire battlefield. Just then, Gray arrived. Young Monarch, she called. Suho wasted no time. Perfect timing. Let's use our link skill. Gray let out a sharp, loyal bark, ready to follow his every command. 𝐻𝐿 smiled brightly. Just for a moment. My lord. Suho looked at her, momentarily confused by her request. Why not link with me this time, she urged. After all, we mastered energy synchronization during those grueling gate raids. Gray huffed in visible annoyance at the suggestion, while Suho remained hesitant about the untested technique. Using a skill I've never tested in real combat is risky, Suho muttered. 𝐻𝐿 looked down sadly. I only wanted to be useful. Suddenly, a massive explosion rocked the area. Thousands of mummified monsters surged forth, swarming from the depths of the tomb. Liu Sheng strained against a gargantuan mummy. Did the sounds of battle draw these things here? He grunted. 𝐻𝐿 shouted a frantic warning to Suho as monsters emerged from every tunnel. Meanwhile, Randon stood protected by his men. Mummies. Randon finally realized the true meaning of the prophecy his guildmaster had received. The prophecy foretold a creature born of death breaking its seal. One who could resurrect the dead would appear in the tomb. Randon pondered the implications. If the risen dead meant these mummies, then that entity was definitely lurking within this dungeon. A creature born from death, finally unshackled from its ancient, eternal seal. Looking into the abyss, Randon recalculated, claiming the dungeon was secondary. Securing the power of resurrection for his master was the real prize. His eyes gleamed with a predatory light as he shifted his focus toward a mysterious new target. Watching Suho tear through the mummies, Randon hesitated. Withdrawing now might give the boy too much of an advantage. He closed his eyes, lost in dangerous calculation. His sudden stillness amidst the carnage left even Liu Sheng speechless with shock. Randon barked his orders. Scavenger Guild. Move, ignore those hunters, and storm the boss room now. Seeing them move, Liu Sheng roared. The scavengers are advancing, block them at all costs. But a wall of mummies blocked his path, making it impossible to stop the guild's frantic charge. Liu Sheng spat in fury. Are they using these monsters as a distraction to stall us? And to make matters worse, this is the only way inside. Suho's eyes narrowed. They'll steal the rewards. Gray. It's time, he called his loyal companion. Facing a colossal mummy, Suho and Gray synchronized their powers, dodging the giant's lethal swing perfectly. With an explosive leap, Suho tore through the undead ranks, annihilating every mummy in his path. The sheer speed of the slaughter left Liu Sheng completely speechless and stunned. Suho glanced back. Clean this mess up quickly so we can hunt them down. Liu Sheng stood frozen. Asterisk. He confused with his summons. Just who the hell is this kid? Asterisk. 𝐻𝐿 trailed behind. Frustrated, she couldn't help her lord. Meanwhile, deep in the tomb, another mummy fell. The Scavenger Guild finally cleared the path. Randon mused. That Suho brat. He's hiding something big. Asterisk. Once I seize the power of resurrection, I'll show that kid what a real fight looks like. Suddenly, he spotted it. At the end of the dark corridor stood the final, massive chamber door. Is the boss inside? Randon muttered as the dusty, ancient gate slowly groaned open. Inside, they gasped. The boss sat bound by heavy chains pulsing with dark, magical energy. Is it sleeping? A soldier whispered. Randon remained silent, his mind racing with suspicion. Asterisk. Why is it chain times? Randon wondered. Asterisk. The prophecy said the creature of death awakens after the seal breaks. Suddenly, a chilling sound erupted from the boss. It spoke in a tongue no human could understand. Is that mana speech? One soldier asked. The boss went silent, then hissed in that foul language again. Its limbs twitched. With a deafening times, crack asterisk. The massive magic chains shattered into pieces. Battle stations. Randon screamed. But the boss instantly whipped the broken chains toward the soldiers. The heavy iron lashed out, obliterating a dozen men in a single, devastating strike. As the dust settled, only one stood. Randon panicked. Asterisk. My entire elite squad. Wiped out instantly. Asterisk. Asterisk. Our strongest tanks, famous for their defense, were crushed by a single swing of those chains. Asterisk. The towering boss loomed over them, arms spread wide, daring the survivors to strike. Randon's face twisted in rage. You dare mock me? Why does everyone look down on me? Channeling his mana, Randon roared. Activate skill, giant armor. His eyes blazed with desperate fury. As the boss stood motionless, Randon swung his blade with everything. The impact was massive, but the boss didn't even budge. Randon's face turned deathly pale. Asterisk. My full power strike didn't even move it. Times. Randon trembled as the boss spoke in mana speech again. Trapped and helpless, His only thought was, forgive me. Guildmaster, I should have waited for you. The boss clenched its fist and punched. The very ground exploded into 1,000 fragments. Randon's broken body was hurled across the room, his life flickering out in an instant. The boss said, sounding disappointed. I expected more from the first living thing I found. How boring. It stood up with a dark grin. No matter. I sense others nearby. Let's go play. Back in the tunnels. Another mummy collapsed under a heavy blow. Suho kicked the corpse aside. There's too many. And I can't extract their shadows, they just keep reviving. He stared at his hand in confusion. Why can't I use shadow extraction on these things? There are more limits to my power than I thought. This is getting complicated. Beru fretted nearby until a massive explosion suddenly rocked the entire cavern floor. Suho leaped into the air just as the ground beneath him shattered into 1,000,000 pieces. The surrounding hunters panicked as the earth split open, revealing a terrifying abyss. From the dark depths, a colossal, nightmarish centipede monster emerged, ready to kill. Damn it. Dealing with those mummies was exhausting enough. But now this. The massive centipede monster launched a relentless assault, forcing everyone to leap back just in time to evade its crushing blows. Seizing a split-second opening, Essel sprang into the air to strike. She drove her blade with everything she had, aiming directly for the centipede's hideous body. However, her steel couldn't even dent its reinforced chitinous hide. Instead of piercing through, the sheer force of the impact sent her flying backward through the air, gritting her teeth in frustration. Essel shouted, "My attacks aren't doing anything. Its armor is way too thick to penetrate." Seeing the struggle, Liu Jigang turned to Suho and warned, "Suho, trying to brute force our way through these monsters is a losing battle. Even though it grinds my gears that the Scavenger Guild seize control of this dungeon, our best move right now is to pull back." Suho nodded in grim agreement, realizing the situation was deteriorating. He recalled his urgent quest. He had to stabilize the anomalies caused by the dimensional rift. There was no guarantee that letting the Scavenger Guild slay the boss would actually fulfill his quest requirements. Was retreating truly the right choice? Suddenly, an eerie, mysterious mist began to seep from the very cracks in the earth. The true boss had arrived. Its heavy footsteps caused the ground to shatter, and sensing an overwhelming aura of death, Liu Zhigang's expression instantly darkened. The terrifying boss, known as Ammut, finally revealed its monstrous presence before them. Stunned, Liu Zhigang gasped. Isn't that the path the Scavenger Guild took? Why is another high-level magic beast emerging from there? As Suho felt the crushing weight of Ammut's murderous intent, a wave of cold panic washed over him. His body trembled uncontrollably. Perhaps his heightened senses from leveling up were screaming at him. But one thing was certain: this creature was a walking disaster. Ammut opened its maw and uttered a single, chilling command: "Be gone." At that voice, the mindless mummies were instantly paralyzed by pure terror. Essel watched in disbelief as the mummies halted their assault and retreated. Thanks for watching. I can actually understand the words that beast is speaking," she stammered. It told them to get lost. And those mummies are actually obeying its orders like common servants. Before she could even finish her sentence, Ammut blurred across the room, appearing right in front of her. Suho screamed her name in desperation. The boss stared down at her and asked, "That was the tongue of demons. Can you actually comprehend my speech, trembling?" She replied, "Yes. I am a member of the demon clan." Ammut let out a hollow laugh. "For countless ages, the only things I've seen are the rotting corpses of fools and the insects crawling across the dunes. I cannot remember how long it has been since I encountered a soul capable of understanding my voice." Essel blinked, surprised. Was he actually friendlier than he looked? But suddenly, a centipede monster lunged from the shadows to ambush her from behind. In a flash, Ammut obliterated the creature with a single strike. Essel was stunned. Did he just erase that monster in one casual movement? Yet another relentless centipede monster emerged, charging toward them with mindless aggression. Ammut Sihil. "Before we converse, I must clean up these stubborn pests who refuse to heed my warnings." With that, he leaped high into the air. With a single devastating kick, he pulverized the entire swarm of monsters. Everyone watched, frozen in absolute awe and terror at his sheer power. Suho's mind raced. Why would a high-level magic beast be slaughtering its own kind like this? Enraged by the slaughter, another giant centipede lunged at Ammut, determined to bring down the boss through sheer fury. But its aggression turned to horror in an instant. Like lightning, Ammut's claws shredded the beast, sending its dark blood spraying across the floor. Its body was torn into 100 pieces. "I truly despise insects," Amut muttered coldly. The witnesses could only watch in paralyzed fear. Liu Zhigang stammered in disbelief. What kind of monster is strong enough to wipe out a horde of giant centipedes in the blink of an eye? This was supposed to be a rank B to rank A dungeon, according to the initial surveys. This creature shouldn't even exist here. Amit turned his heavy gaze toward the humans. It seems there are several flies here with whom I cannot communicate. Die, he commanded, lunging at Liu Zhigang with lethal intent. The old warrior barely managed to raise his sword to block the devastating blow. Panic gripped the team as they watched the struggle. Suddenly, Suho blurred into motion, intervening just in time to save Liu Zhigang from the fatal follow-up. You're going to kill us just because we don't speak your language, Suho demanded, his voice trembling with indignation. Do you have any concept of the value of a life? Amit paused, intrigued. Oh, so there is a human who can understand me after all. He shifted his stance, his eyes cold. Value. You say, I have never wasted a single thought on such sentimental nonsense. With a violent stomp, he shattered the earth into 1,000 shards, sending deadly stone fragments flying toward the group like shrapnel. Suho was sent tumbling backward by the shockwave, suffering a devastating impact. Essel cried out in terror. Young Monarch. You bastard, she hissed at Amit. How dare you lay a hand on the young monarch? Amit tilted his head. Is he your comrade? Amut rubbed his head thoughtfully. Very well. As an apology for my rudeness, I shall spare your life for now. Since you are of the demon clan, you must possess the knowledge I seek. It would be wise to satisfy my curiosity. He leaned in close. Tell me, has the war between the Shadow Monarch and the other monarchs ended? If so, who emerged victorious? Isel was paralyzed with confusion. Just who is this monster? How could he possibly know about the great war of the monarchs? Beholding his fallen comrades at Amut's feet, the beast sneered. Silent. Are we? Even Gray has been brought to his knees. Then I shall have my way. It growled. Suho lay broken, while Beru desperately cried, Young Monarch, please. Young Monarch. Amut's chilling threat filled her with enough resentment to bring her to tears. Whether it's brainless beasts or a demon daring to defy my questioning, if words are useless, then you are nothing more than an insect to be crushed. As the beast raised a crushing foot over Essel, Suho struggled to move, coughing up blood. Suddenly, the system granted his status recovery reward. A blinding radiance suddenly erupted from behind Amut's massive frame, fully restored. Suho stood tall. Saving my daily reward was the right call. As for that great war, I know a thing or two. With eyes glowing intensely, Suho declared, The monarchs are all dead, slaughtered by the hand of the Shadow Monarch himself. Amut's eyes widened in utter shock as he demanded, Can this truly be the truth? Essel wept with relief at Suho's recovery. Young Monarch, please save me. Are you suggesting, Emmett growled, that while I was rotting here, the Great War finally reached its conclusion? Exactly, Suho confirmed, secretly theorizing that if this beast knew of the war, he must be a monarch's descendant. He estimated the crocodile beast was at least S rank. One wrong word could mean instant death. Looming over Suho, Amut mused. So the Shadow Monarch emerged victorious. Suho remained stoic, waiting for the beast's next move. Amut's fist tightened as a dark realization struck. Then the Monarch of Fangs. Has he also perished by his hand? Pointing a massive finger at Suho, the beast repeated in a low rumble. The Monarch of Fangs was truly defeated by him. It became clear now this monstrosity was a long-term prisoner of the tomb, known as Amut. Silence fell over the chamber as Suho watched the beast intently, his mind racing with questions. Since this Amut mentioned the Monarch of Fangs, could he be a high-ranking beast under that very same monarch? Fear gripped Suho's heart. If this creature realized who his father was, a lethal confrontation would be inevitable. Before Suho could finish his thoughts, Amut's massive foot came crashing down toward him without warning. Terrified, Essel screamed, Young Monarch, watch out. The colossal foot slammed into the ground where Suho stood. The earth shuddered and cracked, sending thick clouds of dust and debris into the air. Thanks to his lightning-fast reflexes, Suho managed to leap backward, narrowly escaping the devastating blow. Rage flared within Suho as he barked. What the hell do you think you're doing? Amut remained unfazed. Your hesitation reeks of a lie. Speak the truth now, or prepare to die. Resentment boiled in Suho's chest. Was this monster's only solution to kill anyone who didn't satisfy him? Amut's voice boomed again. I will ask one last time, was it truly the Shadow Monarch? Suho gritted his teeth. Yes. He wiped them all out. Internally, he worried if this beast would fly into a rage. To his surprise, 𝐻𝐿 simply smirked. So that's why he stopped visiting me. It all makes sense now. So he's rotting in hell. Perhaps I owe the Shadow Monarch a debt of gratitude for that. Suho was stunned. Wait, you aren't his loyal subordinate. 𝐻𝐿 let out a cold, mocking laugh. Me. His descendant 𝐻𝐿 growled, shifting into a lethal combat stance. I despise hearing such utter garbage. With a roar, he unleashed a killing strike. Suho braced himself, eyes locked on the beast, ready for impact. Just inches from impact, massive iron chains suddenly materialized, binding 𝐻𝐿's arm and halting the strike. Suho stared in sheer disbelief at the spectacle unfolding right before his eyes. A surge of crimson energy erupted from the chains, forming an impenetrable barrier against the beast. These cursed chains again, 𝐻𝐿 roared. Have I already reached the limits of my confinement? As he spoke, the chains tightened with a violent shudder, threatening to crush his very bones. The chains began dragging him back into the shadows, each jolt threatening to tear his massive form asunder. A deafening explosion rocked the chamber, shattering the earth and sending stone fragments flying in every direction. Through the thick dust, 𝐻𝐿 screamed in a mad frenzy as he was dragged away. Damn these chains. Curse you. 𝐁𝐑𝐿𝐄𝐍. But no matter how much he thrashed or spat his vile curses, the relentless chains dragged him into the abyss, until his massive silhouette was swallowed by total darkness. Witnessing this horrific sight, Suho stood frozen in shock, his eyes wide with disbelief. Did those chains really just manifest to drag him back? A heavy weight seemed to lift from his heart, though the cause remained a mystery. He was relieved the immediate danger had passed. 𝐿 rushed to his side, her voice trembling with concern. Young monarch. Are you all right? I'm fine, he replied calmly. Suho turned his gaze toward Gray, who lay shivering on the ground in agony. Now we know such a terrifying monster truly exists, he muttered. We must proceed with caution. While we can, let's focus on healing Gray and the remaining members of the 𝐻𝐿 Guild. Just as he was about to signal for support, something unexpected caught his eye. A sharp system chime rang out as an emergency quest flashed. A dimensional rift, a crack in space, had just been detected. Enter the gate and eliminate the source. Suho paused in confusion. Had something gone wrong with the mission parameters? While he was lost in thought, 𝐿 approached him hesitantly. Young monarch. Is everything all right? She asked softly. Suho turned back, his hand trembling slightly as he pointed toward the system window. The emergency quest. It just changed. The system now commanded him to enter the portal and liberate 𝐻𝐿, the Iron Body's descendant, from the pyramid. 𝐿 gasped. That beast is a descendant. After a brief discussion, Suho's group decided to venture deeper into the dungeon. The moment they crossed the threshold, they were met with a scene of absolute carnage. Broken weapons were scattered everywhere among the bodies of fallen hunters. Suho narrowed his eyes, falling into a pensive silence. These men belonged to the Scavenger Guild. They had all been wiped out by 𝐻𝐿's overwhelming power. His gaze sharpened as he spotted something. Before him stood 𝐻𝐿 the colossal beast, currently held fast by glowing magical chains. 𝐻𝐿 let out a challenging growl. I can't believe you had the audacity to come looking for me. You've got guts. Human. Suho remained perfectly composed as he met the beast's gaze. I didn't come to fight. I'm here to talk. 𝐻𝐿 smirked derisively. Didn't we already talk earlier? Suho retorted. You call that talking? You were trying to kill me. 𝐻𝐿 simply shrugged with an air of total indifference. That's just what I learned from Tarnak. If you have a complaint, tell it to his corpse. Suho thought. He's like an honest child. He could hardly believe he was actually supposed to recruit a monster like this to his side. Pushing further, Suho asked, You don't seem to like the Iron Body Monarch. Would you mind telling me why? 𝐻𝐿's voice dropped into a low rumble. Is that really all you came here for? Just to satisfy your curiosity? Fine. Since I'm bored while bound by these chains, I'll tell you. My name is 𝐻𝐿. I was created by Monarch Tarnak and a sorcerer before they abandoned me here. Suho blinked. The Monarch and a sorcerer created you. 𝐻𝐿 nodded. That's right. They took a normal human being and twisted them into the form you see before you. They left me to rot in this tomb of corpses, bound by these cursed chains of hell. When asked why he didn't just break free, 𝐻𝐿 explained that the chains were forged from powerful magic. Even if I snap them, they reappear if I wander too far. Because of them, I've never seen the inner tomb. I will never forgive Tarnak or that wretched sorcerer for the agony they've put me through. Suho pondered in silence. The mission required him to liberate 𝐻𝐿, but he had to find a way to break the curse. But how could he stop them from reappearing? If it were simple, 𝐻𝐿 would have escaped long ago. Wait. The pillars, a spark of inspiration lit up his eyes. Amut. Were these monsters already here before you were sealed? Amit didn't deny it. Suho pressed on. Then, you aren't the dungeon master. Have you ever seen a room with a massive iron door here? Amut shook his head. I only know this chamber. How could I see anything else while anchored to this spot? Why do you keep pestering me with these pointless questions? A strange feeling gnawed at Suho. It wouldn't have been an issue to let Amut roam free within the tomb. So why did that sorcerer make the chains reappear only when Amit reached a certain distance? If his theory was correct... Amut, he called out. If I set you free, would you be willing to hear a proposal? Amit looked at him, unable to believe his ears. Are you actually saying that you can break these shackles? I don't care how. If you can truly liberate me from this place, I will follow whatever orders you give. Will you kill the sorcerer or dispel the magic? Just know if you're making a mockery of me, you'll regret it. With that, Amut let out a thunderous roar that sent tremors through the very foundations of the surrounding space. Amut's thunderous roar made Esso tremble with fear. Yet, young Monarch Suho remained calm. Just listen to me first before you make your final decision. He then made a bold declaration. I'm going to bring this entire dungeon crashing down. Leaving Amit utterly speechless with shock, Suho analyzed the situation. Didn't you say those chains prevent you from venturing any deeper into this tomb? If that was the sorcerer's plan, isn't it because he's terrified that you'll eventually slaughter the master of this dungeon? If the dungeon collapses once the master dies, what do you think happens to those stakes when they lose their purpose? If those anchors can no longer serve their function, then won't those chains lose all their meaning as well? Hearing this, Amut fell into a sudden silence, the weight of Suho's realization finally sinking in. After a long pause, he replied in a low, gravelly tone. Now that is an intriguing thought. As Suho's party descended further, the atmosphere grew heavy and clouded with thick dust. Suddenly, Baru burst into dramatic tears, his voice trembling with indignation. My league, Baru wailed, fluttering around Amut. Why must you keep this unrefined, scaly beast by your side instead of me? Amut scoffed in irritation at the ant's antics. Stop acting like a pathetic, buzzing insect and get a grip. Baru's eyes flared with murderous intent. Insect, you truly wish to face the wrath of my true form, don't you? Amut shrugged with utter disdain. Who would have guessed this brat was actually the son of the Shadow Monarch? Amit pressed his shackled palm against the cold floor. This is the limit. I cannot go any further into the tomb than this. The Shadow Monarch's heir has already moved ahead. If he fails to slay the master of the dungeon, our plan is over. And if the tomb collapses but these chains still bind me, then that will be another failure for us. Yet, for some reason, there was an undeniable conviction in that boy's voice that I can't ignore. Though loath to admit it, Amit felt a strange flicker of faith in Suho as the previous Shadow Monarch's image flashed through his mind. You claimed only physical power was absolute. But look, even those weaker than us can achieve such greatness. If it's that boy, perhaps he truly possesses the power to finally liberate me from this eternal prison. While Amit was lost in reflection, Suho was deep within the dungeon's heart, locked in a relentless struggle against every monster, whether small or colossal. Every beast that dared to stand in his way was systematically annihilated by his blades. Each strike tore through the darkness like divine lightning. Suho exhaled heavily, sweat beading on his brow, but his eyes grew as sharp as a predator's, fighting by his side. Esso unleashed her skills like a raging storm, tearing through the monsters and easing the pressure on Suho. As they finally reached the end of the treacherous, dark path, Suho gazed toward the deepest corner of the tomb, where a looming silhouette sat enthroned. Just one more to go, he said firmly. As those words left his lips, the air grew heavy, and an eerie, absolute silence swallowed the entire chamber. A chilling sight awaited Suho. The final boss, Sheikah the Tomb Guardian, sat leisurely upon his throne, his gaze radiating cold authority. His massive, muscular arms were bound tightly by thick, heavy iron chains that pulsed with dark energy. Recalling his conversation with Amut, Suho noted, as I thought, even within the Shadow Dungeon, these chains manifest to bar your path. Right. Amut's expression had darkened as he clenched his fists. The moment I think of leaving, they appear to bind me once more. Suho shook his head in frustration. What a persistent and troublesome spell they've placed on you. I suspect this method will work. But I need to be certain. Our plan has two critical objectives we must complete first. Step 1 is simple. Iso and I will defeat the boss and trigger the collapse of this entire dungeon. Once that's done, We move to the second phase, shattering the anchors to neutralize those chains forever. Then, 𝐿 will be liberated to regroup with us. Together, we'll enter the shadow dungeon and escape this crumbling ruin. 𝐿 narrowed his eyes, his voice stern. And if we fail even one of those tasks, then the entire plan is dead, isn't it? Suho responded with unwavering confidence. Don't worry. I already have a solid contingency plan ready for that exact scenario. 𝐿 let out a faint, dry chuckle. Whatever. Anything is better than remaining trapped and rotting in this godforsaken place. The scene shifts back to the fierce battle raging deep within the heart of the dungeon. Suho and Shika, the Tomb Guardian, clashed in a violent explosion of power. With a brutal roar, Shika summoned a torrent of darkness. A massive sphere of energy coalesced in his palm just before a thunderous explosion rocked the very foundation of the earth. Unstoppable waves of sand surged upward, twisting into monstrous hands that lunged directly for Suho's throat. But Suho didn't even flinch. He tightened his grip on his daggers, his resolve and focus sharper than ever. Feeling the raw power coursing through his blades, he launched himself toward Shika like a streak of blinding light, closing in on the violent sandstorm. Suho unleashed his storm slash, his blade carving a razor-sharp arc intended to tear the sand asunder. But it was futile. The severed streams of sand surged back together instantly, regenerating without losing even a fraction of their power. Suho froze, his eyes burning with frustration as he gritted his teeth to suppress the tidal wave of fury rising within. He glared at Shika, the Tomb Guardian, calculating his next move. As long as this sand barrier exists, I cannot reach him. With a name highlighted in blood red, he must be at least an A-rank threat. At this rate, my mana will run dry before I can strike him down. I must end this now. Just then, backup was ready. Without a second of hesitation, 𝐿 took a leap and hurled her razor-sharp spear straight toward the boss. Shika. Through the swirling dust, Suho's silhouette suddenly flickered into view as he activated his ruler's reach skill without delay. The skill accelerated the spear, making it scream through the air toward Shika. Yet, with an arrogant flick of his hand, Shika effortlessly swatted it away. Seeing the failed attack, Suho's worry grew, and he shouted urgently, 𝐿, let's activate our link skill now. Stunned for a heartbeat, 𝐿's surprise was quickly replaced by a wave of pure joy and excitement sparkling in her eyes. Yes. Young Monarch swelling with pride, she immediately conjured a sphere of dark energy that radiated a mysterious, haunting power. In that fleeting moment, she recalled the charging conditions of the link skill she learned with the Young Monarch. She had to slay magic beasts and harvest their essence. By absorbing their souls, the energy charging speed of the link skill would be boosted exponentially. Finally, she could demonstrate the results of her relentless goblin hunts within the shadow dungeon. The concentrated dark energy from the sphere surged forward, merging perfectly into Suho's body. In an instant, Suho was engulfed in a brilliant light, radiating with an immense and overwhelming source of power. Without delay, he charged towards Shika like a raging tempest, ready to deliver a devastating finishing blow from behind. Drained by the skill, 𝐿 collapsed to the ground. Though her vision blurred, she watched Suho with unwavering faith. Fearing she had only shown her weakest side, she prayed that their combined link skill would truly be enough to aid the young monarch this time. Simultaneously, a system notification chimed Demon Slave link skill. Charge at 67%. Harnessing the energy of the White Flame's descendant, a massive power surged. Suho narrowed his eyes with grim resolve, pouring everything into this single strike. Suho clenched his fist as crimson energy from the Demon Slave skill spiraled around his arm, forming a terrifying vortex of raw might. He didn't hesitate, driving a lethal punch directly into Shika's flank. The impact was cataclysmic, causing Shika's body to fracture instantly, shattering him into countless fragments. Debris exploded outward as the very fabric of the dungeon space began to tremble and shake violently. Beru watched in shock, his sharp eyes scanning the chaotic scene. He turned toward 𝐿, his voice heavy with realization. This is... He paused, sensing the shift. The dungeon is collapsing. 𝐿 nodded. They had successfully slain the dungeon master. As 𝐿 spoke, the magic stakes embedded deep within the walls began to vibrate erratically and shake with sudden violence. One by one, they were wrenched loose, crashing to the floor with echoing thuds. With the magical chains finally broken, Beru urged the beast forward. Hey, crocodile, move it. We need to reach the young monarch immediately. Yet 𝐿 remained frozen, his eyes shut tight as if lost in a bottomless well of thought. Even with those chains no longer obstructing his path, He couldn't help but wonder why Karnak and that sorcerer would experiment on a lowly demon like him in the first place. His only memories were of agonizing cycles of destruction and rebirth. Karnak would shatter his body, only for the sorcerer to restore it every single day. As the experiments continued, his body grew exponentially stronger, exactly as they had planned, but his mind couldn't endure the torture. In desperation, he tore out his own eyes, slowly twisting his psyche to embrace the agony. Throughout that hellish ordeal, only one wish kept him alive, to once again behold the majestic beauty of nature he had seen as a child. With that thought, 𝐻𝐿 finally took a step toward the path of freedom he had long desired. But suddenly, shimmering sparks of light erupted from behind, flying straight toward him. The magical iron stakes weren't falling, they were homing in on 𝐻𝐿, seeking to bind him once more. Witnessing this anomaly, Baru cried out in confusion. Crocodile 𝐻𝐿 froze, his expression blank with shock as the stakes closed in. Sensing the impending danger, he gritted his teeth so hard that blood began to seep from the corners of his mouth. Rage boiling over, he roared at the heavens. Damn you, you wretched wizard. Iron stakes rained down relentlessly upon 𝐻𝐿, consumed by fury. His scream echoed with pure resentment. Would you rather kill me than let me go? As a lethal stake targeted 𝐻𝐿, Suho intervened like a gale, kicking it aside. That impact sent a sharp pain through his leg. As blood began to trickle down from the wound, Suho gritted his teeth against the agonizing sensation. These stakes, they are incredibly hard. Suddenly, another chain stake hissed through the air, aimed squarely at 𝐻𝐿. Suho's eyes narrowed as a bold plan formed. Will they never stop? If these chains refuse to release 𝐻𝐿, then I will move the stakes myself, without hesitation. Suho dove into the fray, unleashing a barrage of powerful strikes, one by one. The stakes were hammered toward the gate of darkness. It was a scene of both chaos and majesty, watching Suho risk everything to protect him. 𝐻𝐿 stood frozen in absolute shock. Sung Suho, why go this far? How badly do you want me that you would break yourself like this? Nearby, Suho was barely holding on as waves of pain surged through his entire frame. His bones were reaching their limit. Suddenly, another stake whistled past, nearly claiming his life. But 𝐻𝐿's massive hand intervened, swatting the projectile away. Now I see why I and the other monarchs failed. We were all defeated by the Shadow Monarch. Suho's eyes widened in pure astonishment at those words. 𝐻𝐿 continued. We just need to push these stakes into the gate. Right, then let us fight until the end. Sung Suho. Suddenly, a massive explosion of mana erupted from 𝐻𝐿's body. The sheer pressure made the air tremble, and time itself seemed to slow to a crawl. Some time later, she slowly opened her eyes. Fatigue weighed heavily on her, but the familiar air brought a sense of relief. As her vision cleared, Baru fluttered over. So, you are finally awake. She jolted upright in a panic. The young monarch sent me back because I was drained. But what about him? And 𝐻𝐿, Baru placed a claw to his lips with a stern look. Shh. Quiet. They are resting. She turned her head, her eyes widening before sparkling with overwhelming joy. There, right before her eyes, Suho was deep in a peaceful slumber. He leaned against 𝐻𝐿's massive form, looking remarkably serene. You did it, she whispered, as a system alert chimed. You have successfully recruited the descendant of the Iron Body as your ally. The emergency quest, Dimensional Rift, has been completed. Level up. You have received your quest rewards. Would you like to check them now? The scene shifts to a quiet office, where a cup of steaming hot tea sits on a desk. A man with a cold, piercing gaze sat focused on his tablet. The data on the screen left him deep in thought. Ever since Sung Jinwoo disappeared, the world had shifted. Hunters and gates had begun to re-emerge across the globe once again. Using memories left by Sung Jinwoo, he had built the association to stabilize the chaos of the Great Catastrophe. And then there is Stardust. This substance never existed in the old world, yet it possesses the ability to boost mana without side effects. Current intel points to Lee Min-sung, Vice Master of the Reaper Guild, as the primary distributor. He has been operating under the radar for some time. Since Guildmaster Lim Tae-gyu is currently abroad, it is highly likely Min-sung is acting on his own. Yet, Min-sung was never capable of such a massive operation in the previous timeline. It feels like a much larger mastermind is pulling the strings from the shadows. A sudden ring broke the silence. The man answered calmly. It has been a long time since you called. Yes, sir. A voice replied. Chairman, I apologize for reaching out so abruptly. The man offered a thin smile. Call whenever you like. You did help us immensely during the association's early years. After all, the voice grew heavy with worry. Actually, I need the association's help regarding my grandson. He awakened as an A-rank hunter. But now, I believe he is trapped inside a gate. Please, save him. Chairman Wu Jin-cheol. Jin-cheol's eyes widened in shock. Wait. Sir. Is your grandson? Suho Jin-cheol's face paled as the realization hit him. Outside the dungeon, the setting sun descended, painting the vast desert landscape in deep crimson hues. A heavy silence hung in the air as Suho moved the unconscious Aula Guild members into the vehicle. Suddenly, a voice called Ryo Singh's name repeatedly. Within the haze, his consciousness flickered as he groaned. It was Suho standing by the car door, his voice booming as he told him to finally wake up. Suho grinned with sparkling eyes. I've cleared the dungeon. By the way, can I borrow your phone for a moment? Still dazed, Ryo Singh couldn't grasp the situation, his fragmented memories causing him to mumble about the dungeon. Instinctively, he turned his gaze toward the pyramid that had once stood as an absolute and invincible monument. Now, only ruins and devastation remained. The next day, soft sunlight bathed the long road leading to the airport. The members of the Aula Guild had all gathered together to see Suho off on his journey home. Suho, I won't forget you saving my life, even after you return to Korea. Please keep in touch with me. I will. Thank you for the flight. Suho then recalled his call with 𝐁𝐑𝐄 regarding contacting his uncle. 𝐁𝐑𝐄's words echoed in his mind. He reported this to the Hunter Association, so I should head there soon. Standing nearby, Ryo Singh suddenly furrowed his brow. Still, something about this whole situation feels incredibly strange. Would an S-rank demon really just retreat and allow the entire dungeon to simply collapse like that? Suho forced a strained laugh. Maybe I was just lucky, he said, hiding the truth about what happened with 𝐿𝐻𝐿. Memories of their final conversation suddenly flooded his mind, bringing back the image of his last talk with 𝐿𝐻𝐿. I couldn't break your chains. Now you're trapped in this shadow dungeon, so you don't need to keep your word. 𝐿𝐻𝐿 remained silent for a long moment before finally responding with a calm and steady voice. Do not dwell on it. After all, our original promise was just for you to release me from that tomb. With these scattered pillars, I have more room now. This is much more comfortable than that tiny, cramped grave. Suho's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. It seemed as though 𝐿𝐻𝐿 had undergone a significant change. Suddenly, 𝐿𝐻𝐿 lunged forward and grabbed Suho by the collar, an action that caught the young man off guard. 𝐿𝐻𝐿 leaped high into the air, leaving a powerful shockwave behind. Baru screamed out in shock. Young Monarch. 𝐿𝐻𝐿 landed on the rooftop of a massive building, sighing as he gazed out toward the distant, sweeping horizon. Though faint, I can finally feel the vast nature I once lost. As promised, I shall follow you henceforth, returning to reality. Suho pondered the gate that opened in the shadow dungeon and the urgent quest that appeared. I suppose that was the system's way of allowing me to meet and recruit 𝐿𝐻𝐿 as a new teammate. He smiled and turned toward Ryo Singh. See you again. Ryo watched Suho's departing figure, lost in deep thought. Sung Suho. He can summon beasts, fight, and even transform himself. How is he only a rank B hunter? Baru spoke up excitedly. It has been such a long time since I last had the chance to fly. The gate to Korea is closed, so we have no choice. I leveled up 7 times by defeating the boss. He turned to Baru. With my current level of strength, what hunter rank do you think I would be? Baru replied with total confidence. I believe my lord has reached rank A. Am I truly rank A now? Suho's gaze suddenly turned cold and sharp. Then it seems my preparations are finally nearing their completion. It is time for us to counterattack Lee Min-sung and the Apostles of Itaram. Night had finally fallen outside. Outside the windows, the glowing city lights reflected off the glass of the towering, modern skyscrapers. Shifting to the Chivalry Guild's meeting room, a voice announced, Our guild has grown remarkably powerful recently. The man in the chairman's seat boasted, We started as rank C, but now we control Incheon's rank B gate. An associate nodded. Indeed. It is finally time for us to move into a much larger office space. Holding a small crystal, the man grinned with excitement. All of this success is thanks to the Stardust. With this, even our rank C members can easily conquer gates that are rated as rank B. Another voice chimed in. Buying it on the black market is easier now, and the price has even dropped. I'm grateful to the creator. But is it really safe? Something about this feels suspicious to me. A hunter snapped at Sang-shu. You were rank B from the start. How could you understand our struggle? Sang-shu remained completely calm as he prepared to give his quiet response. I heard the Hunter Association is actually considering a ban on Stardust. Barked, his eyes widening with fury. Are you kidding me? Why would they do that when it hasn't even shown any side effects? Wouldn't it be better if hunters could use it to close more gates? It's beyond frustrating. Those people have never done a single thing to help low-ranking guilds like ours anyway. Sung Suho could only let out a heavy, helpless sigh. Venting to him wouldn't change their fate. Suddenly, the massive meeting room doors swung open, forcing him to turn and look. A group of strangers filed inside, led by a white-haired youth whose voice carried a strange, commanding weight. This is the 𝐁𝐍 Guild. I presume you're the ones currently in charge of the gates appearing throughout Incheon. Correct? Kim Sang-shu narrowed his eyes and stepped forward to confront him. Yeah. Kid. This is 𝐁𝐍. Now, what's a brat like you doing here? The white-haired youth bluntly demanded they surrender the gate. Before Kim Sang-shu could even react, the boy's voice turned into a thunderous growl. I said, hand over the gate immediately. The moment those words left his lips, a chilling shift occurred. The guild members, who had been sitting calmly, suddenly stood up in unison, their eyes turning hollow and vacant. One of the brainwashed hunters bowed his head, his voice ringing out in a chilling, robotic monotone. We are your apostles. We live to obey. Sung Suho recoiled in horror, shouting at his comrades. What's wrong with you guys? Is this some kind of joke? Why are you bowing to this brat? The white-haired youth glanced at him with total indifference. Ah, I see. So there are still a few hunters left who haven't used the Stardust. Very well. From this moment forward, not a single one of you is permitted to use your sense of sight or hearing. Watching his loyal teammates obey the youth's command without hesitation, Sang Suho let out a desperate, frenzied scream. Why? Why are you listening to this kid? Meanwhile, the youth casually took a seat and spoke with chilling calm. I wish to speak with the humans here, excluding that nuisance. Of course, our creator holds the ultimate authority over this ownerless world. I have descended to Earth simply to fulfill his divine will. Sang Suho stood frozen, his face a mask of utter confusion and dread. What? What kind of madness are you babbling about? The youth carried on as if he hadn't heard a word. However, upon arriving here, I found myself plagued by several questions. Beings are created solely to manifest the desires of their makers. Yet, you humans harbor your own selfish goals and act upon your own twisted free will. Tell me, whose will are you truly serving? As the words sank in, Sang Suho's temper finally snapped, and he hoisted his blade high. Who the hell is this creator? Snap my people out of it right now. Is this some kind of insane cult ritual? You might just be a kid. But don't think for a second I'll stand by and let you do whatever you please. The moment the word cult escaped Sang Suho's lips, the youth's expression shifted, and Sang Suho's eyes widened in pure, instinctual terror. He slowly unsheathed a dagger, releasing a crushing pressure that seemed to freeze the very air in the room. Did you turn? Just insult my creator. The power radiating from his hand grew more terrifying with every second. Sensing the overwhelming threat, Sang Suho raised his weapon, bracing for a desperate strike. But before his blade could even begin its descent toward the target, the white-haired youth struck first, his dagger carving a lethal arc through the air as it slashed toward Sung Suho. The sheer force of the blow made the very space around them tremble, cleaving through his body in a fraction of a second. The strike was so powerful it shattered the back wall, leaving a trail of shimmering golden energy. Sung Suho's body was torn asunder, his blood painting the meeting room floor in a horrific display. The youth stood amidst the carnage, his face as cold and unmoving as a marble statue. He looked down at Sang Suho's remains before turning to the controlled apostles. Listen well. I restore your sight and sound. Now, clean up this mess. Two hunters patrolling the hallway stumbled upon the gruesome scene, one of them letting out a strangled cry of horror. What in the world is this? Has another rogue hunter come here to start a massacre? Before they could even react, the white-haired youth materialized directly behind them, his voice a lethal whisper. Forget everything you've witnessed here. He stood in silence for a moment, his eyes gleaming with a frigid light. Free will. What a joke. All created things exist only to fulfill the desires of the gods. And yet, the pathetic creatures of this world actually dare to dream of destroying their own creator. Elsewhere, a colossal magic beast found itself cornered by a group of apostles. Despite its massive size and raw power, it was helpless against their overwhelming might. The white-haired youth approached the creature with slow, deliberate steps, his gaze locked onto the beast. He spoke in a low, resonant voice. Though, calling you a monster isn't quite right. You're more like a refugee, wandering aimlessly through the cracks in space. You must have suffered greatly, drifting through the void after losing your home. I'll give you a chance to unleash that pent-up rage. Go out there and do as you please, while I take the time to study this world more closely. After all, everything is for the sake of the Creator's divine will. Meanwhile, at a desolate parking lot bathed in the dying light of the sunset, a heavy, suffocating silence hung in the air. Tucked away in a dark corner, a group of men in black suits stood in a tight formation, their eyes darting around as they guarded a hidden secret. Suddenly, a low, menacing voice rumbled through the air. This looks dangerous. Judging by the sheer mana leaking from the gate, a dungeon break is inevitable unless we eliminate the boss immediately. If that happens, the airport will be decimated, he warned, his grim gaze sweeping over his comrades. At that moment, the eyes of those standing before the gate flickered with a faint golden light. They turned as one toward the white-haired man standing silently nearby. We will report to the association that everything is fine. My apostle. The white-haired man remained silent, his expression chillingly cold and terrifying. Suddenly, terrifying growls erupted from the red gate as vicious magic beasts began pouring out, their silhouettes flickering in the eerie light. Every created being exists solely to fulfill the absolute desires of the Creator. Should the Creator grow bored, we would fall upon one another in a senseless bloodbath. If the Creator desires something, we will seize it by any means necessary. That is the very purpose of our existence. But one day, he spoke, one of my kind in another dimension has perished. Take this and seize control of that masterless world, obeying his command. We gathered countless faithful followers from across our realm. Our legion then set out for the masterless world. Though transporting such a massive army required a colossal amount of energy, however, the interdimensional rift was far too narrow to accommodate a force of that magnitude. Consequently, it took the divine soldiers an eternity to finally traverse the passage. After ages of persistence, the relentless divine soldiers finally reached the shores of the masterless world. Upon arrival, we were met by the Prince of Shadows, the one known by the terrifying title of Shadow Sovereign. He was no mere human. He was the literal embodiment of the darkest, deepest abyss. With a single command, he summoned hundreds of thousands of shadow warriors to clash with the divine army. The Shadow Sovereign and his legion wielded a terrifying power, a darkness that manifested as pure, multifaceted terror. More frightening was his ruthless ability. Any divine soldier who fell in battle was instantly resurrected as his own warrior. The Sovereign and his shadow army possessed a level of strength beyond all human imagination. That creeping darkness was terrifying in more ways than one could possibly fathom. Should the divine soldiers fall in combat, he would seize their souls and turn them into our own enemies. As the war raged, his power grew with every casualty, and the divine soldiers were slowly being overwhelmed. The conflict that began in the masterless world soon spilled across the very boundaries of space itself. Despair gripped the divine soldiers as they failed to overcome the darkness for an age. Then, the messenger of 𝐁𝐑𝐄 spoke. This is our chance. Just as it took us an eternity to arrive, those who escaped the darkness cannot easily return due to their immense mana. I can no longer sense the masterless world. Therefore, by utilizing the smoke fire, we can weaken their world from within. The smoke fire, those lowly believers who were consumed and forged by the intense flames of faith. Yet they always serve the divine will. Weak as they are, their ability to spread faith is a lethal weapon against the magicless. The divine soldiers believed that by spreading faith and multiplying followers, they could establish miraculous holy lands. Thus, they all unanimously agreed to proceed with 𝐁𝐄's grand strategy. 𝐁𝐄 swiftly used his power to divide his essence into 5 distinct fragments. He then dispatched the weakest fragment, carrying the embers of the smoke fire, to the masterless world. As planned, the fragment evaded the shadows and entered the world. A streak of light crossed the sky. But then chaos erupted. Where did this group of mana-wielding hunters suddenly come from? Beings once devoid of magic now surged with mana. He soon realized this power appeared alongside the great catastrophe. Thus, the first fragment chose to wait, eventually merging successfully with the second piece. To think they've evolved so much during our war. Someone must have orchestrated this entire plan. We cannot allow any more obstacles to interfere with our grand design. Among humanity, we must identify those who possess the greatest potential. These hunters and their mana are the keys to fulfilling my mission as a fragment. The peaceful airport atmosphere was suddenly torn asunder by a thunderous roar that brought everyone to a dead halt. Horror gripped the airport. Every eye was fixed forward, refusing to believe the nightmare unfolding before them. A crimson gate tore open, unleashing a swarm of vicious beasts. Screams of agony echoed everywhere. A dungeon break alert, the Hunter Association, from the shadows. The white-haired man watched silently. With mana readings this massive, The high-rank hunters will surely make their appearance soon. I might as well stay and witness the true power of these A-rank hunters myself. Where is the assigned guild? The man narrowed his eyes. Are hunters already on the scene? They are all stardust users. A stimulant forged from the molten faith of the fire demon. Though these traces of faith are usually faint, TI can amplify them to a terrifying degree. In that instant, his eyes flared with a sinister, glowing light. The newly arrived hunters froze instantly, their bodies paralyzed by the glowing mark of the apostle. The white-haired man commanded coldly, "You are in our way. Retract at once." Meanwhile, the monsters grew more feral, roaring as they lunged at anyone in their path. He remained unmoved. Even the desperate pleas of a girl failed to stir his cold heart. He mused, "Creations exist for the creator. I thought my only purpose was to serve his will. But why do these lowly humans possess such relentless, burning desires? Do these fragile beings think they are noble? Do they truly believe they are superior to us?" As the airport turned into a slaughterhouse, a blonde youth scrambled to escape in pure terror. A low voice rumbled behind him. "A dungeon break. I just landed in Korea and this happens." Nearby, a middle-aged man collapsed, his eyes wide with absolute, soul-crushing despair. A gargantuan beast loomed over him, raising a massive mace to end his life. As the blow descended, a shadow blurred past, slamming a devastating knee into the beast's jaw. The monster recoiled. Suho landed gracefully and turned to the man with a calm reassurance. "I will hold it back." Run! Suho then unleashed a flurry of kicks against the monsters. With a single flash of his blade, he carved through the horde, severing them in two. His eyes burned with lethal intent. Watching this, the white-haired man felt a seed of doubt. A masked hunter. Could he be the meddler Lee Min-sung warned me about? The airport descended into madness as screams of terror echoed through the shattered terminal. The monsters cackled with glee until a thunderous punch silenced one of them forever. Suho's brow furrowed deeply. The association wouldn't let this happen. Something is wrong. What truly occurred at this gate? I must evacuate the civilians first. Behind him, the man noticed Suho lacked the fire demon's faith. This masked intruder. He has never touched the stardust, has he? Yet his mana levels rival or perhaps even surpass those of Lee Min-sung himself. Suho thrust his hand forward, unleashing a violent explosion of dark, surging energy waves. His voice carried a kingly authority. "Go help the others who are still trapped." The man froze. Is that the power of shadows? A human wielding such divinity? If he is linked to the shadows, he must be the one sabotaging our entire operation. The thought had barely formed when Suho's sharp gaze snapped directly toward him. Seeing this, the man felt a chill. I must hide my presence. He cannot know our kind has descended upon this world yet. Suddenly, a massive truck shattered the glass, flying through the air. Boom! Suho moved instantly, shielding the man. Why on earth is there a flying truck? As the smoke cleared, Suho's cold gaze locked onto the wreckage he had just deflected. "Hey kid, are you hurt?" Suho's attention was suddenly pulled toward a new threat. Through the thick haze, a gargantuan beast emerged, its eyes burning with primal, murderous rage. The beast's eyes suddenly flared with an eerie light, revealing the ominous mark of the apostles etched within. Suho stepped forward, his voice cold and cutting. "Are you the one leading this pack?" Biru manifested at his side. "Young monarch, I can sense the foul energy of the Itarum radiating from that magic beast. Then this dungeon break is definitely their doing." As Suho spoke, Biru suddenly froze, his eyes sharpening with intense caution. He whipped around, staring intently behind them, as Suho wondered if he was just imagining things. While Beru hesitated, the magic beast tightened its massive fist, preparing to launch a devastating blow towards Suho. Suho met the threat head-on without flinching, instantly deciding to pour every single point gained from reaching level 35 into his strength stat. In a flash, the system responded as his strength stat surged from 70 to 77. Suho's fist collided with the monsters in a violent shockwave, the thunderous explosion causing the very air to tremble. The white-haired man retreated, his gaze clouded with conflict. Is he saving me? Does he think I'm just some human child? He wields the power of shadows, yet he is far weaker than that other shadow entity. Still, his potential is a complete mystery. Meeting him here is a stroke of luck. I must eliminate him immediately. Just as his killing intent peaked, a strange voice rang out. "I'm a bit late. Let's wrap this up quickly." The newcomer raised his hand slightly, a small, flickering flame dancing within his palm. In an instant, a massive surge of mana erupted as the flame roared to life, and colossal fireballs materialized above the stunned beasts. The white-haired man stood frozen in shock, his eyes fixed on the scorching suns burning intensely above. Even Suho couldn't hide his amazement. He stepped back, mesmerized by the magnificent and overwhelming display of fire. A young man, wreathed in the magnificent power of flames, stood defiantly against the entire horde of monsters. Without another word, his gaze turned razor-sharp as he raised his burning hand and clenched it shut. A massive explosion followed as the flames from his hand erupted with world-shaking force. The agonizing shrieks of the monsters filled the air. Suho watched from a distance, wondering where those devastating fireballs had come from. Look at that destruction. He wiped them out in a single blow. Is he a fire-type hunter? Could it be the S-rank hunter? Choi Jong-in. At that moment, Jong-in flashed a surprised, confident grin. Through the swirling ash and smoke, the boss monster remained standing, its low growl causing Jong-in to narrow his eyes. You're still standing after that. You're tougher than you look. He calmly spread his arms before bringing them together in a majestic gesture. Suddenly, the flames in his hands spiraled violently, manifesting into the form of a massive, blazing bow. Jong-in's expression turned solemn, his focus absolute as his right hand pulled back the searing bowstring. He released the fire arrow without hesitation, and a second explosion rocked the entire area. The flaming arrow tore through the beast's massive frame, leaving it howling in absolute agony. The atmosphere suddenly fell into an eerie silence as the screams faded, leaving only the soft crackling of the dying embers. The gargantuan body of the magic beast had completely vanished, leaving not a single trace behind. Jong-in smirked confidently. How about that? Can you handle this? As he spoke, cheers of admiration erupted from the crowd. As expected of the ultimate weapon, thank you. Sir. Jong-in's sharp eyes scanned the wreckage. I'm sure I saw a young man standing here just a moment ago. Did the hunter who was fighting leave without taking any credit? Why would he do that? From behind a stone wall, Suho watched in silence. Glad he showed up. I need to get out of here before my identity is exposed. I'll worry about that later. The Itarim usually move in the shadows, so why did they attack so openly in such a crowded place? The sunset bled across the sky as darkness began to swallow the horizon. The white-haired man returned to his apartment, standing before a large window as he fell into deep thought. Suddenly, the space behind him began to swirl, forming a dark, magical vortex. Sensing the anomaly, he glanced back as the room shook violently, and a storm of prismatic light burst forth. He smirked slightly. So you've arrived, Fragment 3. A voice echoed back from within the vortex. It's been a while. Fragment 2. Fragment 2 turned around, his voice low and heavy. Before I hand this body over to you, let me give you a quick summary of the situation. Among humanity, there are individuals who possess magic power. They are known as hunters. Among the hunters, there are S-rank individuals who possess colossal amounts of mana, so we must remain absolutely vigilant against them. The third fragment pondered before replying. Very well. To grasp the details, I shall peer into your memories once I have inhabited that vessel. Your duty is fulfilled. Now, I shall consume you as planned. The second fragment frowned slightly, but remained silent. Sensing his hesitation, the third fragment probed. What is it? Is something troubling you? Second fragment. The second fragment shook his head. No. I leave everything in your hands then. As he spoke, the second fragment fell into deep thought. Was he feeling a trace of sorrow at vanishing? Once the new persona took control, it was inevitable. Ultimately, fulfilling the Creator's divine will was the absolute priority. Everything was for the sake of the great Creator. As that thought drifted into the silent void, the two fragments began their fusion. From that body, a massive explosion of mana erupted in a blinding light, expanding to swallow the entire room. The violent energy shook the very fabric of space, sending out shockwaves of mana. Then, a thunderous blast shattered the silence, cloaking the room in thick dust. As the smoke began to clear, a mysterious silhouette gradually emerged from within the fading light. He slowly opened his eyes, casting a sharp, authoritative gaze across the chamber. These memories, the variable the second fragment mentioned. He hadn't expected a being capable of wielding the same power as that Shadow King. A curious smirk played on his lips. Second fragment. Your final judgment was flawed. It would be a waste to eliminate him. If we can turn him into a loyal follower, wouldn't we gain absolute control over death itself? By the time Suho reached home, the sky was pitch black. He immediately dove into the shower, then collapsed onto the sofa to rest. Brew, feeling pity for his young master, fluttered over to check on him. You seem quite exhausted. Young monarch, Suho, looking drained and lifeless, pouted immediately. Of course I am. My uncle just finished giving me a massive lecture. The image of an angry Jinho flashed in his mind, pounding his chest and nagging like a worried mother. I know you want to protect the earth, but you must put your own safety first. If anything happened to you, how could I ever face your parents? Thinking of that tearful, worried face, Suho sighed. My parents would probably worry just as much. Wouldn't they motivated? He stood up. Let's head to the Shadow Dungeon, Beru said with a mix of joy and concern. I truly think you should rest. My lord. Suho gave a light, logical smile, because I rushed back. I haven't finished my daily quest yet. I don't want to miss out on any rewards. Sensing Suho's over-the-top enthusiasm, Beru couldn't help but worry. It seemed the young lord was becoming obsessed with getting stronger. Suho entered the Shadow Dungeon with excitement, only to receive a shocking notification. His face went pale with disbelief. What, he stammered, his voice trembling. There are no more daily quests. The system window stated that since he had defeated all the denizens of the Shadow Dungeon, there were no daily quests left to perform. Suho quickly pushed through the shock, asking in a weak voice, what on earth happened here? At that, Essel spoke up hesitantly. She took a deep breath, gathering her courage to recount the image of chains piercing through a horde of goblins. Amut. He wiped out every single goblin in the Shadow Dungeon in just one night. Hearing his name, Amut looked up at the sky, crossing his arms proudly. I was simply cleaning out those disgusting pests lurking in the young monarch's residence. As promised, I haven't laid a finger on a single human being. Though he kept his word, his actions had unintentionally thrown a wrench into Suho's plans. Suho sighed deeply. You killed that many goblins, without the daily quests. My growth is going to slow down significantly. Hearing Suho's concern, Amut offered a solution in a calm voice. If becoming stronger is what you desire, I can train you myself. Suho's eyes widened in surprise. You can really do that. At this, Amut began to share his own story. I wasn't born strong either, so I know exactly how to train. Let me guide you to true power. As soon as he finished speaking, the system manifested. A new daily quest. Preparation for strength had appeared. Suho couldn't believe his eyes. He stood stunned for a moment before quickly accepting the new reality. Another daily quest. Well, it's not like I have a choice. He sighed calmly. All right. I'm counting on you. The system window flickered and changed. Suho, now familiar with the routine, checked the quest board with a hint of doubt. Let's see. 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, 100 squats, and a 10-kilometer run. Is this really how I get stronger? Hearing the doubt, Amut said cheerfully. That's not even the half of it. Thumping his chest, he added, you'll be doing all that while carrying me on your back. The moment he spoke, the system updated the daily quest objectives for his preparation for strength. Suho stared in disbelief. He had to carry Amut's mountain-sized body throughout the entire quest. Wait, I have to carry you while doing all this, Amut replied with a calm, knowing look. My current size might be a bit much for you. Isn't it? Amut remarked, as his massive frame began to vibrate. My body has been destroyed and healed by Tarnak so many times that I can now manipulate my own size. The sight of the massive creature shrinking left Suho's followers completely stunned, as if they had seen a ghost. After some intense compressing and shifting, Amut successfully shrank. Now, he was only a head and a half taller than Suho. Amut placed a heavy hand on his shoulder. This should be manageable. Suho could barely process the sudden change. Even scaled down, Amut felt like a massive boulder. Let the training begin. He boomed as the young monarch started his push-ups. All right, let's do this, Suho thought, realizing the massive power gap was the only reason their link skill remained locked. Could a teammate really be the key to completing this grueling task? He entertained a brief thought of laziness, but the system immediately intervened to set him straight, because the combat gap between the player and the Iron Body Descendant is too vast. The link skill remains sealed. Reach level 80 to unlock the link skill. As Amut sat on his back, Suho nearly coughed up his dinner. Amut added nonchalantly, I forgot to mention my body is smaller, but my actual weight remains exactly the same. Essel watched in horror as Suho was nearly flattened. Young general, she cried out in deep concern, facing an unimaginable weight. Suho panicked. Was he really expected to do 100 push-ups in this crushed state? It felt as though his arms were moments away from snapping under the sheer pressure. Amut showed no mercy, stroking his chin. It sounds painful, but I know you have the strength to endure it. Destruction followed by recovery is the only path I know to true absolute power. Meanwhile, in an abandoned lab near Pazu, someone was manufacturing stardust. Unlucky humans were being burned beyond all recognition. Min Sung stood before the furnace, his patience wearing thin. Finally, it has appeared, he muttered coldly. He looked decades older now, standing next to Suho. No one would believe they were actually the same age. How much longer must I do this? Min Sung grumbled. The multi-eyed demon behind him sneered, telling him to feel proud. This creature was the demon Mumu, a cold supervisor overseeing the Stardust production factory. Did the Chosen One not save us from our previous pathetic lives? The demon questioned with a low, menacing voice. Min Sung sighed heavily at the words, whispering pathetic life with a tone of utter exhaustion. Suddenly, he lashed out, severing Mumu's tentacles. Veins bulged on his face as his eyes glowed a murderous red. A mere beast like you dares to judge my life, he hissed. Do you have a death wish? Surprisingly, Mumu didn't even try to retaliate, which was completely out of character for a demon of its kind. Min Sung calmly sheathed his blade. Anyway, where is that brat? He asked, acting as if nothing had happened. As Mumu's tentacles began to regenerate, it replied dismissively. The apostle is currently occupied with other matters. He reminded the demon that 𝐿𝐿 would return to Korea soon. Mumu then presented a mysterious piece of Ethereum. Human. You received this as well, didn't you? Why haven't you used its power yet? Like a fanatic. Mumu spoke of the savior who appeared after the Shadow Monarch destroyed the demon realm. Mumu recalled the brutal attack on 𝐻𝐿𝐿's clan with a chilling sense of nostalgia. With the refined Stardust, we spread chaos through the demon realm and eliminated those Radia family traitors. Holding the fragment out, it urged him, follow him, and you will gain power far beyond your current limits. With this, you could even crush that 𝐿𝐿 you keep mentioning. But Mumu had made a fatal mistake. It had unknowingly wounded Min Sung's fragile pride. He threw his cigarette aside and roared, Don't act like you know anything about S-rank hunters. Min Sung walked away, his voice firm and resolute. Stop trying to tempt me. I will never use that thing. Mumu watched him leave, its expression turning icy. How foolish. That's exactly why you will always be a loser. Minutes later, Min Sung emerged from the factory where a car was already waiting for him. His face was a mask of cold indifference, showing no emotion at all. I just need to endure this until that brat kills 𝐿𝐿, he muttered. Then I'll let the association handle them. Memories of his rookie days flickered through his mind, sparking a glimmer of hope that everything would return to its rightful place and he would reclaim his glorious past. Mi Dong was so consumed by the flawless plan in her head that she failed to realize she was being shadowed, like a ghost blending into the night. The mysterious girl silently watched Min Sung's car vanish into the distance, reporting through her tactical headset. She informed them that Chairman Lee Min Sung had just departed the field dungeon in 𝐁𝐑𝐄, so this is where the Stardust is forged. Jinwoo muttered, receiving the report before issuing his orders. Understood. Keep a close eye on him? Hunter Miho ended the call and tossed his phone onto the desk. Dong-in scanned the documents with a frown. It looks like we are finally uncovering the layers of Chairman Lee Min Sung's conspiracy, he analyzed. During the airport dungeon break, every association staff member near the gate reported a total loss of memory. According to the intel, every single one of them had previously used Stardust. Dong-in's frustration grew as he spoke, dropping the documents back onto the table to continue his grim assessment. We have also identified hunters exhibiting bizarre symptoms across various regions. The common thread is that they all use Stardust. 𝐁𝐿𝐿 noted that since these suspicious incidents surfaced, the Hunter Association has been planning to ban the use of Stardust. Dong-in didn't let it go easily. But what about Lee Min Sung? 𝐁𝐿𝐿's eyes turned cold, his body radiating an overwhelming aura as he replied, We will take him down, along with every shadow standing behind him. Dong-in adjusted his glasses, a dangerous glint reflecting in his eyes. Rest assured, my hunters will assist. Business concluded. He glanced at the photo on his desk, thinking. CEO said Suho returned safely. Right. Within the frame was a nostalgic photograph of himself and Jinwoo from their younger days. 𝐁𝐿𝐿 made a silent vow. If Suho was a hunter destined to grow like his father, the current system would only hinder him, just as it did to Jinwoo. Hunter Sung. I will do everything in my power to support Suho. Meanwhile, our hero Suho was grinding through push-ups with the mountain-like 𝐿𝐿 crushing his back. He was reaching his final reps of the day. 99, as he completed his daily quota. The sheer strain felt like his wrists were about to explode. 100, his arm muscles tore under the intense tension. An 𝐿𝐿's weight carved a massive crater into the ground. Ignoring the carnage, 𝐿𝐿 urged him on. What's wrong? Young sovereign, on the ground already. You've only just finished your push-ups. 𝐿𝐿 cried out in panic. The young sovereign's arms are broken, Baru. unable to contain his rage, bristled at Amut and began to screech. "You brainless crocodile, what have you done to the young sovereign? Stop this training immediately." Clinging to life, Suho gasped out a single command: status window. With his last spark of strength, he purchased a healing potion. Seeing his decisive actions, the other three finally calmed their nerves. After downing the potion and feeling life surge back, he spoke with resolve. "Good. I must be stronger before facing Lee Min-sung. I still have 3 sets left." "Right." Amut's predatory grin widened at Suho's relentless spirit, his mouth curling into a sharp crescent moon. Suho wiped the sweat from his cheek as the potion's magic instantly erased his injuries. "Let's keep going. I need to get stronger." He resumed his grueling journey toward transcendence. He counted each rep while Beru and Essel watched in stunned silence. This time, despite shrinking to doll size, Amut felt like a miniature mountain during Suho's sit-ups. The monstrous pressure crushed his internal organs, making every breath an agony. Yet he gritted his teeth and pushed through. His potion consumption skyrocketed as he suffered severe internal trauma. After the sit-ups came the lunges. Amut took his place of honor on Suho's shoulders. Suho gritted his teeth, counting through the pain. 47. 48. As time blurred, the empty potion bottles piled up, eventually reaching into the hundreds as he forced his body to recover over and over. Following the lunges was a 10-kilometer run. With zero rest, he threw himself into the life-threatening sprint, perched on Suho's shoulder. Amut was privately floored by the boy's grit. "He's using skills to survive. But I never imagined he would actually endure this." Suho was beyond exhausted, hovering at death's door. The tears streaming down his face likely belonged to Gray while they were merged. Amut watched with anticipation, knowing the young sovereign never quits. One day, he will surely surpass Tarnak and all the other sovereigns. After a grueling battle of willpower and endless potions, Suho finally reached the end of his hellish daily training. "My back. Buy more potions," he wheezed. Little Gray didn't even have the strength to whine anymore, collapsing in a heap of tears once the fusion ended. Suho wasn't faring much better. He was a mess of sweat and exhaustion, his soul looking like it was about to leave his body, but the blood and sweat paid off. A notification pinged daily quest, rewards received. "Would you like to check them?" Kneeling beside him, Essel called out softly, "Young sovereign." Amut announced with a nonchalant shrug. And that concludes today's training session. Collapsed and unable to move, the eyes remained fixed on the system window. Reaching out with a trembling hand, he rasped, "That was pure hell. With the daily quest rewards and the experience from training, I can finally bump up my tenacity and strength stats by 1 point each." He wondered if there was a more efficient way. But one thing was certain: if he could clear these daily trials with less effort, his growth would skyrocket. But for now, those were nothing more than idle thoughts. Pushing through the fatigue, he managed to say, "Amut, I'm counting on you again tomorrow." The creature gave a cool, composed nod in response. "As you wish, young monarch." Moments later, Brew, acting as his loyal butler, fluttered over carrying a blanket. Now that Suho was home, Beru worried about his comfort and gently tucked him in, watching over his master. The shadow ant swelled with immense pride, asleep the moment he hits the bed. "You did well today, young monarch." Seeing Suho deep in slumber, Beru snapped his fingers with a mischievous grin. "Finally, some time to myself, time to catch up on some TV." To fully immerse himself in the drama, Beru even kept a box of tissues ready by his side. But the second the screen flickered to life, a critical news report caught his attention. The Hunter Association was issuing a new decree. It was a new regulation regarding field dungeons, prompted by a series of devastating dungeon breaks, most notably the tragedy at the airport. The 2 news anchors delivered the report with grim expressions, emphasizing the gravity of the situation. Unlike traditional gate dungeons, field dungeons are hubs for gathering rare resources, such as mana stones harvested from defeated beasts. Consequently, ownership of these sites had been granted to private guilds, who have reaped massive profits from their exploitation. However, this has led the association to take swift action against the Reaper Guild and others currently monopolizing high-rank field dungeons. The following morning, when Lim Min-sung received the official notice, his face twisted in sheer frustration and disbelief. "What on earth is this?" he demanded. The association representative stood their ground, ready to explain the new mandate. "Hunter Lim Min-sung, the Reaper Guild currently holds far too many field dungeon territories under its control. We cannot allow these sites, which pose a significant threat to the world, to remain unmonitored as they are now," the official continued. stating that the high-ranking leadership had ordered an immediate raid on the B-rank Paju Field Dungeon. Currently under Reaper management, his tone carried a subtle threat. He noted that it had been over 6 months since Min Sung last fulfilled his duties as an active hunter. Therefore, your presence is mandatory for this upcoming field raid. That is, if you wish to retain your hunter's license. Hearing that, Min Sung narrowed his eyes, already knowing exactly who was pulling the strings. It had to be Chairman Woo Jin-chul. He couldn't believe they were targeting his most lucrative factory, the massive Paju site, the Paju Field Dungeon. I have to find a way out of this. Even if it means declaring war on the Hunter Association itself. Min Sung was about to invent an excuse to slip away. But he was stopped dead in his tracks by sudden news. He stared at the representative in shock. We accept the association's request. The speaker ignored Min Sung's internal panic and continued with cold efficiency. Thank you for your cooperation, the official replied. Addressing Lim Tae-gyu, the master of the Reaper Guild. The guild master had clearly sensed the shifting tides. He added indifferently, of course, it is our duty to follow the association's mandates. Before he could even protest, he'd been sold out. Min Sung ground his teeth in a mix of fury and fear. Cursing Lim Tae-gyu's name, only now did the weight of Tae-gyu's calculated moves become clear. No wonder he'd rushed back from his overseas assignment. He was here to cut me off. He was clearly sabotaging his path. Having finished their business, the association representatives filed out one by one. Before departing, they left a final notice. The association will be dispatching several hunters for the Paju raid. Please ensure everyone is registered. The staff quickly closed the doors, leaving the two top figures of the Reaper Guild alone to settle their scores. Min Sung clutched his head, his voice exploding in a frantic interrogation. Lim Tae-gyu, what the hell are you doing? Have you lost your damn mind? Do you have any idea how vital that field dungeon is to us? Tae-gyu just looked at him, his gaze ice cold. Do you honestly think the association's only goal is to clear a dungeon? He asked bluntly. There's a good chance they're already onto your little scheme. Min Sung's face drained of color. Tae-gyu gritted his teeth, his voice dripping with frustration. Didn't I warn you not to underestimate them? Not only did you ignore me, but you had the audacity to use guild members for your own personal agenda while I was away. At those words, Tae-gyu unleashed his overwhelming S-rank aura, his eyes burning with a murderous, threatening light. Min Sung, did you really think I'd just be your glorified driver? Forever cleaning up the pathetic messes you leave behind. The sheer weight of the aura left Min Sung paralyzed and unable to fight back. His entire body shook violently, his excuses dying in his throat. Just as the tension reached its breaking point, the phone in Tae-gyu's pocket vibrated. He cast a cold glance at Min Sung before turning away to check the message. It was a piece of news that no guildmaster could ever ignore. He slammed his phone onto the table and barked an order. Noting that HR had just contacted him, a new S-rank hunter has officially surfaced in South Korea. I'm heading to the association now, so you had better have that contract ready to go. With those final words, Tae-gyu turned his back and walked away without a second glance. Before leaving, he warned Min Sung that there was still time to turn things around if he worked hard to clean up this disaster. He left those cold words behind and slammed the door, but Min Sung wasn't listening to a single word. His entire face was twisted into a hideous mask of pure, unadulterated jealousy. Another S-rank. Why do these lucky bastards always feel the need to show off the moment they awaken? He was utterly disgusted by everything, his blood boiling the more he thought about it. When would that alien brat finally grow up? And where on earth were those next puzzle pieces he was supposed to find? His mind was no longer on the big picture. He was consumed by petty, bloodshot greed. He sat there with twisted thoughts, wishing for Lim Tae-gyu's immediate death. He fantasized about the man's demise to satisfy his ego. But his delusions were cut short when he glanced at his phone and froze. The information on the screen snapped Min Sung back to reality. His madness faded as a contemptible smirk crawled across his face, eventually becoming a revolting grin. At that moment, he looked even more unhinged and mentally unstable than he did before. That familiar face reignited a flicker of hope. He chuckled gleefully, muttering about the annoying expression on the screen, certain that something very interesting was afoot. A short while later, thousands of people gathered at the Hunter Awakening Registration Center, all eyes fixed on the entrance. The young man from the viral video casually stepped out of the room, followed closely by two high-ranking association officials. Those lucky enough to be present immediately recognized his famous face, and a wave of shock rippled through the entire crowd. Was he truly South Korea's newest S-rank? Their disbelief was natural. With a face like that, no one would ever take him for a local. The crowd burned with curiosity, wondering about the boy's identity. Sensing someone approaching, he turned his gaze toward them, his expression completely void of emotion. Dong-in approached with a friendly air and a casual tone. Congratulations on becoming the newest S-rank hunter in South Korea. This was the hunter, Baek Do-jin. His very appearance sent a massive shockwave through the public, leaving everyone buzzing with excitement. That was Choi Dong-in, the legendary hunter from the top guild. Regardless of the public's frenzy, he remained perfectly calm and composed. Dong-in's expression suddenly turned serious. He asked with a hint of suspicion, "Have we met before? You look incredibly familiar to me." Baek Do-jin denied it instantly, though he admitted he knew of him. Dong-in politely apologized for the case of mistaken identity, dropping the pleasantries. Dong-in got straight to business. He asked the boy if he had any interest in signing with his guild. Without even half a second of hesitation, Baek Do-jin replied, "I appreciate the offer, but I'll have to decline." He pointed directly behind Dong-in and added, "I've already chosen the guild I want to join, so I'm passing on your invitation." Following his finger, they saw another individual sprinting toward them with every ounce of their strength. Did I make it in time? This newcomer's identity was just as explosive as Dong-in's. It was 𝐁𝐑𝐄, the master of the Death Castle Guild. Gasping for air and looking completely disheveled, Baek Do-jin smirked as if he were looking straight through the fourth wall. His plan for the day had been a resounding success. 1 week later, at a bottomless abyss in the Paju field, the sky was gloomy as if a massive storm were about to break. Bae Miho, an A-rank hunter clad in full plate armor, introduced herself with a warm and friendly smile. "I've been sent to join the raid requested by the association. I'm Bae Miho from the White Tiger Guild." Min-sung responded with a polite smile, his voice as gentle as a spring breeze, as he thanked her for coming. He remarked that this dungeon seemed like it would be a lot of extra work for her, but his fake charm failed to deceive her. Miho replied with practiced courtesy, stating that it was only natural for her to lend a hand in such a situation. Internally, she marveled at his acting. He was completely rotten to the core, yet he maintained such a convincing, kind exterior. Min-sung continued to mingle with the other hunters, offering friendly reminders for everyone to stay safe and avoid getting hurt during the raid. Miho remained unfazed. She knew that everything happening in the Paju field today would eventually be dragged into the light of day. She was determined to tear off that mask with her own hands. Despite her confidence, she refused to let her guard down for a second. Suddenly, a wave of tension hit her as she caught sight of Baek Do-jin, causing her to instinctively brace herself. The new S-rank who had just joined the Death Castle Guild, Baek Do-jin was actually participating in this raid as well. After the superficial greetings were over, they split into groups. The Death Castle team consisted of only 2 people, Do-jin and Min-sung, leading the association side. Miho took a deep breath to steady herself, vowing to stay alert for any signs of trouble. Following the attack force were the mining teams ready to harvest resources. Their leader called out in a booming voice, "All right, mining team, grab your pickaxes, on command." The workers began collecting their tools in an orderly fashion. A familiar figure blends in with the mining team as the Paju Field raid finally begins. Days before the operation, Min-sung could not hide his shock at the boy's sudden growth spurt. "I suppose all outsiders undergo such radical transformations," he mused curiously. Do-jin cut him off, clearly annoyed. "A youthful vessel was simply more efficient for early-stage survival. Once I reclaim my full power, this physical form becomes utterly irrelevant." Unfazed, Min-sung leaned in with growing intrigue. "And what of the name?" "Baek Do-jin. Why become a hunter now? What's your endgame?" Do-jin gave a dismissive, half-hearted response. "The name is a mere alias for the surface world. Being a hunter simply grants me freedom." Realizing Do-jin would not budge, Min-sung shifted gears to the recent airport incident. "The association is already hunting me, using those civilian casualties as their primary excuse. If they keep digging, our secret facility in Paju is doomed. We will be finished." Do-jin remained calm, setting his teacup down with chilling grace. "Relax, Lee Min-sung. My guild will prevent that." He made no effort to hide his dark, unfolding intentions. "Every hunter in this raid will become my follower. They will find nothing." Min-sung smirked, issuing a warning. "Bold move. But do you honestly believe you are a match for S-rank Lim Tae-gyu?" Do-jin narrowed his eyes, his gaze turning icy. "Are you reminding me of my promise to eliminate him? After seeing him in person, I have made my final assessment. Engaging an S-rank right now would be..." His hesitation made it clear he was buying time, leaving Min-sung speechless. Min-sung grinned maliciously, ignoring the excuses. "I do not care who dies, as long as you deliver." Meanwhile, at the association HQ, Chairman Jin Cholo stood alone, meticulously reviewing the upcoming operation. The Pazu field raid was imminent. His deep frown betrayed the heavy anxiety weighing on his soul. Lee Min-sung and dust. We must secure definitive evidence during this particular raid. He counted his allies, starting with Miho. With White Tiger's support, the elite A rank had joined the fray. He was not overly concerned about the other participants, even the most renowned figures in the industry. This realization offered the chairman a rare moment of temporary peace. If chaos erupts, Choi Jung-in and our elite reserve forces are standing by for my command. Despite his powerful allies, the chairman's sharp instincts screamed that something was still horribly amiss. But that new S rank, Baek Dojin. He is a wild card I cannot fully account for. His sudden alliance with the Death Society suggested the scales might tip dangerously in Lee Min-sung's favor. These were significant threats. Yet they were not his primary source of concern. Something else weighed on him, the fact that Suho had joined the raid as a simple miner. Staring at the profile of his late friend's son, the chairman was torn by doubt. Is this fate or mere coincidence? I approved his participation. But was it truly the right call? Jin Chulo leaned back in his chair, forcing his racing thoughts to a temporary halt. If this is Suho's grand design, I will provide him with every ounce of my support. Back at the dungeon raid, a massive dragon bared its fangs as a colossal fireball took shape. The beast unleashed a searing blast, forcing the team's tanker to absorb the brunt of the inferno. Strikers, move, I'm reaching my limit, he roared. Suddenly, Miho appeared, tapping his armor in reassurance. It was the signal for a switch. The tanker watched in awe as she stepped forward. The dragon roared, oblivious to the coming storm. Miho lunged forward, throwing a punch fueled by raw determination. But that was merely the opening act. She pressed her advantage, unleashing a relentless barrage of strikes, following a flurry of blows and a perfect uppercut. The beast retaliated. Miho's sharp eyes caught the counterattack. With a swift maneuver, she evaded the strike and vaulted over the dragon's back with breathtaking agility. The frustrated monster slashed at shadows while Miho danced around it before effortlessly dismounting its massive frame, landing perfectly unscathed. Miho barely let her feet touch the floor before launching her next devastating assault. Its massive, bulging eyes reflected a terrifyingly powerful presence. Miho buried her fist into the beast's skull, spraying blood everywhere. That single strike likely turned its brain into mush. Its head was flattened like a plate. As one fell, another monster surged forward to take its place. Miho single-handedly tore through them, leaving their skulls crushed and their chests completely caved in. With the monsters dealt with, Miho finally turned her gaze toward the rest of the team. She ignored the others, looking straight at Min-sung, hiding safely in the back. Why isn't he fighting? What a disgrace for an A-rank hunter. Does he think being a hunter is just some game? She was so focused on him that she missed the monster creeping up. By the time she noticed, it was already too late. Panic flared. But before the beast could strike, Jin crushed it. He made it look as easy as taking a stroll. His expression remained cold and unreadable as he struck, showing no emotion at all. Hunter Miho, stay sharp, Jin muttered calmly. Witnessing his raw power up close left her utterly speechless. Did he really just one-shot a salamander that easily? Hunter Baek Dojin. His casual clothes made me forget he's an S-rank powerhouse, not just some kid. As Jin adjusted his collar, his S-rank pressure exploded, his eyes glowing with an otherworldly light. With a few effortless slashes, he decapitated the dragons. He could wipe out the entire pack alone. Miho marveled at the sight. S-rank hunters truly exist in a completely different realm. After the slaughter, the ground was drenched in the dark, thick blood of the monsters. Silence fell. It seemed the battle was over much faster than anyone had anticipated. Things were going too smoothly, which only made Miho more uneasy. There shouldn't be this few monsters here. Min-sung, who hadn't lifted a finger, finally smirked. So you've noticed? Hunter Miho, he shamelessly boasted. Our guild regularly clears out the monsters in the dungeons we own. That's why this place isn't a threat. Miho listened, her suspicion only growing deeper. Regular clearing. Most guilds never bother with that, since there's no daily need to enter. She didn't buy his story for a second. Something was definitely rotting beneath the surface. Min-sung pointed ahead nonchalantly. All right. The boss room is right over there. He was too prepared. Min-sung smirked inwardly, certain she'd never find any evidence against him. Per his deal with the overseer, the demons had dismantled the factory and vanished into the shadows. Miho wasn't just facing Min-sung, she was walking straight into an enemy trap on their home turf. She wouldn't find a single trace of the factory, and she certainly wouldn't be leaving this place alive. Baek Dojin exchanged a knowing, sinister smirk with Lee Min-sung. Meanwhile, the overseer retreated to a secret chamber, biding his time in the shadows. He felt a pang of regret. What a boring waste of such a perfect opportunity. Looking at the refined essence, he sighed. To think we'll miss the apostle, even though he's right here. A true workaholic demon. He grumbled about the unexpected downtime his boss forced on him. We could have produced so much stardust by now. Keeping these materials idle is a total waste. Just as he finished complaining, Suho arrived. He stood before the door, confirming his target. Baru, you're certain there's a demon inside? Suho asked. The loyal shadow didn't hesitate. Absolutely. My young monarch. Suho kicked the door open, revealing the hidden warehouse. The overseer gasped in shock. Who are you? Suho didn't waste words. He equipped his gauntlets, activated his skill, and sent the demon flying with one punch. The overseer crashed into his subordinates, tumbling across the floor as no one dared to catch him. Suho scanned the room while Baru emerged from his cloak, chirping with excitement at his master's power. My lord, to blow back a demon's head with a single strike. Truly magnificent. It seems that hellish daily training finally paid off. Suho looked at the mindless captives. It was clear now, this place was a full-scale stardust factory. A guttural voice snapped Suho from his thoughts. Behind his black mask, his expression hardened with displeasure. The sound oozed from the slime mass known as Mormu. It sounded disturbingly gleeful. I never imagined the human disrupting the apostle's plans would walk right into our trap. At Mormu's command, his tentacles swelled, sprouting razor-sharp scales. Excellent. Mormu Raspit. Suho remained motionless, his eyes locked on the demon in a tense standoff. Mormu's grotesque transformation was complete. Shifting from a slime mass into a multi-eyed mummy. You'll make a magnificent offering for the apostle, the creature declared with sadistic glee. Nearby, hunters were desperately hacking away at mana crystals. Yet, no matter how hard they struck, the crystals remained unshaken. This mining never ends. How can a guild-run dungeon possibly contain this many mana crystals? Do they even need other revenue? Selling this haul alone would make them filthy rich. After hitting a dead end, they paused to catch their breath, shifting the conversation elsewhere. Anyway, forget that for a second. I heard an E rank joined our raid. Have you spotted him yet? An E rank in a B rank dungeon. That's madness. What were they thinking? Still, don't be too hard on the kid. He's just a rookie. Isn't it refreshing to see a young guy working this hard? A sudden thought occurred to him. Wait. Don't tell me you left the rookie at the entrance. That safe zone. The veteran didn't even try to hide it. So, you finally figured it out. You always throw me into the fire. Though, they resumed their toil, planning to assist Suho once they finished. I heard his cart holds 4 times the usual load. Let's head out and lend him a hand once we're done here. You're far too kind for your own good. While the entrance overflowed with mana crystals, deeper in the shadows, Suho was facing off against a truly formidable beast. Beru sensed a massive surge of demonic energy and quickly hissed a warning. Young monarch. His magic. Suho already knew. He was standing before an opponent of overwhelming strength. With his heightened sensory stats, Suho could feel the pressure. His combat experience allowed him to gauge the beast's true level. He's easily at the level of an A-rank hunter, similar to that guy we faced at the pyramid. As the situation settled, Suho's mind began to race with growing suspicion. I knew there was a hidden motive behind the Hunter Association deploying the Reaper Guild to this specific dungeon. That's why I joined the mining crew. Could the association have uncovered something regarding the Stardust? If they're tracking Lee Min-sung's abnormal growth, investigating the Apostle of Iterum will become far more complicated. Where is that apostle hiding? As Suho pondered this, the monster's thoughts were fixed solely on him. Just as the apostle was hunting this masked man, Suho was hunting the apostle as well, refusing to fail its master. The beast unleashed its tentacles, snaring Suho's legs in a tight grip. You'll be meeting him very soon. Grotesque tentacles began to multiply and extend from the monster's body. The assault had begun. I'm going to crush you into a pulp as a trophy for my master. The tentacles coiled tightly around Suho, and the monster reveled in its perceived victory. You're trapped. No one escapes my overwhelming power. But instead of fear, Suho merely smirked. Overwhelming power. You say? Suddenly, fragments of a past memory flickered across Suho's mind. Amut watched Suho's display of raw physical might and couldn't help but marvel. Truly impressive. To think you'd master my training in just 5 days. Amut stared at Suho's newly forged physique in disbelief. Young monarch, your muscles have grown significantly. Suho blinked, looking down. Is that so? Exhaustion finally hit him. Suho collapsed onto the ground, limbs spread out in total fatigue, staring up at the vast sky. Suho realized his gamble had paid off perfectly. Investing every single point from my daily quests into strength was definitely the right move. On top of that, I've unlocked a skill that pushes my physical limits even further. Strength reinforcement increases strength by 20%. Amut leaned in. Delivering a verdict Suho would never forget. I guarantee it right now. You are the strongest human I have ever encountered. Those words jolted Suho awake. In a blur of lethal speed, Suho pulverized the tentacles and broke free from the beast's grasp. The creature stood frozen in utter shock, watching its severed tentacles dissolve as the tables suddenly turned. How do you like that? Suho stood calmly, gripping the remains of the monster's once precious limbs. That was just a warm-up. Now, it is time for Suho to truly ignite. Power levels rising to 120%. Before finishing off that purple abomination, he decided to clear out these annoying pests first to stay focused. One by one, he sent them straight to the underworld. With the distractions gone, Suho marched toward the beast. I will only ask you one more time. His gaze was freezing as he leaned in close to the creature. Where is the apostle 𝐁𝐍𝐿? But the stubborn monster chose to take its secrets to the grave instead. Like hell I would ever tell a human like you anything. Seeing its misplaced loyalty, Suho placed a hand on its head. Is that so? Then let me show you a real surprise. With a cold sneer, Suho claimed the monster's head in a single, lightning-fast motion, but he was not finished yet. His blade hungered for more as he swung back toward the falling carcass. Not just the head, but a relentless matrix of slashes began to tear through the monster's entire body. Faced with such overwhelming, terrifying power, the dying creature could only wonder who exactly this man was. For the first time, the beast understood true terror. But for any regrets, it was already far too late. I can extract the information myself without your words. To do that, it was time for his little companion's help. Bidu obeyed the command instantly. The once arrogant monster was now nothing more than a gourmet meal for the summon. My great apostle, it is a pity I won't see the new world you are creating. Even at death's door, it cursed its fate, yet found solace in knowing they had crushed the Ladea family. Those wretched traitors of the demon race, knowing they are gone is enough for me to die happy. And then, the end came. Purple blood sprayed into the air as the beast disappeared into Bidu's stomach. The impact of this battle was so immense that word of it even reached the ears of Au. She did not know what happened, but a strange sensation washed over her. Why do I suddenly feel so light? After being treated to a delicious seafood feast by Suho, Bidu was absolutely overjoyed and satisfied. That octopus was quite chewy, but Suho stayed focused. Bidu, did you find anything on 𝐁𝐍𝐿? Upon hearing the question, the little creature seemed a bit hesitant to answer its master. Then, using the memories it had consumed, Bidu reported every single detail back to the young man. Master, that monster only saw 𝐁𝐍𝐿 as a divine light. I could not find any concrete information about him. Realizing the monster was a dead end, Suho felt a wave of frustration. He was stuck again. It is my only choice to get info from Lee Min-ung, the one managing the entire Stardust factory. He shook off the complicated thoughts. For now, the priority was clear. He needed to evacuate the people first. Meanwhile, at another location, the outsider stood alone in the eerie silence of the dungeon. The lack of any movement was suspicious. I can't sense the presence of the demons anymore. What is happening? Did the Hunter Association already make their move while I was not looking? They now stood before a massive, carved gate. This was the boss room of the Padu dungeon. Miho looked around with doubt. We found nothing. Isn't this supposed to be a Stardust factory? Mi-dong suddenly let out a sly smirk, seemingly amused by Miho's confusion and lack of evidence. Let's cancel the plan to brainwash the hunters. It is better if this ends quietly without any drama. The outsider remained silent, his expression as cold as ice as he processed the current situation. After a moment of thought, he spoke up. But Miho still could not let go of her lingering suspicions. Maybe it is hidden elsewhere. Fine. Let's just kill the boss first and figure the rest out later. Not wanting to waste another second lingering here, she demanded that the team enter the room immediately. Suddenly, Min Shung's face turned pale, sensing something was horribly wrong. He nervously asked what was going on. The youth replied with a terrifyingly sharp gaze. Didn't I already tell you what would happen? The outsider reached out his hand, using his power to manifest a massive stone pillar right behind Min Seung. I am going to turn every hunter in this raid team into my loyal followers. The stone began to swell. The pawns we choose to join our cause must possess a certain level of value. I never intended to work with you to take down an S-rank hunter like 𝐿𝐿𝐄. Then, he leaned in, whispering chilling words into his ear. I'll use you to get to 𝐿𝐿𝐄. Hearing this, Min-sung froze as pure terror paralyzed his soul. Trapped under the Outworlder's suffocating aura, he gritted his teeth in sheer frustration. Those damn S-rank hunters again. The monster within Min-sung finally awakened, eyes glowing crimson as he roared in defiance. Will I truly be brainwashed by a creature like you? Suddenly, the air shifted, erupting into a blinding golden light. Min-sung's eyes rolled back as he turned slowly. His hollow bravado didn't last long. Now, Min-sung's eyes turned gold as an invisible force descended, a pillar of light piercing his chest like a divine blade. Obey the Supreme Being. In that moment, he was reborn as a completely different entity. The Outworlder watched the transformation from the shadows, then stepped forward to pat his shoulder. Min-sung was now a perfect puppet. A sinister, triumphant smirk spread across the Outworlder's face. They weren't stopping here. It was time to expand this manipulation to their next prey. Meanwhile, Dong-in and 𝐁𝐑𝐄 were deep in conversation as their car sped down the highway. Inside the vehicle, he raised his hand, conjuring a swirl of glowing blue mist. If this fades, the raid team is in danger. He couldn't help but boast about his skill's efficiency. A summoned entity will relay the situation from inside. Finally, we have a solution to this problem. In a place where tech fails, this magical alternative is truly a brilliant idea. After his little flex, Dong-in added jokingly, still, I hope S-rank hunters like us don't need to step in. 𝐁𝐑𝐄 remained stoic and silent, making Dong-in wonder what was on his mind. Hopefully Min-sung behaves. Hunter Lim 𝐁𝐑𝐄, are you feeling anxious? 𝐁𝐑𝐄 took the friendly question as a jab. Are you trying to mock me? He quickly denied it. It was a clash of egos. 𝐁𝐑𝐄 wasn't one to back down from sarcasm. Are you just jealous that S-rank Bin chose to join the Death Guild instead? Boiling with rage, but keeping a smile, Dong-in replied, not at all. We have plenty of talent. He was incredibly tight-lipped, barely uttering a few words the entire journey. 𝐁𝐑𝐄 seemed lost in thought before finally speaking, his hand over his face in disbelief. I never imagined Min-sung was the mastermind behind that mysterious stimulant distribution. As guild leader, I take full responsibility. If chaos erupts, I expect you to stay out of it. I can handle this situation. Hearing his resolve, Dong-in expressed his support. I hope you succeed, because I don't want anyone getting hurt. While they talked, a different battle raged. Others were facing a truly monstrous threat. With its massive size and devastating fire breath, both offense and defense seemed futile. Even with 3 hunters, they struggled against the beast's infernal downpour of flames. Facing such overwhelming power, Miho's expression grew tense with impending dread. Amidst the brutal combat, the Outworlder stood casually, arms crossed and indifferent. His arrogant attitude irritated her. Acting like an S-rank while we do all the work. Watch it. We're still your seniors. You know, struck by a painful blow, the beast roared in fury, lunging its massive face toward Min-sung. Its eyes burned crimson with a murderous intent that threatened to swallow him whole. The beast counterattacked with full force. It became clear the Outworlder was puppeteering Min-sung's every move. Even with a star fragment awakening, an A-rank hunter still struggles against S-rank power. Min-sung's performance failed to impress him. However, one of the fragment's 5 hidden powers is the blessing of enhancement, a gift that amplifies the host's innate potential to the extreme. In other words, is the very faith of those embers stored within the stardust. Beyond that, every unique trait of the weapon will be amplified, reaching a level of power never seen before. Returning to Min-sung, the unique ability of Lee Min-sung is none other than mana amplification. Neither he nor his blade are ordinary. The unique trait Lee Min-sung possesses is the terrifying ability to amplify cutting force. What the Outworlders truly desire to witness is a violent, explosive display of power from Min-sung. Lee Min-sung, show me if you can finally reach that height. You've always craved the rank of an S-class hunter. Now, the monster was only inches away from sending him straight to the afterlife to meet his ancestors. However, with its power now fully amplified, this beast had become a true nightmare for Min-sung to handle. Gripping his sword tight, he unleashed a powerful strike forward while a mysterious symbol began to glow within his eyes. Sure enough, within seconds, that energy enveloped his entire body, becoming the ultimate weapon for Min-sung to annihilate the beast. As that violent force tore through the monster, even the ceiling above began to crack, proving the sheer terror of his power. Even 𝐁𝐑𝐄 and Dong-in, watching from a distance, could feel the sheer impact of this world-shaking event. Miho hadn't even recovered from his earlier intensity when she was struck by an even greater wave of shock. What Min-sung had actually blasted a massive hole through the ceiling, using nothing but his terrifying raw strength. At that moment, he remained motionless, standing frozen in place as if his very soul had departed. After witnessing the entire spectacle, The Outworlder simply brushed past him without a word. Buffing A-rank hunters was exhausting work. Yet he only touched S-class for a fleeting moment before the amplification withered away. Who could have guessed that the chosen victim would fail to live up to his grand expectations? How truly disappointing. It seems you simply don't have the capacity to hold the power of an S-class. Lee Min-sung. But regardless of the outcome, Min-sung remained firmly under the iron grip and control of the Outworlder. With her vast experience, Miho realized something was terribly wrong. That wasn't a move a normal A-rank hunter could ever pull off. As someone with sharp intuition, 1,000 questions flooded her mind. Was this really not the work of Stardust? Does it not affect high-level hunters? Or could there be another stimulant at play besides the Stardust? But while Miho was lost in her deep contemplation, something unexpected began to unfold right behind her. Out of nowhere, a blade pierced straight through the Outworlder. It seemed Lee Min-sung had finally regained a fragment of his sanity. Didn't I already tell you exactly how this would go? His eyes turned pitch black, revealing his desperate struggle to break free. I'll never let myself be brainwashed by someone like you. The tables have finally turned. Min-sung has emerged as the ultimate victor in this deadly game. I'll make good use of this cursed power you've granted me. Who would have thought his own weapon would be used against him? The Outworlder lay sprawled on the ground, defeated by his own creation. Witnessing this shocking last-minute reversal, Miho shouted out in anger. Lee Min-sung, why are you attacking an ally? Have those drugs finally rotted your brain? Min-sung completely ignored them, clutching his face in frustration. Damn it. So this is how it all ends. Even after dealing a heavy blow to the Outworlder, he was clearly still struggling to regain his full consciousness. I hear so many voices. S-class hunters are waiting outside. If I don't get out of here right now, I'm finished. Facing such a terrifying individual, even Miho began to fear for her own life. I need to find a way to slip away. Suddenly, he gritted his teeth, his face twisting in intense pain. I've put up with your crap for long enough, Min-sung roared, his voice sounding more like a monster than a man. If you value your life, stay the hell out of my way. Without another word, he vanished in a flash of blinding speed, lunging straight through the hole he had blasted in the ceiling. The others could only watch in bitter frustration as Min-sung escaped right before their very eyes. Damn it, Miho couldn't let him get away. On Sang's signal, the S-class hunters outside immediately. Understood. Despite the gaping hole in his chest, the Outworlder clung to life. Even in his shattered state, his mind remained fixed on Min-sung. So, as long as his will is strong enough, he can resist the divine power of the embers, regardless of their mana. What a truly valuable piece of information. Miho watched the scene unfold in pure disbelief, her voice trembling. Hunter Bake. How is this possible? That strike clearly pierced your heart. The outsider remained silent, his expression as cold as ice. He slowly brushed back his hair, a sinister smirk creeping across his face. Meanwhile, a desperate figure fled the scene at breakneck speed. Lee Min-sung couldn't help but feel the bitter irony of his pathetic situation. I've attained the power of an S rank, yet I'm still forced to run like a rat. It's utterly ridiculous. Driven into a corner with nowhere to turn, he was left with no choice but to find a way to save his own skin. Trapped between the aliens, the Association, and the Reaper Guild, he was truly alone. He had to vanish into the city immediately, but as the saying goes, he jumped out of the frying pan and straight into the fire. Fate dealt him his 80-second disaster when a sword suddenly plummeted from the sky, piercing the ground before him and halting his escape. Still dazed and disoriented, Min-sung muttered in confusion. What is this? Suddenly, a mysterious voice echoed from the shadows of the forest. I was wondering what caused that massive explosion. I didn't expect you to come crawling out all on your own. A figure slowly stepped into the light, issuing a chilling demand. Now, start talking. Tell me everything you know about Stardust and the Iterum. The man standing before him was none other than Suho. He called out Lee Min-sung's name with cold precision. Spit it out. Everything you know about Stardust and those apostles. Suho's presence was suffocatingly intense as he pressured the traitor. He stared at Min-sung with eyes sharp enough to kill, looking as though he intended to tear the man apart right then and there. Min-sung was stunned by how much Suho already knew. He wasn't just aware of Stardust, but even the existence of those alien apostles. As he studied Suho's face, a sudden flash of recognition crossed Min-sung's mind. Wait. The one who defeated 𝐁𝐑𝐄 and destroyed the Stardust supply chain. The man in the black mask. Is it really him? Even if it was. Min-sung realized he was completely out of time. It doesn't matter. If I linger here any longer, those persistent hunters will eventually catch up to me. To end this quickly, he lunged at Suho with his blade. Based on your mana, You're no match for me, just die already. Yet, facing Min Sung's desperate and direct charge, Suho didn't show even a hint of fear. He knew this amateur was no threat to him. Before the blade could even come close, Suho caught it effortlessly with his bare hands. Min Sung froze in sheer shock at the impossible sight. He caught it, and I can't even pull the sword back. He realized he had vastly underestimated his opponent. Suho, showing no mercy, delivered a brutal kick straight to Min Sung's face. The impact was devastating, and Min Sung felt his consciousness waver as blood sprayed from his mouth. Looking at Suho's overwhelming power, Min Sung couldn't comprehend the reality. His mana is lower than mine. So how is he doing this? For Suho, however, this outcome was perfectly natural. It was no surprise the villain was struggling to understand. After all, a hunter's rank is merely a measurement of their mana quantity, not their actual combat mastery. Suho didn't hesitate for a second, swinging his blade to counter. He could feel the true depth of the power residing within him. A fierce clash erupted between the two, a desperate struggle where neither side was willing to yield an inch. As the young monarch grew stronger through his stats, his power reached its peak thanks to his grueling training sessions. Under 𝐍𝐿𝐄's expert guidance, Suho's physical capabilities had ascended to a level that no ordinary A-rank hunter could ever hope to match. Back at the cave, where the outsiders and hunters remained, Miho watched the scene in shock. She couldn't believe he was still alive. Hunter Bake, explain yourself. How are you still standing after all that? That attack clearly went straight through your heart. There's no way you should be breathing. He didn't answer immediately, crushing a stone in his hand. Miho stared at him intensely, desperate to uncover the truth. Before the outsider could utter a single word, a commanding voice boomed from above, echoing through the cavern. Hunter Bike Miho. What exactly is going on here? Miho looked up, her eyes instantly filling with relief. You're finally here. The weight of fighting alone vanished as the two powerful figures arrived. It was Choi Dong-in and Lim Tae-gyu. Seeing them, the outsider's expression shifted into one of deep concern. Two S-rank hunters at once. The newcomers didn't waste time and leaped down to join the group on the ground. Dong-in approached them, explaining their sudden arrival. We headed here at full speed the moment we heard the explosion. Now, what happened in this place? Miho didn't hide anything and pointed directly at the source of the chaos. It was all Lee Min Sung's doing. Dong-in frowned, confused. An A-rank like Lee Min Sung was capable of this. Miho shared the same confusion, and she began to recount the bizarre events she had just witnessed regarding Min Sung. Suddenly, a massive surge of mana erupted from him, as if he had taken a powerful stimulant, likely a side effect of that mysterious drug. Not to mention, he even went as far as to launch an attack on Hunter 𝐷𝐿. However, as Dong-in glanced toward the outsider, he became even more perplexed, as Hunter 𝐷𝐿 seemed perfectly fine. To prevent any misunderstandings or growing suspicion, the outsider quickly explained that he possessed a unique recovery skill. Dong-in was stunned by a recovery speed that seemed almost godlike. Impressive. Your recovery skill level must be incredibly high. At that moment, Miho snapped at them, pulling their focus back to the matter at hand. Get it together. Put that aside for now. We have to chase down Lim Min Sung immediately. At this rate, he will reach the city and vanish into the shadows. Her sharp reminder jolted him back to reality. You are right, Hunter Lim. Can you hear me? But based on Dong-in's intuition, something had clearly gone horribly wrong. It seemed Lim Min Sung had already caused a disaster. A terrifying vision of what was to come flashed through his mind. But the one feeling the most heat was the outsider, realizing he was about to be caught in a very dangerous position. This is bad. My link with Lim Min Sung is still active. I never imagined he could resist the power of faith like this. Human desire is truly a fascinating thing. Yet the fear of his secret being exposed began to weigh heavily on him. Though the others did not seem to believe Lim's words yet, he told the hunter, Bayek, you should stay here and rest. He was still unstable. But if the outsider did not take action now, he would surely fall under suspicion himself. Realizing things had reached a breaking point, the outsider knew he had no choice left. Despite all the effort he had poured into Min Sung, he had to accept the inevitable. I have no choice but to discard him. Even if it costs a fortune in holy power, I will take over his body and force him to end his own life. After all, he is just another A-rank hunter. I can always find a replacement. But just as he was about to give up on the pawn, a sudden vision of a fierce battle flashed in his mind. What is this? Is he already locked in combat with someone? The image of Suho appeared, leaving the outsider utterly speechless. Don't tell me he has already run into an S-rank hunter. As he watched the chaos unfolding around Min Sung, A massive wave of doubt began to cloud his mind. All of the outsiders' suspicion shifted toward Suho's sudden arrival. What is that masked man doing there? Is he hunting Lim Min-sung just like the association? It seems even the best laid plans cannot account for such unpredictable variables. I did not expect to cross paths with him again so soon. The sheer existence of these S ranks is a problem. Then there is Lim Min-sung, a mere human who dared to resist the faith of Yeonhwa. Ever since we arrived, nothing has gone according to plan. Since I have already committed, I have no choice but to see this through. It seems the world has changed. It is no longer the era where everything functions exactly as the creator intended. Yet, with his twisted psyche, he found himself asking a bizarre question. Why am I smiling right now? Meanwhile, the clash between Suho and Min-sung raged on with no end in sight. And Min-sung's desperation grew as every second slipped away. The moment Min-sung's focus wavered, Suho seized the opening, leaping into the air to deliver the finishing blow. Wait, in a moment of pure desperation, Min-sung proposed a deal that could benefit them both. If I answer your questions, will you agree to let me walk away? Suho was caught off guard by this sudden change in attitude. Where is this coming from all of a sudden? Aren't you working alongside that Apostle Min-sung did not even try to hide the truth anymore? That bastard stabbed me in the back. Suho realized then that a rift had formed between the two. He was betrayed. If things went south between you, then why did you help him distribute that lethal stardust in the first place? Even though the reason sounded pathetic, he confessed it anyway. He promised to help me eliminate someone I wanted dead. Suho could not believe his ears after hearing such a cold-blooded motive. You sided with him just to kill a single person. Min-sung then revealed the dark origin of his malice. After the Great Cataclysm, everything I had built was stripped away. Nobodies from before the disaster suddenly became S-rank hunters and began looking down on me with contempt. He reached his hand out, his voice trembling with rage. To truly be myself again, there is one person who must die by my hand. Suho was slightly taken aback by the revelation. Don't tell me you are trying to kill the very alien I have been searching for. But to Min-sung's surprise, Suho shook his head. No, I have no intention of killing him, provided we can actually talk. Upon hearing Suho's naive answer, Min-sung could not help but let out a mocking laugh. You have no intention of killing him, even though he's here to invade our world. Your naivety is exactly what I expected from someone like you. Back when I was an actor, I found people like you absolutely revolting. His calm demeanor shattered as a sinister darkness suddenly consumed him. You're the type who radiates empty hope without a shred of actual conviction. It was a clash of egos, and neither side was willing to back down. Kindness and morality, those are nothing more than convenient chains forged by society and forced upon you by others. You're clueless about your own desires. But then again, logic is wasted on a lunatic who has completely lost his mind. Suddenly, a malevolent crimson aura erupted from Min-sung, saturating the air with pure dread. Without that stroke of luck and that borrowed power, you would have remained nothing more than a nameless extra for the rest of your life. Inevitably, the moment will come when fate corners you, forcing you to make a choice you cannot run from. The monster within him finally bared its teeth as a twisted, savage grin split his face. Allow me to set the stage for your downfall. The one you must slaughter is none other than— But before Min-sung could utter another word, an unknown force slammed him into submission. The intruder was none other than a member of the outer race. Lee Min-sung, I believe you have said quite enough. Where do you think you're going? My dear son, no matter how fast he ran, there was no escaping his gaze. You have my thanks. I have gained so much because of you. Once again, Min-sung found himself being manipulated like a puppet on strings. I'll retract my statement about your worthlessness. I think I'll make use of that body of yours one final time, with cold, abyssal eyes. He scoffed. Then, with lethal precision and blinding speed, the outer being crushed Min-sung's existence. I won't let you have your way. A blinding radiance erupted, searing Suho's vision with its overwhelming intensity. Sensing the terrifying pressure, Suho realized this was Yazim energy, far more potent than anything he had faced during his battle with Dicky. It appeared that the outer being and Min-sung had successfully merged into a single, terrifying entity. In the blink of an eye, the transformation reached its peak. A magnificent, lethal blade manifested out of thin air. Alongside the weapon, a set of pure white, angelic wings adorned his back. Amidst the chaos, Suho remained motionless, observing the metamorphosis. As he stared ahead at the monstrosity before him, the pieces of the puzzle finally fell into place. The attack on the Stardust Factory, the hunt for Lee Min-sung. You orchestrated all of it just to draw me out. Fine. I've been waiting for this too. I've been dying to meet you. Too. You masked pest. It was time to see who was behind that black veil. Suho hadn't realized yet that the man standing there was no longer Min Sung, but someone entirely different. Why had he suddenly become a stranger, wasting no time on pleasantries? He cut straight through the nonsense and addressed the heart of the matter. You're an apostle sent by the outer gods, aren't you? It seems you're surprisingly well acquainted with our kind. Min Sung didn't even try to hide his vile intentions, admitting to them with a sickening lack of shame. That's right. We're here to claim this world. The gravity of the situation hit him. He was standing before his greatest enemy, the very reason his father could never return home, faced with his ultimate nemesis. Suho didn't hesitate. He dropped into a combat stance, ready to settle the debt in blood. Meeting you here is perfect timing. Just as the two were about to clash, an uninvited third party crashed the scene. As they were about to move, a thunderous voice commanded them to halt where they stood. The newcomer acted as if he owned the place, radiating an arrogance that demanded obedience. No one moves a muscle until I say so. His actual strength remained a mystery, but his confidence was absolute. Go ahead. Try something stupid and see what happens. Emerging from the shadows was 𝐁𝐑𝐿, who had finally caught up, his bow gripped tightly in his hand. Staring at Min Sung's grotesque transformation, 𝐁𝐑𝐿's eyes widened in disbelief. Lee Min Sung. What the hell have you become? What have you done to yourself? His gaze was sharp enough to kill, simmering with a predatory bloodlust as he glared at them. In a single glance, Suho recognized the powerhouse standing before them, the S-rank hunter, Lim 𝐁𝐑𝐿. Annoyed by the uninvited guest, Min Sung let out a cold chuckle. It seems our private conversation has been cut short. To ensure their grudge would be settled once and for all, he proposed a final, lethal ultimatum. Meet me at the highest peak in this region. Masked One. Let's finish this where the world can watch. Realizing the villain intended to slip away, 𝐁𝐑𝐿 roared in fury. Min Sung, where do you think you're going? Refusing to let his prey escape again, he loosed an arrow with a thunderous snap. I told you. You don't move unless I allow it. The projectile tore through the air, traveling at a terrifying velocity that seemed to defy the laws of physics. Yet, with supernatural grace and agility, Min Sung tilted his body slightly, letting the arrow whistle past as if it were child's play. Seeing that a single shot wouldn't suffice, 𝐁𝐑𝐿 drew 3 arrows in one fluid motion and unleashed a trifecta of death toward his target. Once again, they charged toward Min Sung at blinding, light-speed velocity. But reality is harsh. Despite 𝐁𝐑𝐿's efforts, Min Sung's masterful evasion made him impossible to hit. Suddenly, with a third party crashing the confrontation, Suho realized he could no longer remain a bystander. Damn it. Has Hunter Lim arrived specifically to capture Lee Min Sung? Sensing the escalating danger, Beru asked, Young Monarch, do you not intend to strike back? He calmly replied. Lim doesn't seem linked to the apostle, and he's still holding back his true power. Impressed by Min Sung's god-tier evasion, the enemy couldn't help but offer a grim compliment. You're quite good at running. However, 𝐁𝐑𝐿 wasn't about to give up, finally drawing his ultimate trump card for this specific duel. My only priority is suppressing Lee Min Sung. I don't give a damn about anything else. A terrifying surge of destructive light erupted from his bow, screaming toward Min Sung. The games were over. 𝐁𝐑𝐿 was dead serious, and things were about to get ugly. I suppose I was too greedy, thinking I could bring you back in one piece. Sensing the lethal pressure, Min Sung realized he was in deep trouble, that Manhwa was purely industrial-grade danger. But before the dust settled, something caught 𝐁𝐑𝐿's eye, prompting him to aim a second arrow into the brush. His hunter's intuition was dead on. A lone goblin was indeed lurking in the shadows, staring down the tip of a lethal arrow. The creature put on a pathetic, tearful act of innocence. Confused by such a harmless-looking creature, 𝐁𝐑𝐿 wondered what a useless goblin was doing there. In a heartbeat, the realization hit him like a freight train he'd been played. Damn it. By the time he turned back, it was too late. Min Sung had vanished, leaving 𝐁𝐑𝐿 alone in the silence. Curse it all. Looking at the empty wasteland, 𝐁𝐑𝐿 could only seethe in silent rage. Lee Min Sung, what is your game? Meanwhile, news of the escape finally reached Sangcho. He immediately grabbed his phone, his expression tightening as he answered the call. After hearing the full report, Sangcho pieced it together. I see. So Lee Min Sung actually managed to escape, burdened by his failure. 𝐁𝐑𝐿 had no excuses. Forgive me, Chairman. This was entirely my fault. But Min Sung was strange, likely drugged. And there was another, a hunter in a black mask. Upon hearing those words, Sangcho's face froze in absolute shock. Sensing a familiar omen, he urgently pressed for details. A black mask. Did he fight in close quarters? Surprised by the specific question, 𝐁𝐑𝐄 nodded. The mysterious hunter from the airport dungeon break had left a permanent mark. That was the man who had single-handedly slaughtered an entire swarm of dark magic beasts. A black mask. Could it be Hunter Sung, Jinwoo? Sangcho sat alone in his office, lost in thought. Has he returned after all this time? No. If it were him, this would have been over instantly. He theorized that Suho must have his own unfinished business with Min Sung, leading him to their hideout. Sangcho's gaze sharpened, filled with an intense, piercing resolve. Seeing Suho finally arrive, a satisfied smirk played on his lips as the air grew heavy with tension. Before the blades clashed, Min Sung questioned him. Surprising. Why would someone like you choose to help me? With his keen insight, Suho saw through the facade. Weren't you planning to discard this body the moment things went south? The enemy didn't bother hiding it, deciding to share a few dark secrets instead. The demon spoke of you. The Shadow Monarch from the darkness. What is your link to him? Bombarded by endless questions, Suho found himself at a loss for words. You certainly have a lot to ask, but I have no reason to entertain you right now. I'll just crush you and take the answers myself. Sensing the shift, Baru issued a grim warning. Young monarch, be cautious. Since that apostle possessed Min Sung, his power has become immeasurable. To ease his companion's worry, Suho reassured him. Don't worry, Baru. I've prepared specifically for this. The time for talk was over. Suho braced himself as a surge of raw power began to rise. A wicked smile spread across Min Sung's face. But Suho's doubts had vanished. Now, he was certain, this energy, it's identical to the power of that shadow being I encountered in that previous battle. Harnessing his dark energy, Suho summoned a formidable magic beast, the common grade Blue Fang Alpha. Lo-Fei. Of course, a single summon wouldn't suffice for such a spectacle, so he immediately called forth another. Next came the common grade Giant Venom Fang Centipede, followed by a high-tier magic beast of equally impressive power. Suho then pushed further, summoning an even more terrifying creature, the elite grade Tomb Guardian. Sika. It seems Suho has finally entered a truly serious state. These are the monster carcasses I've saved just for today. He was determined to go all out against his foe. I'll face you with everything I have. Min Sung's face was taut with tension as he glared back, seemingly anticipating this legendary, once-in-a-millennium duel. Now, Suho and his monstrous legion stood in full formation, prepared for a desperate, life-or-death struggle. Just as the clash was about to ignite, a glowing system notification suddenly manifested before him. Warning, an emergency quest has appeared. A mission that could cost them their very lives slowly flickered into view. Emergency quest. Defeat Lee Min Sung, the apostle of 𝐁𝐑𝐄. Subdue the possessed vessel and seize his stolen memories. Objective defeat. The apostle of 𝐁𝐑𝐄. So, the mission is to take down Lee Min Sung himself. Has the moment finally arrived, the instant I must kill another Suho, and Min Sung stood face to face, ready for carnage. In that heavy silence, he fell into deep thought and clasped his hands together in grim preparation. After finally understanding human emotions, the internal changes felt bizarre. A strange, dark sensation began to envelop him. Through the fragments of his original body's memories, he felt he finally understood the true nature of the darkness. He felt a profound curiosity toward this powerhouse, an otherworldly being capable of single-handedly stopping an entire interdimensional army. That shadow, a solitary figure standing alone in the center of his own vast, loyal legion. He looked ahead with a piercing gaze, wondering if this man held the answers he had been searching for. Suho's magic beasts could no longer contain their bloodlust and lunged forward to strike at Min Sung. Curiously, Min Sung remained completely motionless, leaving his true intentions shrouded in a chilling, eerie silence. However, Min Sung valued his life too much to stay still. He drew his blade and countered with lethal precision. Min Sung's eyes remained vacant and hollow, as if he were a mindless puppet unsure of his next move. Yet, his overwhelming survival instinct refused to let him falter, driving his body to react despite his dazed state. In the next heartbeat, he abandoned all defense and surged forward like a lightning bolt to attack. Simultaneously, Suho threw a devastating, high-impact punch, but Min Sung reacted just in time to block the blow. Suho's tactical prowess made Min Sung pause. He was using his summons as bait while he charged in personally. Is he truly that confident in his own melee skills, no matter the strategy? Min Sung would not be easily intimidated. Throughout the chaotic exchange, Suho maintained a razor-sharp focus, refusing to let his guard down for even 1 second. The battle raged on with terrifying intensity, with neither side willing to yield even an inch of ground. Despite being a woman, Miho showed zero fear, gripping her spear tightly as she charged toward Min-sung. Her eyes burned with the resolve to send him to his grave. But her current strength was insufficient. Min-sung easily evaded her thrust. With a cold smirk, he reached out and clamped his hand around her spear. Even though she was completely overpowered, Miho refused to let go of her weapon, her knuckles white from strain. You aren't a shadow soldier, are you? Miho's entire body began to tremble uncontrollably with fear. Tears of terror filled her eyes. But Suho intervened instantly, kicking Min-sung away and saving her in the nick of time. After taking that sudden, explosive blow from Suho, visible signs of damage finally appeared on Min-sung's arrogant face. Instead of instilling fear, that successful strike only served to ignite a furious, dark rage within the apostle. Gritting his teeth, Min-sung questioned him. Why aren't you using your shadow soldiers in this battle? Huh, Suho countered with a cold smirk. Shadow soldiers, if that's what you want, I'll happily oblige. Suho had no intention of hiding his true power anymore, since you're so eager to see them. Watch this. With everything on the line, Suho went all out, summoning a massive vortex of sand to trap Min-sung, completely ensnared and immobilized by Suho's control. Min-sung now faced yet another monstrous beast rising from the shadows. Yet, Min-sung's gaze remained unnervingly calm, as if he still possessed a hidden trump card to turn the tide. Seizing the moment while Min-sung was still restrained, Suho poured every ounce of his strength into his arm. Seconds later, he unleashed a devastating, decisive strike. Yet, the adversary merely stared back at Suho with a cold, hollow gaze, devoid of any emotion. But shock settled in before Suho could even graze him. The sand surrounding Min-sung erupted in a violent explosion, sending him reeling backward. As the collapsing sand threatened to bury him alive, Suho regained his focus instantly and leaped high into the air to safety. Witnessing this impossible turn of events, even Suho could not hide his utter disbelief. Had the sand covering him actually detonated? As the thick haze cleared, Min-sung emerged unscathed. It seems the odds have shifted heavily against Suho. Nobody expected such a ruthless counterattack. In the blink of an eye, Min-sung moved with godlike speed, cutting down everyone in his path. It seems I cannot relive the thrill I once felt back then, he lamented coldly. Even Miho could not evade the blade, taking a brutal strike to the shoulder. Suho's summons reached their limit, their forms beginning to crumble. To make matters worse, Suho had sustained heavy injuries himself. It looked as though defeat was inevitable for our hero today. Seeing Suho and his Shadow Legion faltering, Min-sung could not help but unleash a wave of cold mockery. How disappointing, he remarked, unprompted, as he evaluated Suho's true strength. So these are the soldiers of the Monarch of Shadows. They were all battle-hardened warriors with their own distinct wills, moving like a perfectly disciplined and elite legion. Your power might resemble his, but your actual capability is worlds apart, a mere shadow of the real thing. Fully aware that he held the absolute advantage, he began to look down on Suho with pure contempt. I truly cannot believe someone with such power is failing to win. You are pathetic, utterly weak. Deep down, Suho knew the truth. His chances of victory were slipping away by the second. Since the apostle had possessed Lee Min-sung's physical form, the battle had escalated to an impossible level of difficulty. While Suho stood paralyzed with uncertainty, Min-sung lunged forward without a word, his speed rivaling that of a legendary S-rank hunter. Continuing his uninvited sermon, he spoke of fate. The Shadow Monarch looks lonely because no one in this world is worthy of being his rival. He then unleashed a relentless storm of slashes, giving Suho no room to breathe. After all, who could understand the burden of absolute power? As Suho struggled to parry, he wondered, did my father really look that lonely? Under the sheer intensity of Min-sung's ferocious assault, Suho's gauntlets began to spiderweb with cracks. Then, the inevitable happened. Suho's legendary gauntlets finally reached their breaking point and shattered into pieces. With the Vulcan's horn destroyed and Suho left defenseless, Min-sung seized the moment and lunged his blade directly toward Suho's heart. Miho, watching the scene unfold from a distance, could only stare in gut-wrenching horror. Looking down at him, Min-sung mocked the young monarch, viewing himself as the mastermind and Suho as nothing but a clueless child. You have no idea how to wield your power. That is why I will strip the Shadow's authority from your soul. His twisted obsession flared up. I will turn him into a loyal devotee and do whatever it takes to claim that power. Once I succeed, Perhaps then I will finally understand what it feels like to be the monarch of shadows. Despite the blood pouring from the blade's wound, Suho refused to yield. His entire body trembled violently from the overwhelming strain. Do I truly know nothing about the power I possess? Suho echoed internally, standing at death's door. Fragments of memory began to resurface. Come to think of it, Lee Min-sung had once said those same words. You overflow with hope but lack character. Kindness, morality, those are just shackles imposed on you by society. You do not even have the slightest clue what your own heart truly desires. The memory replayed in his mind. If not for your luck in gaining that power, you would have lived as a mere extra forever. Eventually, you will face a moment where you are forced to make a choice that defines who you are. In his fading consciousness, Suho began to question everything, his stats, his levels, and even his own skills. Is there something more I need beyond these numbers to truly become stronger? Suddenly, Baru's voice echoed, calling out to the young monarch. That past conversation replayed in his mind like a slow-motion film. Why do you not use shadow armament, my liege? Because Vulcan's horn provides significantly more attack power, Suho had answered. Besides, it is difficult to maintain Soul Link and Ruler's authority while commanding my Shadow Legion in battle. He had not been confident in his ability to use shadow armament. Yet Baru had stepped forward with words of encouragement. You are a genius, my liege. I believe you can do it. I won in damn sty. Baru, personally guarantee your success. It will be fine. Then, Suho had asked a question that left Baru speechless. Didn't you also mention that my father didn't always use it? There had to be a crucial reason why he chose never to wield that power. I sensed a looming disaster if I dared to use it. If that is your conviction, then so be it. Suho began to wonder when this deep insecurity first took root. When did I start imposing such limits on myself? To find the answer, we must journey back to his days as an aspiring art student with a pencil in hand. It was those unfinished sketches that first planted seeds of doubt regarding his own talent and worth. Suho had been drowning in the shadows of failure for so long that he forgot how to move forward. Was this a lingering habit from his days before the awakening, always settling for defeat? How long has it been since I last picked up a brush I truly did love to create? Though Min-sung was a demon, his words pierced through Suho's heart. You don't even know your own desires. Without that stroke of luck and borrowed power, you would have lived as a nameless extra your entire life. He was right. In that moment of harsh clarity, the reason he first began finally started to resurface. I left the reunion with my father to the system, making finding my mother my sole motivation to grow stronger. I only hungered for power because I couldn't find any real strength within my own soul. Suho realized he had been living a lie for years. Why was I so obsessed with chasing my father's ghost? My father never wanted a carbon copy. After awakening, he vowed to shatter his old fate and forge a new one. I must find a path that only I can walk. Back in reality, Suho's face was battered and soaked in crimson blood. His blood-stained hand trembled as he reached forward, a new determination rising from the depths of despair. He looked utterly defeated, but his spirit remained unbroken. He refused to let the story end here. Min-sung paused as a realization struck him. Wait, aren't shadow soldiers immortal beings that can regenerate indefinitely? Even so, Min-sung remained arrogant, fully confident in his overwhelming and superior abilities. No matter how many times your soldiers strike, they will never have a chance against my absolute power. The outsider, Min-sung, watched in sheer confusion as the scene unfolded. Were the shadows actually merging together? I've never seen such a phenomenon during the war with the shadows. Is that a chimera? The shadow beasts erupted with primal power, shattering their chains. Prepare yourselves, for the young monarch is reborn. This battle was far from over as long as his will held firm. Our hero began his legendary transformation. Recalling a distant Christmas, young Suho excitedly asked his parents, can I become a hero like Dad? Because Dad looks so cool. Or maybe I can be a legendary athlete just like Mom. Can I really be as strong as you? Mom, please tell me it's possible. His mother smiled, gently patting his head. Suho, your father and I promised never to limit your dreams. Just follow your heart. But Suho pouted, wanting both his father's charisma and his mother's strength. Then strive to be like us. But only if that's what you truly desire for yourself. He hadn't thought of those words in years. Somewhere along the way, he had lost himself chasing his father's legacy. That was the moment he stopped asking the important questions: what he loved and what he was truly capable of. Suddenly, a memory of his teacher surfaced. Drawing ants again today. Suho, the man remarked with surprise, you won't improve by drawing the same thing forever. But Suho replied, look closer. Teacher, every stroke is unique. True. Your work is one of a kind. It's easy to get trapped in repetition if you only aim for perfection. Yet the more he drew, the more natural his lines became, giving each creation its own distinct soul. I realized my early mastery of shadow transformation wasn't luck. The system tailored it to my unique artistic vision. From this moment on, I will no longer fight against my true nature. I'll forge a combat style using shadows as my ink. No more restrictions, I will paint my own destiny. The shadows began to retract into Suho's body. Even Beru was stunned. Are the soldiers being absorbed back in? It became impossible for the shadows to maintain their forms. The demon girl watched in absolute disbelief. Beru, what is happening to the young monarch? The shadow ant could only watch in silence. Equally baffled, the young monarch is breaking out of his shell. The enemy recoiled, sensing a terrifying hidden potential awakening. This was no longer a simple fight. Things were about to get very complicated for the forces of evil. I need to push him to the brink of death and plant the star fragment, but before the thought could even finish, he was forced to retreat as the protagonist erupted with godlike power. The villain's resolve began to crumble as fear took hold. What on earth was happening? Based on everything he knew, a hunter's innate abilities shouldn't be capable of such evolution. Could this be a second awakening? Across the battlefield, the hero's wounds were already being mended by his own dark energy. He underwent a stunning transformation, his arm now encased in shadow armor that mirrored his father's legendary form. But while his father's shadows took human shape, Suho began to wonder, was shadow manipulation limited to just creating weapons? If he considered the true nature of a shadow, its core essence was the ability to shift and change form at will. That means the possibilities are endless. With that realization, he commanded the shadows to strike. Yet, the gap in power remained. With a single, devastating slash, the enemy shredded the darkness. But the battle was far from over. An orc warrior lunged from the shadows behind him, delivering a bone-crushing blow. Incredibly, the villain managed to deflect the surprise attack with ease. I already told you, he sneered. Petty numbers mean nothing to someone of my caliber. With a swift arc of his blade, he dissipated the hero's shadows. Suho stepped forward with a calm, steady pace, muttering, if this fails, then I've truly hit a wall. Ding, the skilled demonic servant link has been activated. Suho vanished in a blur of speed, attacking in the blink of an eye. The enemy felt a surge of dread that mana was lethal, but he refused to believe he'd be hit head-on. The exchange was brutal, leaving Suho battered and bloodied with deep gashes across his body. The villain grinned arrogantly. Even losing a leg meant nothing to him, as long as his core power remained intact. But Suho wasn't focused on his injuries. He was mesmerized. Could shadow manipulation really be wielded with such versatility? Suddenly, a massive shadow loomed behind the enemy. Before he could react, a heavy fist crashed into his jaw, sending him flying like a rag doll into the distant cliffs. I never imagined you'd grant your minions such power. I've never seen shadow energy wielded in this way before. Wait. Why can't I speak? Is my jaw shattered? My body? I can't even move a muscle. If I can just siphon enough mana from Lee Min-sung's life force, I can still turn this battle around. I can't afford any more mistakes. But what is this sensation? Is that brat responsible? Did the impact actually snap Lee Min-sung out of his trance? I never would have guessed that pathetic weakling was capable of such a feat. It's humiliating an S-rank hunter crushed by a low-rank nobody. Lee Min-sung, if you don't stop right now. But what could he possibly do? Is there anything worse than death? You think I fear the end? I'm done being treated like garbage. I loathe those who deny my very existence. If I can't make life a living hell for those who despise me, then I'll end it all here. Listen, brat. If I can't be the protagonist of this story, then I'll play my part as the villain to the bitter end. With those final words, Lee Min-sung unleashed a devastating blow upon his own body. This is my final act, the role of the villain. Seizing the moment, Suho lunged forward, delivering a thunderous finishing blow that ended it all. Drawing upon his newfound enlightenment, Suho slowly retracted his fist. In that instant, Min-sung collapsed, coughing up a spray of crimson. Blood dripped rhythmically from Suho's stained knuckles. Min-sung's body, pushed far beyond its breaking point, began to fracture like a crumbling marble statue. It seemed certain that he was finally about to meet his end and join his ancestors. However, the fissures on his skin began to glow with an eerie light, and the broken fragments of his body started stitching themselves back together. Even as his flesh knitted itself whole, the villain could do nothing but let out low, guttural groans of agony. He could feel his life slipping away. Then, he looked down in pure horror. There was a massive, gaping hole right through his midsection. My jaw. It's shattered. Am I really going to die without even saying a final word? Despite his body's miraculous efforts to repair the external damage, The internal devastation was too great. It couldn't close the void Suho had carved into him. His lifeblood and organs were spilling onto the cold earth at a terrifying rate. Despair washed over him. When that celestial monster appeared, I thought I finally had the power to change this hellish world. Is this really how it ends for me? Ever since the great catastrophe, my life has been nothing but a miserable, pathetic struggle. It was a cruel irony in his final moments. The face that flashed before his eyes belonged to the man he loathed more than anyone else. 𝐿𝐿 stood there, bathed in light, offering his hand. Min-sung. How about coming to work for me? He cursed inwardly. Damn it all. Why is that bastard? 𝐿𝐿, the last thing I see before I die. With one final, agonizing effort, Min-sung reached out. His prideful soul wanted to scream to the heavens, I am a superstar. He clawed at his broken jaw, trying to force it back into place. But his body had reached its limit. Blood poured from his nose and mouth in a sickening torrent. The fleeting memories faded, dragging him back from his thoughts to the cold, harsh reality of his demise. His blood-red eyes glared at the opponent, filled with confusion. Why was that boy looking at him with such pity? Suho watched him intently without blinking, his silver eyes shimmering with a cold, unreadable intensity. Those were his final thoughts before his breath escaped him. As his arm fell limp, system notifications began to flood the air. Alert. Experience points gained. Alert. You have leveled up your quest. Urgent quest defeat. Lee Min-sung. You have defeated Lee Min-sung, the host possessed by the Apostle of Itarum, and claimed his memories in single combat. Alert. Quest complete. Out of respect for the fallen, Suho gently laid him down, his chest pierced by a massive hollow wound. His loyal shadows finally rushed over to join him in his newfound glory. 𝐿𝐿, moved to tears, called out to the young monarch, while Beru proudly added, I knew you would crush that apostle. Despite the praise, Suho remained solemn, his gaze fixed on the lifeless body of Min-sung. It seemed Suho had witnessed the man's internal struggle against the foreign intruder as he muttered softly. The one smiling in that final moment was surely Lee Min-sung, not the Apostle of Itarum. Feeling a wave of empathy, Suho whispered, though he barely spoke. He felt like someone who gave everything for his desires. Beru, however, completely misunderstood the mood. He worried it was the young monarch's first time killing one of his own. Is he in shock? Before Beru could find the words to comfort him, Suho spoke again. Thanks to Lee Min-sung, I finally realized something. The images of the two men he respected most flashed in his heart. Since becoming a player, my only purpose was finding my mother and helping my father. Through this fierce battle, Suho had gained a profound new perspective on his existence. Looking back, I had no goals of my own. That must be why Lee Min-sung said, I didn't know what I wanted. Old memories of helplessness resurfaced. He continued his path toward true enlightenment. Suddenly, I remembered my training battle with my father. That was when I truly felt his immense greatness. His father's words were etched into his soul, even as an enemy. I respect you. I wish I were as strong as you. Suho slowly stood up, sharing the secret. Innocent thoughts he had buried long ago. Back then, I desperately wanted to win, which only made my frustration feel even more overwhelming. Looking toward the sunset like a new beginning, his voice turned serious. My father has become so distant and legendary. He is someone I couldn't even imagine reaching. But I believe I need to say this now. He turned to face his 3 loyal retainers, paving the way for his declaration with a single question. Having a grand ambition is a good thing. Right, Suho pointed to the sky, his hidden face masking a growing hunger for power. I desire to become the strongest being of all. Amidst the brilliant sunset, he declared boldly, I will surpass the apostles, the monarchs, and even my own father. The young monarch had finally found his own path, a destiny unswayed by others, defining exactly who he wanted to become. This declaration came as a massive shock to the 2 most devoted fans of the Shadow Monarch, Sung Jinwoo. They stood frozen in place. 𝐿𝐿 looked stunned, barely managing to stammer out, young monarch. But Beru was faster, jumping in with his usual bluntness to challenge the bold claim. Though I believe that is impossible to achieve, I will support you. 𝐿𝐿 agreed, her sentiment echoing Beru's gentle skepticism. Surpassing the Shadow Monarch is an unthinkable task, Suho Sihil, muttering. Thanks for completely ruining the mood. Guys, since these 2 had served his father for ages, he could only sigh and accept his fate. It was understandable they felt that way. For now, it was time to check the spoils of war. Alert. Rewards received. Alert. Experience gained. Alert. You have leveled up. You have leveled up. Alert. The player has reached the required level. Alert. An advancement quest is now available. Alert. Do you wish to accept the advancement quest, yes or no? Suho followed the classic path of a pro gamer. He realized that reaching level 40 was the trigger for this special advancement opportunity. Before answering, he checked his status. Sung Suho. Level 40. Class None. Fatigue 0. Title Slayer. HP 8250. MP 780. Strength 124. Stamina 60. Agility 49. Intel 47. Sense 54 plus 5. Remaining stat points 4. Passive skills. Longevity level 3. Martial arts level 2. Strength reinforcement level 1. Active skills. Ruler's authority level 2. Shadow extraction level 2. And storm/level 1. Seeing the final slot on his status window about to be filled, Suho felt a surge of excitement. He was finally about to receive his job class. He had no idea he was being watched by that mysterious outsider. The guy was acting like a total creep. From the moment Suho stood over Minjung's corpse until he left, 2 hands had been framing him through a distant magical screen. To remain undetected, the intruder watched from thousands of miles away, hovering mid-air with his wings exposed. Completely indifferent to the raging winds, the outsider stroked his chin, looking thoroughly amused by the spectacle. A twisted smile spread across his face as he whispered that he'd let his guard down. He hadn't expected the black-masked man to have such incredible potential, but that only made him crave him more. With his target locked, the outsider's resolve hardened. He was determined to make this man his own. To accomplish his goal, the outsider began reviewing the remaining cards in his hand. The first thing he considered was a power gained from collecting his own fragments, the law of equivalent exchange. It allowed him to trade something of his for something of equal value. Meanwhile, the hunters who had raided with Minjung were finally reaching safety. Suddenly, a young man in full-plate armor widened his eyes, his pupils glowing with a brilliant, shimmering gold. The life force was ripped out of him and the tank beside him. Both men froze in their tracks. This was the outsider's scheme, converting the life force of his nearby followers into raw mana. To any observer, the hunters simply collapsed, their bodies convulsing and their eyes turning stark white. Even more unsettling was how they gasped in agony, mouths wide open, yet not a single sound escaped their lips. All that stolen vitality surged into the outsider like a lightning strike, surrounding him with a terrifying aura of life energy. In an instant, that massive surge turned to blinding gold, coating every inch of the outsider's body in shimmering mana. It should look something like this, he mused, channeling the mana into his palm. Soon, a golden stone, the size of an egg, flickered into existence. He extended one arm and pulled back with the other, mirroring the stance of an archer drawing a bow. The mana stretched into a shimmering arrow. Closing one eye, he took aim with a self-satisfied smirk. Nearby, Baru was practically drooling at the energy radiating from Minjung, begging the young monarch to let him join the fray. Now, I'll extract information about that apostle from Lee Minjung's memories, Suho thought, glancing at the body. He replied, I'm counting on you. As Baru worked, Suho let his mind wander. Had Lee Minjung hated the world ever since the Great Cataclysm? What if I hadn't become a player? Mid-thought, an agonizing pain tore through him. Suho's pupils shrank in shock as the outsider's pure mana arrow struck, vaporizing nearly 3/4 of his torso. It happened in a heartbeat. Blood and flesh sprayed everywhere, leaving his loyal shadows frozen in absolute horror. Suho's instincts kicked in, desperately trying to track the source of the attack. He knew he was on the brink of death. Panic set in. Where did that strike even come from? But no matter how hard he looked, he'd never find him. The attacker was far beyond his current sensory range. Seeing his mark hit, the outsider's smirk widened. He believed the game was already over. The golden mana lodged in Suho's wound began to spin violently, scattering destructive energy throughout his body. The more it churned, the more Suho screamed in internal agony. The surrounding shadows swarmed toward the swirling mana, while Suho's body crackled with erratic bolts of mana like black lightning, barely clinging to consciousness. Suho felt a foreign presence trying to invade his very mind, but the system wasn't about to let its user die. It immediately triggered the passive skill, Longevity, immunity to all diseases, toxins, and status effects granted. High-speed regeneration active. But then 3. R. E. Removal of abnormal status failed. Longevity began a deep analysis. San. R. E. Abnormal status identified as similar to shadow smoke infection. The system attempted a purge using the shadow smoke data. San. R. E. Attempt failed. System instability detected due to unknown foreign matter. It tried again and again to heal him. San. R. E. Attempt failed. San. R. E. Attempt failed. Far away. The outsider watched Suho writhe in pain, his satisfaction growing. With this, the power of shadows will be ours. He fantasized, but suddenly, his smug expression crumbled, replaced by utter disbelief. The system's frantic efforts had finally yielded a result. San. R. E. Analysis successful. Longevity has successfully neutralized the abnormal status. System restoration began. Suho stopped trembling, gritted his teeth, and forced himself back up onto his feet. His 3 attendants were utterly helpless, reduced to sobbing and sheer anxiety. Meanwhile, he calmly wondered if the process of converting his followers had been interrupted halfway through. Seeing that his complexion, though still deathly pale, had improved slightly, Baru hurriedly asked, "Young king, are you all right?" Suho, however, was already focused on his next move to suppress the wound. Now that longevity was successfully activated, he needed to use the darkness as a shroud. Yet, the wound was so deep and perilous that Suho's strength began to wither. With every passing second, his life force drained away at an accelerating rate. 70 health points out of 8,250. His blood was still spilling, and his HP dropped further to a mere 40 out of 8,250. At this rate, within seconds, his health would plummet from tens to single digits. He had to find a solution. And he had to find it now. Driven by desperation, he placed all his hope in the system, reaching out to press the yes button. It seemed Suho intended to save himself by accepting a new quest. The notification blared, "Do you wish to accept the advancement quest? Yes or no?" The moment he chose yes, a dungeon gate materialized out of thin air right before their eyes. The system responded instantly, announcing the initiation of the advancement quest. Only a player was permitted to enter this trial. For a seamless transition, his comrades, the descendants of the monarchs, were to be teleported into the Shadow Dungeon. This sudden turn of events left the group completely stunned, their grief momentarily replaced by utter confusion. Even the foreign race couldn't have predicted the bizarre system left behind by Sung Jinwoo. It was an entirely unexpected development. This was Suho's most vulnerable moment. Anyone could have taken his life as he hovered on the brink of unconsciousness from blood loss. The gate that suddenly appeared radiated an overwhelming aura, shaking the world as a pillar of light pierced the heavens. In a haze of semi-consciousness, Suho thought to himself, "It's so dark. I can't see a thing. Am I already dead?" The pain was excruciating, and he could feel the heat of flames nearby. If his stomach hurt this much, did that mean he was still alive? Suddenly, with a flicker, a magic torch ignited with a blue flame, awakening in an unfamiliar space. His first instinct was to drop into a defensive stance. His senses heightened to 120%. After observing his surroundings for a few moments, a wave of dizziness hit him, and his pupils dilated in pure shock. Suho sat in the middle of a colossal corridor, wondering how this shadow gate had appeared so grandly, only to vanish without a trace. Once they realized they had lost Suho's trail, the foreign race flew over to investigate the area. He landed exactly where Suho's group had stood, where the whistling wind only emphasized the desolate loneliness of the site. The leader's expression grew dangerously dark as he pondered, unable to sense even a trace of mana in the vicinity. It was truly unbelievable that a gate had appeared so suddenly to whisk away the black masked man and his entire squad. Looking at the remnants, he added that Lee Min-sung had been left behind. This meant the gate was exclusive to the masked man and his direct allies. Despite the failure of this hunt, the leader of the foreign race didn't seem particularly frustrated. Instead, a faint smirk played on his lips as he thought about the darkness and that mysterious masked warrior. "Every time we clash, there's always a surprise. How intriguing. Seriously, old man, you should really change your catchphrase. It's getting a bit cliché." And what about our Suho? He was currently busy training, specifically performing one-armed push-ups with intense focus. Using just one hand as a pivot, he lifted his entire body with ease. He actually looked like he was thoroughly enjoying the workout. As he continued his inverted training, Suho began to piece things together in his mind. Since arriving here, the hole in his abdomen had completely vanished. His body felt perfectly fine, After stretching, he flipped back onto his feet to assess his condition. If there was a problem, it was coming from the system notifications. The descendants of other monarchs were barred from the advancement quest, and he was unable to use the Shadow Dungeon key. No matter how many times he tried, he couldn't use his link skills or the key to open the Shadow Dungeon. Surveying the vast, strangely familiar corridor, Suho remarked, "Wait, this is the same dungeon where I completed the tutorial." This area was a part of his memories that had once been completely sealed away. This place had witnessed his growth, a dungeon specifically crafted for him by his father. Though the boy who grew up here had long since disappeared, the memories of that time still lingered within him. But this time was different from when Jinwoo brought him here to train with soldiers. Suho felt a bit uneasy because there were no knights to defeat for experience points. To make matters worse, he had no weapons provided. And this was happening right after Vulcan's horn had been destroyed. The system had pulled him in without any specific instructions, leaving him to figure everything out on his own. For some unknown reason, there was absolutely no information regarding the quest objectives. If he had to open doors and climb the tower like before, would he really have to clear it all without weapons or link skills? Furthermore, the atmosphere was entirely different from his last visit, adding to the mystery. Was this place always such a labyrinth of endless paths? This place feels strangely familiar yet entirely alien. To make matters worse, eerie sounds are echoing from every direction. Just as Suho was starting to lose his way, he stumbled upon a brand new discovery. His eyes caught sight of a magnificent, ornate door that looked incredibly striking and hard to ignore. Drawing from years of experience in this place, Suho couldn't help but feel skeptical. The path was clear. So why was a boss room appearing here? This advanced quest felt like it was thrown together haphazardly. Still, he had already come this far. There was no turning back now. Standing around doubting everything wouldn't change a thing. He reached out, pushed the door open, and prepared for a new adventure. Even so, a small part of him couldn't help but feel a spark of anticipation for what lay beyond that door. With the system's quest weighing on him, his curiosity only grew. Once this advanced mission ended, could he finally reclaim his former peak strength? In the past, Suho would have been greeted by a tall, dark, and imposing shadow knight with a piercing gaze. That knight had a short scar over its right eye. It was the very first opponent he had ever faced in the dungeon. But this time, no knight awaited him. Instead, he stepped into a pitch-black room, squinting cautiously. Suho struggled to see through the dim light. It was far too dark to make out any details. A lone red carpet stretched across the floor, leading toward the far end of the room. At the very end sat a throne, and Suho was absolutely certain that someone was waiting there, sensing an intruder in their territory. The figure at the end of the room slowly stood up. Suho was paralyzed with shock when he saw the boss's face. From the lean, muscular build to the familiar gloves, he recognized himself instantly. This version of Suho carried the same aura as his father, Sung Jinwoo. If he followed in his father's footsteps, this was his future self. He stared in disbelief, noticing that this other Suho looked incredibly resentful, as if he harbored a deep grudge against the world. Had Suho just encountered his past self from the tutorial phase, the resemblance was impossible to deny. He stared at the boss, trying to gauge its power level. But he immediately felt his fighting spirit begin to crumble. Was he really expected to go toe-to-toe against his own self? That version of him had defeated Baru at his absolute peak. Instead of helping, his memories were now creating a massive psychological wall. The man standing before him was the same warrior who had once brought Baru to his knees. Without saying a word, the past Suho unleashed a devastating aura. Fully equipped and ready for a lethal confrontation, mana surged violently, instantly shattering the floor beneath his feet. It was clear he was about to unleash a massive, finishing move. Within seconds, the vibrant mana transformed into a raging storm. It twisted and swirled like a violent, unstoppable vortex. While Suho was still paralyzed by the sight of his perfect past self, the boss charged. Before he could speak, a massive fist cut him off. Suho had absolutely no defense. Before the battle even truly began, he was completely obliterated by a single, crushing blow. 3 vibrant torches flickered in the hallway. Suddenly, the torch on the left went out, plunging the area into shadow. When Suho finally came to Fister, he was back in the hallway. That defeat was terrifyingly swift. He woke up in a state of sheer panic. However, after checking himself over, he realized he wasn't dead. He wasn't trapped in that room anymore, and he slowly began to calm down. The thought of being trapped in an infinite loop of resurrection, just like a game, made his face turn pale with dread. Would he simply revive every time he died? For him, This realization felt more like a never-ending nightmare than a second chance. Cold sweat poured down his spine. He muttered to himself, wondering why another version of him was waiting in that boss room. Was the goal of this advanced quest really to defeat his past self? The sheer impossibility of it left him reeling. He started to complain but quickly silenced himself. Realizing his negativity wouldn't help, he swallowed hard, taking deep breaths to stop his trembling. Suho stood up abruptly, his voice filled with newfound resolve. No. The system exists to make me stronger, not to break me. If his mission was to defeat the entity behind that door, then there had to be a way to achieve victory. He began to analyze the situation, using his memories from his previous life as a strategic advantage. Unlike the tutorial dungeon, this place was a labyrinth of paths. Given the boss room's strange location, there had to be another door somewhere. Driven by that theory, Suho took off running, searching every corner for an alternative route. After what felt like an eternity, he finally found another door. His persistence had paid off. He knew his instincts were right. This door looked exactly like the first one, but it was only half the size. Suho whispered happily. There is another boss room. However, the trauma from the previous encounter still lingered. Suho hesitated, his body instinctively freezing up in fear. He wondered what could be waiting inside this time, but he didn't stop for long. After all, he didn't have any other options left. He pushed the thoughts aside. No matter what was behind this door, it had to be better than facing his past self again. Bracing himself for the unknown, Suho threw both massive doors wide open. His breath caught in his throat. Toys littered the floor, and a child was sitting there. It was a mini version of himself, playing innocently and looking incredibly adorable. That innocence vanished instantly. Detecting an intruder, the child transformed into a vengeful spirit. A terrifying light flickered in its eyes. Suho shuddered, unable to believe this was his younger self. What kind of twisted nightmare was this dungeon conjuring now? Stunned, he grappled with the absurdity. Was he really destined to battle his own childhood self? Even if it was him, raising a hand against a child felt fundamentally wrong. Suddenly, the toys began to hover. Before he knew it, every object was under the boy's control. Even the child himself began to drift into the air, defying gravity. He wasn't just hesitating out of pity. Terror gripped him. His body refused to move an inch. Could this be the monarch's authority? The child unleashed an explosive aura. With a flick of his finger, a storm of toys surged forward, paralyzed by his mini-self. He stood helpless as the lethal toys rained down upon him, battered by the relentless strikes. His vision blurred, and his legs began to buckle. Finally reaching his limit, Suho's world went dark as he lost consciousness. The right torch flickered out, leaving only one. Once again, he awoke in the familiar hall. His head throbbed with phantom pain. Instinctively, his first move was to shield his forehead. Only 2 attempts and he looked deathly pale. Much more of this would surely shatter his mind. Fear and confusion swirled. Had his own childhood self really just snapped his neck in an instant? Both foes were beyond his current power. How could he possibly hope to clear this quest? But then, a chilling realization struck him. If the rules held true, things would only get worse. He searched frantically. He started with 3 lives, and 2 were already gone. Seeing the torches, reality crashed down on him. He was down to his very last life. But wait, the wall was lined with endless torches. A literal tower of fire stretching into the darkness. How many lives did he actually have? He stared in shock, his eyes trembling at the sight. The flames flickered unnaturally, like a glitching game. Suho was utterly baffled. What did this mean then? The system delivered more grim news. Foreign matter had destabilized the dungeon. Alert: defeat the entity behind the door with your remaining life. Objective 0 out of 1. Warning: you cannot exit the dungeon until the advanced quest is complete. Dazed by the endless torches, he wondered, were these all his lives? Was this a blessing? Even with infinite lives, the trauma of dying repeatedly would eventually drive any man insane. Worry gnawed at him. There was no way to level up here. Suddenly, the system glitched again. Warning: system instability detected due to unknown matter. Suho's sense of dread only deepened. Was this absurd quest the result of a system error? He stared at the cryptic notification window. Mission: conquer the entity behind the door with your remaining life. 0 out of 1 defeated. Trapped until the quest was over. His anxiety reached a new peak. If the system was truly broken, those torches might not represent extra lives at all. Nevertheless, he had to press on, regardless of the danger. Giving up simply wasn't an option. Stepping forward with iron resolve, he analyzed the shifting corridors and the sudden room appearances, navigating the hallway. He searched for doors. There had to be more hidden chambers nearby. The real problem remained: he had no idea just how vast this maze truly was. He knew the odds were stacked against him. Yet he had no choice but to explore. "I've got time. I'll search slowly." But then, he felt a chilling presence drawing near. Something was lurking there in the shadows. A blue shape slowly emerged. It looked like a simple toy. It was the same stuffed animal from the small room, its twisted smile appearing hauntingly eerie. Beside it stood the powerful child Suho, holding a drawing that was both childish and terrifying. The kid's grin was 10 times more frightening. His sudden excitement sent a freezing chill down Suho's spine. Goosebumps erupted as the maze became nonsensical. Suho shouted out, lashing out at the garbage system. Why was his younger self here? Had the boy escaped into the hall through that newly opened door? His instinct screamed to retreat. He tried to run. But the moment he turned, the attack struck. A single, lethal blow crippled him. Too fast to process. Suho realized the power gap was an abyss. Agony from his severed leg surged through every nerve cell in his body. Under the mini-version's psychological pressure, he collapsed, clutching his leg and screaming in pure pain. But Suho's focus was entirely on the weapon that had delivered the devastating strike. He could hardly believe the truth: a mere toy had caused his leg to literally explode. Suho glanced at the child in terror, wondering if Monarch's domain granted such terrifying speed. Panicked, he wondered how to handle the kid or finish the quest in this mangled state. Suddenly, the adult version appeared. Both paths were blocked. His death was now inevitable. The geared adult Suho looked down coldly. The battered Suho gritted his teeth, muttering, "This is insane." He barely finished 3 words before the adult Suho's kick sent his head flying. Resurrected, Suho punched the wall in fury. Disgusted by the tower's twisted design, he clutched his head, complaining bitterly. The boss wandering the hallway. That's just pure cheating. Why was it this hard? Did his father face such nightmare trials during his own quest? Yet, he didn't quit. Following the rules, the harder the quest, the more his motivation burned. Being alive proved those flickering flames represented his remaining lives. If the goal was defeating the boss, he'd keep dying until he found a different room. On his next attempt, he met the adult Suho and became his punching bag. Just like his previous deaths, his body was pulverized into a bloody mess against the wall. Thanks to his burning resolve, his spirit remained unbroken. Death was just a minor setback. Next, the mini-version used Ruler's authority to crush his arm before slowly finishing him. Suho endured a cycle of slaughter, but with many lives. He stayed strangely composed. After all, he possessed a nearly infinite supply of lives to spend. Each time he fell, he believed that constant attempts would eventually reveal the right door. That hope was the only thing sustaining him through the endless loop of torture. After countless sacrifices, Suho wondered if the system was glitched. Was there no other room? He stopped rushing and reflected. Facing unbeatable enemies with no way to level up was a stalemate. The more he thought, the bleaker his future became. His mind was a tangled knot of despair. In this living hell, he remembered his vow. The stronger I get, the more I crave to be the strongest. Realization struck like lightning. He ground his teeth so hard that blood seeped from his gums. Wiping the blood, he realized his own words were shackles, forcing him to keep moving forward. Damn it. Using his thick blood as ink and finger as a brush, he drew a grand plan. Fine then. He would map out this entire maze, one death at a time. Desperate, Suho had to try everything, overcoming his adult and mini-selves to transcend his limits. Meanwhile, the outside world buzzed with news regarding a new drug in the hunter community. The Hunter Association officially announced a total ban on the stimulant known as Stardust. Stardust was popular and supposedly side effect free, but most users now suffered from severe memory loss. Hunters who used the drug underwent medical exams as the public watched this scandal closely. Also, the vice president of the Reaper Guild, the distributor, was found dead by hikers this morning. Mi-dong wasn't exaggerating. Right now, he is a superstar dominating every major news headline. A former idol once hailed as a hero, the world trembles as his dark crimes are finally exposed. The Reaper Guild is about to face a brutal investigation by the Hunter Association. Meanwhile, 𝐁𝐑𝐿 puts on a show of remorse, appearing utterly broken. "It is all my fault," he claims, taking full responsibility. "If only I had not let Lee Minung escape, this wouldn't have happened." A colleague consoles him. "Hunter 𝐁𝐑𝐿, do not be so hard on yourself." But those comforting words fall on deaf ears. He mutters suspiciously, "Something felt off when I tracked down Min Jung. He was not normal. He never possessed a transformation skill like that before." Dong-in immediately thinks of the hunter drug currently flooding the market. Could that power be from Stardust masking his unease? He maintains a professional composure. "I am not certain, but such a terrifying possibility does exist." He smoothly shifts the topic. Then there is the black-masked hunter who fought Lee Minung. Dong-in, caught in the flow, probes further. Could that be the person who actually took Lee Minung down? Chairman Jin Chulan feels a sudden jolt of anxiety. The black-masked hunter, a phantom in the shadows. Seizing the moment, Dong-in pulls a photo of Suho from his pocket and places it on the table to divert their attention. His name is Sung Suho, a registered D-rank minor. But given the circumstances, he is likely an imposter. The only S-rank in the room, previously silent, suddenly speaks up. Let me see that photo. Dong-in welcomes the interest. Of course. After all, you have a direct connection to this incident. Hunter Baek Do-hyun, the mysterious outsider, remains unfazed. He picks up the photo with 2 fingers, studying it intently with a cryptic smile. Meanwhile, Jin Chulan is sweating bullets. He is nearly 90% certain that Suho is the masked hunter. Worrying for the son leads him to think of the father. He is desperate for answers, but the boy has vanished once again. Hunter Sung Jinwoo. Just what is happening to Suho right now? In the end, all his anxiety boils down to one flickering hope. Please, just stay safe. Baek Do-hyun covers the lower half of Suho's face in the photo, revealing a strikingly familiar gaze. Having unmasked the truth, he smirks with pure delight, looking like he has just found his long-lost treasure. While the leaders deliberate, Suho is trapped in a state of near death, his eyes dark and hollow as if there is no tomorrow. On the ground lies a massive diagram centered where he was resurrected. The blood has long since dried. It looks like a labyrinthine maze, filled with intricate dead ends and circular chambers of all sizes. Hours pass as he explores 80% of this architectural marvel. Suho stares blankly at the ground, his gaze devoid of life. Suddenly, he snaps back to reality. He looks ahead, his eyes burning with an unshakable resolve. The time for slumber is over. It is finally time to return to the main quest. The scene shifts to the world outside. The lizard-like commander snaps. Hey, Flyface, calm down. The young monarch won't return just because you are pacing in circles. Beru, frantic and dizzying to watch. Notice him. We do not even know where he is. How can I possibly be calm? Young monarch. I am so worried I cannot even sleep, the demon girl sighs. Beru's reaction is perfectly understandable. It has been 2 weeks since the young monarch entered the gate. Surely you must be worried about him too. Don't you think you are being a bit too cold? We are on the same team, aren't we? Do you really understand our lord? Compared to the great Shadow Monarch, I see why you view him as a child. But I never knew the Shadow Monarch. What I do know is this: even if he is bleeding, broken, or pushed to his mental limit, he never surrenders, no matter the trial he faces. I am certain he will claw his way back alive. We have to believe in him. Back to Suho's location. Suho throws a desperate punch at his opponent. You think I will just stand here and let you kill me? But with a single, effortless blow, the enemy obliterates him. Suho tries attacking his younger self next, but an invisible force freezes him in place. His body is crushed instantly. He has long since lost count of how many times he has died. Yet, through this endless cycle of death and rebirth, he checks their status windows and uncovers a chilling truth. The monster tearing people apart with psychokinesis was him when he was a child. Even though young Suho is at level 0, this kid wields the max level skill. Imperial Authority. Yes, a max level Imperial Authority. It allows you to manipulate objects with your mind without ever laying a single finger on them. What's more, the one who wounded me with just a graze was none other than myself during the tutorial phase. In the tutorial, Suho's class was the Soul Worker, a level 99 monster. After taking a brutal beating, our protagonist was left gasping for air. He catches his breath and forces himself up. Damn it. I still haven't made any real progress this time. After countless deaths and rebirths, I've grown numb to fear. Yet, that only applies here. I cannot afford to treat death lightly. If I want to reach my goal, I must survive at all costs. Through endless trials and deaths, I can feel my strength surging. Looking at the map drawn with my own blood, there is only one place left to explore. If there isn't a door waiting for me there, then there's no other way to finish this advanced mission except by defeating those two. Looking back, it's strange. I seem to encounter them sooner with each cycle. See, he's already here. With that, he charges toward young Suho, his mind racing. Imperial Authority manifests as an invisible hand. I thought about shielding myself with my own Imperial Authority, but the level gap is just too massive. My skill is completely useless against his. He swiftly leaps over the young Suho. As the kid turns, our hero quickly hurls his jacket at Suho's face to blindside him. Gritting his teeth, He spots it. There, that path ahead is the only place I haven't reached yet. Please, let this be it. Upon arriving, a new gate appears. A door, just as I thought. There's someone else besides those two. Suddenly, a sense of dread washes over him. Damn it. The other one is closing in. I need to get through that door. Fast, if they really want to stop me. It's game over the moment the soul worker arrives. Seeing the murderous gaze of the level 99 Suho, our protagonist breaks into a cold sweat. Oh, crap. The level 99 Suho lunges at light speed, clearly enjoying the hunt. But our hero manages to dive through the door just in time, gasping for air. He makes it inside. He can't follow me in here. Right, I finally lost them. But it's not over yet. The real question is who is waiting for me in here. Based on what I've seen, it's likely another past version of myself. There are two possibilities. Either it's me from the early tutorial, or me from that specific moment. If it's neither, then who on earth is this? Suddenly, another Suho emerges from the shadows, gripping two massive blades in his hands. Dual-wielding this time, Tutorial Suho and Child Suho were both my past selves. And wait, is he holding Vulcan's horn and the fang of Rasaka? Could this be a glitch in the system? After sizing up his opponent's stats, our hero smirks and launches a devastating kick. Finally, an opponent I can actually fight. My level and stats far exceed his, especially in raw strength, but stats aren't everything. The enemy immediately begins activating a flurry of buffs. Body strengthening has been activated. The player's attack and defense have been significantly boosted. Prairie Wind activated movement and attack speed increased. Titan's armor activated defense has been further enhanced. Body strengthening. He's using Amu's skill, and how the hell does he have so many buffs? Before he can think, the enemy lunges with a twin slash. Suho dodges the strike with fluid precision. The enemy triggers Storm Slash 2, reacting instantly. Our hero draws his own blade. Both activate their skills. Hexagonal Strike and the Slash collide with violent intensity. I held back, fearing my weapon might shatter. A wise choice indeed. Suddenly, a cut opens on Suho's cheek, and flashes of the enemy's memories flood his mind. What are these visions? Isn't this from when I defeated Brokey? Could this be a mental assault? He takes another hit, and the memories keep coming. This time, it's a vision of him living a carefree life. Another alien memory. So, the more I'm wounded, the more mental damage I take. After a fierce exchange, they break away. His opponent mumbles something about an awakening. Instantly, a dark shadow manifests and lunges at our protagonist. Unfazed, Suho counters. It's a shadow soldier named 𝐁𝐍. Night grade. A night grade. Before he can even breathe, the enemy strikes again. Suho dodges with impossible grace. But now he's being ganged up on. How can he summon shadow soldiers from thin air like that? This means he already had shadow storage as early as level 32. As I fight, memories of 𝐁𝐄 flood my mind, experiences belonging to my past self in another world. In that realm, another Baru, Gray, and even Amu existed alongside me. I was someone who could resolve any crisis with them. The system provided tailored trials, forging my strength. Is his presence here a system glitch? If so, why are my challenges always so impossible? Why must I constantly push myself to the absolute limit? No victory comes easy. I have died hundreds of times because these enemies possess such ridiculous strength. Even while lost in thought, he blocks both attacks. After endless despair, I realize complaining changes nothing. The glitch does not matter. My entire approach to the system was fundamentally flawed from the start. The system is not my caretaker. I must be the one to exploit the system. He channels shadow armor into his leg. I am abandoning the system's path. My future is mine to decide. He delivers a devastating kick, blasting the opponent away with overwhelming force. Min seizes the moment, lunging forward to unleash a punch like a thunderclap. The enemy smashes into the crumbling wall. Without hesitation, Min strikes again with hockey-infused fists. Gasping for air, the system chimes. Quest: defeat the final creature with your remaining life. Final creature eliminated. Target 1 of 1. Player has successfully cleared the advancement quest. Title earned: Overcomer of Adversity. Awarded to those who triumph over impossible hardships with brilliance. Stats scale with lost stamina. Every 1% of stamina lost increases your stats by 1%. It is finally over. Ding. The system is analyzing your actions to determine the perfect class. You chose to fight instead of surrendering. Your spirit remained unbroken despite experiencing hundreds of deaths. You have achieved physical and mental growth. Even in a situation where getting stronger seemed impossible, your ingenuity provides a light in the darkness, finding solutions during the most dire moments. Your unwavering will inspires those around you. You may now choose between three unique classes. Three classes. The first choice is the Descendant of Shadows. Selecting this allows the system to guide your evolution. The second choice is the Soul Conqueror, derived from past data. This hidden class is available. However, previous stats cannot be recovered. All shadow skills will be lost. The third choice is labeled with 3 question marks. This hidden class is determined by your legendary achievements during the advancement quest. All shadow skills will be sacrificed. The first path offers nothing new. The second repeats the past, while the third resets everything. Are you kidding me right now? I endured hundreds of agonizing deaths here. Is this the only reward for overcoming such insane difficulty? Only children choose. I am taking them all. He immediately fuses the 3 options together. A unique hybrid class is born. Ding, advancement quest officially complete.